The story begins at the northern border of the Krasis kingdom. A man stands tall with an army behind him. The lord of the northern frontier, Duke Elian, staring at the battlefield. He mutters that this is beyond belief. Their enemy? Not men, not beasts, but hordes of zombies. The Duke notes that the number of undead is far greater than he could have imagined. And worse, a poisonous mist spreads among them. One of his men urgently points ahead. Among the swarm rides an undead knight, Durian. Even if 10 high-ranking knights fought to the death, victory against him wouldn't be certain. The soldier warns that with their current forces, they stand no chance. Retreat and prepare for a siege. That's their only option. But Duke Elian shakes his head. Retreat isn't possible. The northern wall has already fallen. If the city gates break as well, the kingdom is doomed. He declares that, no matter the cost, they must hold the line here. Suddenly, a rider bursts past the formation, charging headlong into the undead. The Duke frowns and demands to know who's so reckless. His men quickly explain, that's Lord Urin Rox, sent from the southern Marquise of Rox. As Urin attacks, the Duke recognizes his style, daggers. But against Durian? Impossible. Daggers couldn't kill a knight like him. Yet before their eyes, Durian's body begins to corrode. His skin melts away as he lets out a piercing scream. Both the Duke and his men are stunned. How can this be? They whisper. Urin hurls 3 more daggers. Each one lands squarely in a zombie's head, and each one disintegrates instantly. The soldiers gape in disbelief. To kill the undead in a single strike, it's unthinkable. Some even wonder aloud if he's a saint sent by the heavens. Urin scoffs at the idea. Don't insult me with that pathetic title, he says. Then, with a cold smirk, he reveals the truth. Before him glimmers a status window. He wields the power of Firebone Mountain. And thanks to his mastery of the 10,000 poison absorption technique, the deadly miasma only fuels him. Every kill grants him more experience. Urin mutters that he's simply been farming skills for himself. The scene shifts back 6 months earlier. He wakes up groggy, asking where he is. A voice answers. A young woman leans over him, relieved that he's finally awake. Stunned, he wonders why someone so beautiful is in his room. Noticing her strange clothes and the sword at her waist, he's even more confused. She asks if he feels all right. Before he can respond, she says she'll call the priest. He quickly stops her, insisting he has a question first. The woman leaves quickly, and he's left dumbfounded. Did she really just walk out like that? He looks around, confused, wondering where exactly he is. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a mirror. Stumbling to his feet, he stares at his reflection and freezes. What happened to me? The man who was once middle-aged and confident now sees the body of a pudgy child staring back at him. He mutters in disbelief. He used to be fit, even attractive, and now he looks like a fat little kid. None of this makes sense. Maybe it's just a dream. Maybe if he goes back to sleep, he'll wake up. But before he can think further, a priest enters the room. And right behind him, a stern nobleman approaches. The man calls out harshly, spitting that he's the disgrace of the household and scoffing at the fact that he's only now decided to wake up. Startled, he wonders who this terrifying old man is. The priest quickly steps in, saying the young master has just regained consciousness and punishment should wait. The nobleman looks annoyed, turning his face aside with clear disdain. The priest checks him over and remarks that for someone who fainted, his condition isn't too bad. His body has mostly healed, and his mind seems steady. At least that much is a relief. But the noble only sneers. Relief? Hardly. He says it would have been better if the boy had died. To cowardly assault his own fiancée. That's something not even a beast would do. He calls it shameful. Then he lashes out again. The boy is already 19 years old, yet still useless. Even his younger brother has awakened his aura, while he, the eldest son, only grows fatter by the day. Hearing this, he furrows his brow. Aura? What's that supposed to mean? The nobleman, revealed to be his father, turns to leave, but not before ordering him to go directly to his fiancée once he recovers. If she doesn't forgive him, then his future is over. Do you understand? The man demands. Yes, sir, he replies quietly. His father warns him once more not to disgrace the Rox family again. Only then does it sink in. Wait, Rox family? Urin? Am I really Urin Rox? Realization strikes. If that man is his father, then he must be Marquis Wellington Rox. In a daze, he blurts out his father's name. That single mistake earns him a sharp slap across the face. How dare you call your own father by name? Wellington roars. Urine collapses to the ground, vision going white. The priest and the maid rush to calm him, but all he can do is tremble, muttering that this can't be real. No, this has to be a dream. His vision fades to black. When he opens his eyes again, it's the same ceiling staring back at him. He jolts upright, frustrated. Why the hell am I not waking up from his dream? The woman from before approaches once more, asking if he's awake again. He blinks, finally recognizing her. Aaron, she nods. Yes. His thoughts race. Carefully, he asks if the reason he's lying here is because he went after Ilya, got beaten up, and passed out. Aaron tilts her head, saying that's not entirely wrong, but wonders why he's being so formal. He quickly backtracks, awkwardly asking the same question again in a more casual way. This time, she answers directly. Yes, you attacked Lady Ilya, and she beat you until you fainted. His face darkens. This is the worst. Aaron looks at him curiously, but he mutters that he's completely doomed. The pieces click together at last. He's inside the very web novel he wrote. Not as the hero, not even as a side character, but as the trash villain who picks a fight with the protagonist and dies like a dog. Grinding his teeth, he shakes his head, refusing to accept it. Aaron asks if he's all right, but he suddenly explodes, yelling that this isn't even a webtoon. She blinks in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Collapsing into despair, he blurts it out. The body he's taken over belongs to a complete scumbag. No talent, no skills, no training. Just the spoiled heir of the Rock's family. Fat and pathetic. He even lost his fiancée to the story's protagonist, and in the end, died a miserable death in a back alley after a cowardly sneak attack. A pitiful villain. That's all he is. How the hell am I supposed to survive in this kind of world? He mutters. It may be a fantasy world, but he doesn't know what abilities this body has. Still, he remembers the story. He knows the opportunities, the hidden treasures, the advantages the protagonist hasn't discovered yet. If he wants to live, he has to act quickly. Struggling to his feet, he groans. Damn, I forgot how heavy this body is. Aaron steps closer, concerned, asking if he's all right. Of course not, he snaps, then suddenly notices something above her. She urges him to rest, but his eyes lock on it until it fades away. What was that? He wonders, frowning. Then a thought strikes him. Maybe that's the trigger. Right then, a glowing status window appears beside Aaron, displaying her traits and even her level of affection. She notices his odd expression. Are you okay? He forces a smile, muttering that he must have lost it for a second, then tells her to go finish her tasks. Yes, sir, she replies, leaving the room. Watching her go, he murmurs that it makes perfect sense she has the swift sword trait. After all, he had written her character to be stronger and more talented than ordinary knights. Aaron tilts his head, staring at the strange numbers floating beside Aaron's name. Affection stat? What the hell is this? Did I land inside a dating sim version of my own novel? The thought makes him groan. It actually makes sense. The only games he ever played were dating sims, and, shamefully, the weird ones involving sisters. He mutters that he's a freak, but also wonders who could have possibly twisted his novel into something like this. Still, seeing Aaron's affection at a negative number makes him grin. Perfect. That's actually a great start. Considering how the real Aaron behaved, I might just have a chance here. But then he pauses, realizing his priorities are all wrong. He turns back to the mirror, narrowing his eyes. Slowly, he focuses until his own status window pops open. Excitement flickers across his face. Special condition, morbid obesity. Trait, Eye of the Creator. Technique, Tang Clan Venom Arts. Sync rate, 97%. One entry jumps out immediately, the Tang Clan Venom Arts. His mind races. Wait, isn't that from another web novel I loved? He remembers the heroine of that story, a fiery beauty who mastered poison techniques and hidden weapons to destroy her enemies. Just recalling it makes his blood stir. This world really is a mess of random things from my life, he mutters, but his lips curl into a grin. If I can actually learn the Tang Clan Venom Arts, then I've got a real shot at surviving. For context, the Tang Clan is no ordinary group. In countless Muram stories, they're infamous as a martial sect from the four heavenly provinces. Masters of poison, assassination, and deadly hidden weapons coated in venom. Their name alone inspires fear. What else can I unlock in this world? He wonders, his excitement mounting. The scene cuts away. Outside, Aaron speaks with Wellington Rocks, the Marquis. My lord, the young master woke some time ago, she reports. Wellington nods, then asks, And how is he? Aaron hesitates. He doesn't seem quite normal yet. When he tried to stand, he stumbled. His body is still weak. The Marquis frowns. Strange. Priest Alio told me his wounds weren't serious. Then he narrows his eyes, curious. Did you notice anything unusual? Aaron thinks back. Yes, when you told him to apologize to Lady Ilia, instead of throwing a tantrum like always. He simply said yes. Wellington mutters that there's no way his son's personality has suddenly changed. Most likely, he's just days from the incident. By tomorrow, he'll probably be back to raging and swearing revenge on Ilia. Aaron, however, shakes her head. I think he'll recover step by step. That catches Yurin off guard. For a moment, he just stares at her, then bursts out laughing. She blinks, puzzled, asking what he finds so funny. He smirks, saying that even his father has given up on him, yet she still holds on to some faith. Honestly, I almost feel bad for you, he chuckles. You should have just lived freely as a knight, instead of being stuck under me. Must be miserable. Aaron frowns slightly, unable to explain why, but admits that today, he feels different somehow. It's hard to put into words. Yurin cuts her off, suddenly asking, what did I say I was going to do again? She repeats his earlier words, confused. I want to train. Guide me to the training hall, he says firmly. Her eyes widen. Why would you want to train right now? Why not? Is that a problem? He shoots back. The truth is, with the eye of the creator, he can view stats, but unlocking the Tang clan's martial arts is still a mystery. Maybe it's because of his condition, maybe not. Either way, he decides the first step is to push his body and figure things out. But walking alone drains him. The mansion's garden is massive, easily the size of several stadiums combined. He's already exhausted, yet he knows if he just tries to exercise in his room, he'll end up collapsing back in a bed like a lazy pig. Home workouts won't cut it. On the way, he notices the stares of the house staff. Every servant he passes wears the same look, open dislike. Not a single one has even a hint of respect for him. He grimaces, muttering that it makes sense. Given how much of a bastard the original Yurin was, it's no surprise nobody in this estate can stand him. After some time, he asks Aaron if they're close. Almost, she replies. This is the third training hall. Most knights stick to the first or second. Yurin pauses, sensing something. Wait, someone's here. Sure enough, a man steps into view. His hostility is overwhelming, his affinity nearly at -100. The sight alone makes Yurin's stomach tighten. This is Rekai Yulian, a knight known for his mastery of the quicksword. Rekai tilts his head, his smile edged with danger. Well, the young master actually came to the training hall himself? What a surprise. Tell me, what brings you here? Yurin suddenly calls out the knight's name. Rekai Yulian lets out a sharp laugh. Oh, what an honor. The young master still remembers me. Of course. Yurin replies smoothly, then leans closer to whisper to Aaron. Did something happen between us? Aaron, give him a look. You really don't remember? A few years ago, when the Marquis forced you into training, you threw a fit. You dragged Rekai over. Back then, he was just a trainee knight, and slashed his face while laughing. That's why he has that scar across his nose. Yurin freezes. There's no way. Aaron nods firmly. After that, the Marquis gave up trying to train you. Rekai's glare sharpens, his hand twitching toward his sword. Yurin swallows hard, muttering under his breath. I can't believe how much of a bastard this character was. Why did I write him so damn poorly? He quickly waves it off. Forget it. Let's go back. Aaron blinks. Are you really giving up? Is there another training hall? He asks. Preferably one I can use alone. There's a fourth one, she admits reluctantly. But it's far away, and the facilities are terrible. It's basically just an empty field. That sounds perfect, Yurin grins. If I'm going to lose this weight, I'll do it right. So Aaron leads him there. By the time they arrive, he's gasping for air from the long walk. But as he takes in the space, a spark of excitement lights in his eyes. The Tang Clan specialty is throwing knives and small weapons, he mutters. Grabbing a dagger, he heads to the arena and faces the target dummies. He raises the blade, pulls back his arm, and hurls it forward with all his strength. The dagger clatters uselessly to the ground halfway there, bouncing off the floor. So much for unlocking it, he sighs. Aaron stares. What are you even doing? Relax, I just threw it for fun, he chuckles, laughing at himself. Then his expression hardens. First things first, I'll build stamina. I'll run laps around the hall. He tells her she can leave him be, that he'll train on his own. Unsure how to handle this sudden change, Aaron later reports the matter to Wellington. The Marquis frowns. Strange that he'd even step foot in the training grounds. But it won't last. Yet 3 weeks later, word spreads. Yurin hasn't skipped a single day of training. He's already shed a significant amount of weight, and even his appearance has transformed. Without the fat, the Marquis admits grudgingly, his son is actually quite handsome. Wellington begins to wonder if his son has actually matured. Meanwhile, Yurin stands before the mirror, studying his reflection. He sighs. He's slimmed down a lot, but there's still some pudge left clinging to him. More frustrating, though, is the Tang clan trait. It refuses to unlock. He clenches his jaw. Fine, I'll give it one more month. If it still won't activate, then I'll just steal the protagonist's fateful encounter for myself. Just then, Aaron enters with a tray. Dinner. He thanks her as she sets it down. Chur and soup, the same meal he's had every single night. Supposedly, it's excellent for burning fat and building muscle. In the Rock's family, it's tradition to eat it after training. Yurin groans. Again, it's been 3 weeks of nothing but this. Aaron fixes him with a cold stare. Young master, are you only trying to lose weight? Or do you want to become a knight? He straightens up. I want to become a knight. Then stop whining and eat your soup. Even the Marquis eats this after training. It's custom in this territory. All right, he mutters, still thinking to himself that this is some outdated boomer tradition. But he can't deny it's working. The weight is coming off, so he'll put up with it for now. Lifting the spoon, he takes a bite. Almost immediately, something feels different. He pauses. Wait, this tastes strange. His vision flickers, and the status window appears. Condition: poison ingested. Before he can panic, the window updates again. Special trait unlocked. Tang clan martial arts. His eyes widen. Poison? This is how it unlocks. He shakes his head, then smirks. Actually, that makes perfect sense. The scene shifts back to Wellington. A knock sounds at his door. Enter, he calls. The door opens, and his wife steps in. Kana, his second wife, carries a tray with tea. She notices his distant gaze. What are you looking at so intently? The garden, he answers. I was just thinking how beautiful it looks. She smiles warmly. I've been tending to it myself. Every detail. He nods. Your skill really shows. She slips behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Her voice softens. Tell me, will you be naming Colin as your heir? Like you mentioned before, since it's already been decided, wouldn't it be better to make it official soon? Wellington exhales slowly, sensing her impatience. I hate to disappoint you, but that may take more time. Kana looks taken aback. What do you mean? Last time, you said Colin would be named heir within a month. Wellington nods. I did, but as you've likely heard, Yurin seems to have come to his senses. He's still the eldest son of this family. If he truly applies himself, he could become a fine successor. Kana forces a smile. Yes, I've heard. I was worried, but thankfully he seems to have sobered up at last. That must be a relief for you too. Indeed, Wellington chuckles. Who would have thought it would take his fiancée knocking some sense into him? She presses further. So, what will you do about the successor then? He shakes his head. It's only been 3 weeks of training. We'll wait a little longer. But I promise you this. If he falls back into his old ways, I'll immediately pass the title to Colin. Kana lowers her gaze, then smiles gently. I'll head to the bedroom first. Don't work too late. But the moment she steps outside the room, her face twists with fury. Yurin dares to try stealing my son's place? Back to Yurin. He nods to himself, thinking, of course it makes sense that the Tang clan's arts unlocked through poison. But wait. There is also a drop-down arrow on the status window. Curious, he taps it. The text expands, scrolling down into a list of ingredients used in the soup. His eyes widen. One entry stands out. Henyang herb, a mild toxin, harmless to adults in small amounts. But if consumed over time, it accumulates, slowly paralyzing the body until death. He freezes. Aaron notices him sitting still, his spoon untouched. What's wrong? Aren't you going to finish your food? Caught off guard, Yurin forces a laugh. Oh, of course, he stammers, then starts shoveling the soup into his mouth. Inside, his thoughts race. Who the hell put poison in here? In the original story, I wasn't supposed to die from poison. The flow has definitely changed. He recalls something else. Around this time, Colin was supposed to be officially named heir. But that hasn't happened. His eyes narrow. So, because I started training, the future shifted, which means the poison must be coming from that side of the family. He keeps eating until the system window flashes, confirming that he's unlocked the weak paralysis poison condition. Turning to Aaron, he proudly announces that he finished it all and that it tasted so good it actually made him cry. She stares at him, baffled, wondering why he's tearing up. He quickly covers it up, saying he needs some alone time, and asks her to leave for now. She agrees, telling him to rest well since she'll see him tomorrow. He bids her good night, and the moment she steps out, he walks over to the mirror, ready to dive in. He opens his status window, revealing that he's obtained the Tang family's martial arts, but his sync rate has strangely dropped. Focusing on the martial arts, the system expands, showing that he now has access to both hidden weapons and poison techniques, though 2 other categories remain locked. His attention shifts to the poison branch, where level 1 starts with a weak paralysis poison. The list stretches on, but he notices some abilities can't be unlocked yet, requiring an inner technique. As he scrolls down, the final skill catches his eye: Invisible Ultimate, the highest poison art available, only attainable by unlocking everything before it. A classic level-up path. He mutters that it makes sense, since poison arts require inner energy to control. Switching over to martial arts, the options unfold before him. Dark Poison Arts, which specializes in poison. Thunder Needle Arts, centered on hidden weapons. And the 10,000 Venom Divine Energy, a path that takes longer but allows mastery over both. He grins, deciding easily. Why settle for less? The best protagonists always take the hardest road. Without hesitation, he chooses the last one. The moment he does, his body feels lighter, refreshed, as if a weight has been lifted. The mantras of the technique burn themselves into his mind, every word etched with clarity. He knows he has to test it immediately. Stripping off his shirt, he sits cross-legged, concentrating on his lower dantian. A strange current flows through him, unfamiliar yet powerful. He guides it carefully, threading it along his meridians and storing it in his dantian, slowly building up internal strength. The night slips by. When dawn breaks, he's still on the bed, lost in meditation. With a quiet laugh, he whispers to himself, "This is incredible." All those martial arts novels weren't exaggerating. Training through the night without sleep is real. He doesn't feel drained at all. Instead, his entire body is buzzing with vitality, and he can clearly sense the flow of qi in the air around him. Without glancing outside, he can even count the birds by their presence. A steady warmth pulses in his dantian, and when he circulates qi to his head, his stats appear to him directly. No system window needed. Then, a familiar aura approaches from the hallway. He pauses, watching quietly until Erin steps in, saying she came to wake him. Her eyes fall on the neat bedding, and she asks if he didn't sleep at all. He shrugs, saying it just happened that way. She frowns, telling him that's not good. He should rest instead of pushing himself. He refuses, insisting he feels better than ever, and now's the perfect time to train. She sighs, agreeing to make breakfast, though as she walks off, she can't help but wonder when his body started to develop such definition. Back in the training hall, he approaches the weapons table again. Picking up the dagger, he immediately notices the difference. The moment it's in his hand, a crosshair-like view appears before his eyes, just like an FPS game. He whispers that this time he'll aim straight at the target. Lifting the blade like before, Erin glances over, puzzled why he's repeating the drill. But when he throws with full force, the dagger shoots directly into the target, dead center. His eyes widen, he's got it now. Erin stares, bewildered at how it worked, while he laughs, realizing he's unlocked the hidden weapon skill. She presses him for an explanation, but he admits he has no idea. Maybe the results of his training are finally showing. She rejects that instantly, insisting that's not how progress works. He grins, saying it's the first time he's ever seen her so rattled, and asks if he should try again. Holding the dagger close to his face, he mutters that whenever he throws, it feels like fiery energy surges up from his lower abdomen. Smiling, he says that's perfect. This time, he'll make it even faster and stronger. He locks the crosshair onto the dummy and hurls the dagger. This time, it drives in deeper, the force even cracking the board. Erin yells out in shock, accusing him of breaking the target. Euron just grins, saying that having a built-in crosshair is basically a cheat code. Back in his old world, he even played Counter-Strike at a near-pro level. Erin demands an explanation, but he asks instead if she can sense anything from him. She hesitates, saying aside from the fact that he looks much slimmer than yesterday, nothing feels out of place. That makes him pause. Slimmer than yesterday? She explains that sure, he's been losing weight steadily, but today the change is much more dramatic. He finds it strange. If she can't feel the inner energy flowing through him, then that means no one in this world can detect it. And if even a knight as strong as her can't sense it, then he's holding on to something extraordinary. Laughing, he asks if he should keep going. He grabs another dagger and begins throwing them one after another, each one hitting dead center. Then he raises the stakes, striking the back of the first dagger with the next, and cheers at the perfect hit. Erin can hardly believe it, gasping and finally blurting out if she can try. He agrees. She grabs a dagger and gives it a shot, but misses. She tries again, only to miss once more. He bursts out laughing, shocked to see something she actually can't do, while she turns red with embarrassment. That's when it clicks for him. Opening his status window, he notices a new ability unlocked. He can now throw anything, not just daggers. Intrigued, he wonders aloud if that really includes any weapon. Heading back to the rack, he picks up a broken training sword. Erin stares at him like he's lost it, asking why he's even holding that junk. But he can feel it, the inner energy coursing from his dantian down his arms. He lifts the sword high, channels the flow, and hurls it. It shoots forward in a straight cut, embedding cleanly into the target board. Erin's eyes go wide. She shouts that this is beyond unreal, demanding to know what's happening. He shakes his head, saying he doesn't have an answer. Maybe it really is just the fruits of his training. She refuses, insisting that's impossible. He pauses, then looks at her seriously. He knows she reports everything to his father, but this time he asks her for a favor. For now, he wants her to keep this power a secret. She warns him that keeping secrets from his father isn't wise, but he insists this is just the testing phase. Once he's confirmed everything, he'll explain it all, so she just needs to wait. After a long pause, she reluctantly agrees. That night, as the household winds down, servants file back to their quarters. Among them is Peru, who bids everyone good night before heading off alone. As he walks further away, Yurin steps out from the shadows. Quietly, he opens his status window to inspect the servant. The traits appear: poisonous touch and agile movement. Yurin narrows his eyes, a skill that allows him to poison food. This has to be the guy. He decides to test his theory. Pointing an invisible arrow at Peru's back, he activates paralytic poison. A strange channel opens at his fingertips, releasing a faint mist that drifts toward the servant. The moment it touches him, Peru's body locks up. He collapses, panic setting in as he realizes he can't move. Yurin nods to himself. Success. Even better, he can see the poison's duration. Without hesitation, he lifts the frozen servant and carries him to a secluded storage room. As Peru slowly regains movement, Yurin crouches down and tells him to snap out of it. He should know exactly who he's dealing with. Terrified, Peru stares at him, and Yurin wastes no time. If he wants to live, he'd better answer honestly. He demands to know who ordered the poisoning. To make it simple, he lays down the rules. 1 blink for yes, 2 blinks for no. Does he understand? Peru blinks once. Yurin follows up, asking if the herb he used was Hanyo. Peru looks startled, but blinks once again. Good. Then Yurin pushes further. Who gave the order? He's certain it was the second lady of the house, Madame Kana. But Peru blinks twice. Yurin's expression hardens. Drawing his dagger, he presses the threat. Lying will only get his throat slit, and Yurin can tell when he's being deceived. He gives him one last chance. Again, he asks, was it Madame Kana who ordered the poisoning? Peru blinks twice in a panic, and Yurin's eyes widen. He wasn't expecting that answer. Peru doesn't seem to be lying, which leaves Yurin unsettled. If it wasn't Kana, then who? He decides to shelve the question for later. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls something out and orders Peru to swallow it. He tells him it's paralytic poison. Once Peru does, Yurin calmly explains. From this moment, he has exactly 1 month left to live. Without the antidote, his organs will rot away inside him. From now on, he'll follow every order given. Does he understand? Peru, terrified and oblivious to the lie, agrees immediately. Satisfied, Yurin places his hand on Peru's head, focusing on the poison's duration before lifting it. The effects wear off, and Peru regains control of his body. Now able to speak, he insists again that it wasn't Madame Kana. The truth spills out. It was actually the night captain, Carrick's attendant. Yurin is stunned. Peru continues, explaining that Carrick gave the order to kill him by slow illness within a year. Carrick is Kana's older brother, who rose to captain only because of her marriage into the Marquis family. Yurin realizes his assumption was completely wrong. Carrick isn't just involved, he's the real accomplice. Still, that detail isn't the most pressing matter right now. Pulling out sheets of paper, Yurin hands him over. They're lists of poisons. Peru looks confused, asking why, but Yurin cuts him off. He knows Peru has deep knowledge of toxins and connections to the black market. That means he can acquire everything on this list. He orders him to get the money from Carrick's, gather each poison, and start bringing them one by one, beginning with whatever he already has on hand by tomorrow night. Peru stammers out a question, asking why he needs poisons, but Yurin shuts him down cold. He didn't give permission to speak. Peru swallows his words, realizing he's nothing more than a chain dog now, and nods in obedience. Yurin smirks, warning him that from now on, his soup must always contain plenty of Hanyong herb. Peru stares in disbelief at just how twisted this man really is. Back in his room, Yurin stretches out, laughing to himself. This is perfect. Martial arts really are the coolest. To think Peru actually fell for his paralytic poison trick, when in reality, it was nothing more than dried leaves mashed together. Still, that was only a small test. What really matters now is mastering the Tang clan's martial arts as fast as possible. If his own story settings hold true, then a terrifying event is coming soon, and he needs to be ready. The next day passes, and by nightfall Peru shows up again, bringing a bundle of herbs. Yurin examines them closely and names each one without hesitation. The first is the Hanyong herb, which he's already consumed. The second is Yakruba, and the third is Wunvain leaf. Peru stares, baffled at how easily he identified them, since they're not common at all. Yurin simply replies that this much is nothing. It's thanks to his status window. Then he questions Peru. If the goal was to poison him, the Hanyong herb alone would have been more than enough. So why carry the others? Peru explains that while Hanyong works, it's slow, and once resistance builds, it lasts longer than expected. But if Yakruba is added afterward, the effect multiplies. Yurin smirks. So mixing poisons makes them stronger and harder to detect. Curious, he asks where Peru learned all this. Peru answers that when he was 8, he was sold to the living Tane family, where he trained under a poison master. At first, there were about 20 children, but one by one they all died. He's the sole survivor. Yurin nods, saying it makes sense. Without a poison affinity trait, most wouldn't last. But hearing the bitterness in Peru's voice, he realizes this man holds deep resentment for the family. That makes him useful. He praises Peru for today's effort and dismisses him. Peru thanks him politely, wishing him a good night before leaving. As soon as the door shuts, Yurin gets serious. His cultivation technique is still only at 20% of stage 1, and that's far too slow. Grabbing the poisonous herbs, he steals himself. Tonight, he's going to eat them all. The taste is vile, but he forces them down one after another. His cultivation technique kicks in, greedily absorbing the toxins coursing through him. He keeps going, chaining herb after herb, until his body finally tips over into actual poisoning. The system warns him. He must meditate immediately. Sitting down, he closes his eyes and starts. He has to push his cultivation to the second stage, if only to see just how much stronger it will make him. Night fades into morning, and a knock comes at his door. Erin steps in to wake him, but stops short. She expected him to be asleep, yet there he is, sitting cross-legged on the bed, deep in meditation. What stuns her most, though, is how different his body looks. She blurts out, demanding to know what's going on. The truth is in his status window. His overall stats have surged, he's gained a new footwork ability, and his poison arsenal has expanded to include prolonged poison, truth serum, and even soul-killing smoke. Opening his eyes with quiet confidence, he meets Erin's gaze. Before she can press him further, she suddenly wrinkles her nose, asking if he smells that. It reeks. He knows it's just impurities leaving his body, but doesn't know how to explain it. Instead, he casually says he'll open the window. She immediately panics, shouting at him not to, and insists he needs a bath. He just laughs and agrees. After washing up, the two head toward the training grounds. Yurin is in high spirits, studying the diagram of the new footwork technique. The Tang clan's footwork, built for speed, assassination, and evasion, feels like a dream come true. He can't believe he finally gets to practice moves he's only read about in novels. Just mimicking the patterns already feels exhilarating, even if he looks ridiculous. Erin, unimpressed, snaps at him, asking why he's stumbling around like a drunk. He waves it off, saying it's nothing and he's fine. He goes right back to enjoying himself while she starts to mentally check out, sighing at his antics. She asks one more time if he's really okay. He nods, reminding her that today he's heading to Training Hall 1. There are lots of knights there, but he wants to observe their methods firsthand, so she doesn't need to worry. She warns him again as they approach, the clanging of heavy weapons already echoing through the hall. Inside, knights wield massive swords and fierce drills. A few of them notice Aaron and then spot the boy behind her. They squint, murmuring to each other. Wasn't that the butler of the young lord? But who's that guy following her? They don't recall ever seeing someone so sharp-looking in their household. The knights begin whispering among themselves, realizing what they're seeing. They've heard rumors that the young lord had slimmed down, but this? A month ago, he was nothing but a pig. What kind of sorcery could have caused this transformation? Yurin smirks to himself. They think they're whispering, but thanks to his inner energy, their words are as clear as day. Aaron, however, focuses on something else. She notices that one of the trainee knights has formed far beyond his peers. She remarks that he's bound to become a junior knight soon. His movements are textbook perfect, basic sword stances straight from the Rock's family. She tells Yurin to pay close attention. Yurin's eyes narrow. He recognizes the knight immediately. That's Clyde, one of the main characters in his own novel, and later, a powerful ally of the protagonist. He never once described what Clyde was like before meeting the hero, so seeing him here, training like this, is fascinating. But at the same time, Yurin can feel the hostility in the air. Every single knight here practically radiates hatred toward him, their affinity dropping into the negatives. He decides this is the perfect opportunity. Why not use them as test subjects? First up, prolonged poison. He mutters that he'll try it out on this JoJo-looking guy, aiming his fingers at him under the guise of practicing sword movements. Moments later, the knight clutches his stomach in agony, collapsing to his knees. His companions rush to him, asking if he needs the toilet. But the man insists it's not that. Drool spills from his mouth as he writhes on the ground. His friends panic, saying they need a priest. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the pain disappears. The knight blinks, confused, and insists he's fine now. The others don't believe him, thinking he's messing around. He swears it was real, but they brush it off. Yurin grins to himself. Perfect. Time to test the next one. He calls forth soul-killing smoke. A haze spreads beneath the feet of 3 knights. Within moments, illusions form. One man hears a guttural growl and looks up to see a demon towering over him. The others, too, are overtaken by terror, screaming and thrashing as fear grips their minds. Aaron, startled by the commotion, turns to see them all collapsed on the floor, shaking and pale with terror. She stares in disbelief and asks why they're acting like this, while Yurin just bursts out laughing. The JoJo-looking knight flails on the ground, screaming about a dragon, while the others cower from visions of skeletons clawing at them. One of them, Baldy, whether he's some hymns or Rowan, snaps out at first, realizing it was nothing more than an illusion. The others stare in confusion, still shaken, wondering what just happened. Yurin smirks, deciding that's enough for today. He doesn't want things escalating into real chaos. The test was a success, and he's more than satisfied. Turning to Aaron, he says they should head back. She looks at him, baffled, asking why. He didn't even do anything. He shrugs, saying the place is too noisy and that the normal training hall will be better. As they're walking away, a servant rushes up, saying she's been searching for him. A guest has arrived. Yurin asks who, and the answer makes him stop. None other than Ilya Marcus is here to see him. Inside, Ilya stands by the window, her face calm, but her thoughts sharp. This time, she'll break the engagement for sure. But when Yurin enters, she turns to look at him and freezes. Her eyes widened in shock. The man before her looks nothing like the sluggish, overweight figure she remembered. She stares, almost disbelieving, before finally blurting out. Who exactly is he supposed to be? Yurin greeted her calmly, bowing his head slightly. Still in disbelief, Ilya demanded, Who are you? It's me, Yurin replied evenly. She blinked, confusion deepening. I heard a rumor you'd lost weight through training, but I thought it was nonsense. How could you change this much in less than 2 months? I worked hard, he answered simply. His straightforward tone unsettled her. The Yurin she knew never spoke like this. Continuing, he said, after you struck me, I thought about many things and decided I had to change. Her brows furrowed. Suspicion filled her eyes. Don't tell me you're trying to pick a fight with me as revenge. Yurin shook his head firmly. No, nothing like that. Then, to her utter astonishment, he dropped to one knee before her. Ilya Marcus, he said with a steady voice, thank you. Because of you, I came to my senses, and I sincerely apologize for what I did to you back then. If you wish to annul our engagement because of it, I will accept your decision. Ilya's eyes widened further. She stammered, who are you really? Yurin gave a faint, bitter smile. Yurin Rox, the former scoundrel. He bowed his head deeply, apologizing again and again. Ilya was speechless. She had come ready to cut ties with an arrogant, spoiled air, but now faced a man completely transformed. Meanwhile, Yurin thought to himself, none of what happened was truly my fault. That was the original Yurin's sin, not mine. But there's one reason I must apologize like this. The moment Yurin discreetly activated Creator's Eye, Ilya's status window appeared before him. Ilya Marcus. Traits: Kingdom-toppling beauty, Sword Queen. Affinity, -16 hatred. Yurin's chest tightened. So it's true. Ilya isn't just another heroine. She's one of the pillars of this world. The Sword Queen trait was especially terrifying. It meant her strength would only continue to grow without end. In a story he wrote, she was the one who pulled the fallen protagonist back from despair, then went on to defeat a major villain with her overwhelming talent. Even if she does break off the engagement, I can't afford to make her my enemy. I need her on my side. Ilya's sharp voice snapped him out of thought. Stand up. Yurin rose slowly, keeping his demeanor calm. Were you serious about what you just said? She demanded, her eyes narrowing. I was, he replied firmly. I swear it. But she wasn't satisfied. Her aura surged, pressing down on him like a storm. Swear a real oath. Otherwise, your life will never be the same again. If you break it, I will eliminate you myself. Yurin's eyes flickered. Wait, this line. Isn't this the exact oath scene I wrote for the protagonist? The oppressive force weighed on him, enough to crush the old Yurin into the ground. But instead of buckling, Yurin summoned the circulation of his 10,000 divine poison's energy. The pressure that should have broken him instead washed over like a breeze. His chi repelled it easily. Ilya's eyes widened. For the first time, she looked truly shaken. What was that just now? How could he resist my aura? Seizing the moment, Yurin placed his hand over his heart and declared, I swear I will never return to my old ways. Ilya held his gaze, searching for any trace of deceit. When she finally relented, her voice softened slightly, though her words remained sharp. Fine, then I'll be watching you. She turned, but added one last warning, her cheeks tinged faintly pink. If you make another mistake, the engagement is over. No excuses. And with that, she strode away. Yurin stood frozen for a moment, blinking. She didn't annul it? Not long after, Ilya crossed paths with the Marquis. He looked at her expectantly. So, have you reached your decision about the engagement? I have, she said calmly. I've decided not to break it off. The Marquis's brows lifted in surprise. Oh, and why is that? Ilya shook her head, frowning. I'm not sure I can explain it myself. I heard rumors about his change, and I wanted to confirm them. I wondered if he had returned to that kind, weak personality he had as a child. But what I found was something entirely different. Her eyes softened faintly as she added, that's why I'll trust him, at least this time. The Marquis studied her carefully. Are you certain of this? I am. She tightened her grip on her sword. But make no mistake, if he ever becomes a scoundrel again, I'll beat him to death with my own hands. The Marquis couldn't help but chuckle at her bluntness. The Marquis chuckled warmly after Ilya's firm declaration. He admired her strength of character and asked her, half joking, to look after Yurin. Ilya shook her head. No need. I only came to end the engagement. If I stay longer, it will be awkward with my father. The Marquis offered her hospitality, urging her to remain a few more days, but she refused. Even when he suggested she meet Yurin again before leaving, she declined politely. He's training. I won't disturb him. Later, the Marquis sent for Yurin. When Yurin entered, his father squinted at him playfully and asked, And who might you be? A chill ran down Yurin's spine. His heart pounded, wondering if his father had discovered the truth about his sudden change. But the Marquis burst into laughter. I didn't recognize you at first. You've changed so much. You've worked hard, son. Relief washed over Yurin, though he kept his face calm. Do you know why I summoned you? The Marquis asked. Yurin bowed slightly. Yes, I believe it's time for me to begin nightly training. The Marquis raised his brows, impressed. So you've grown perceptive too. That's right. It's time for you to learn the swordsmanship of the Rock's family. But Yurin shook his head. Father, I want to discuss something different. The Marquis tilted his head, curious, until Yurin spoke his next words. I want to learn the throwing arts. The Marquis blinked, then scowled. Absolutely not. Throwing arts are nothing but cheap tricks used by cutthroats and thieves. Do you think daggers could pierce a knight's armor? Even the scales of a lowly Volok beast cannot be scratched by such toys. Yurin held firm. Even so, this is the path I've chosen. His father's voice thundered. Stubborn fool. A warrior's true blade needs aura. Without it, you could train for 100 years and still never pierce a Volok's hide. Instead of backing down, Yurin's eyes gleamed. Then why not test me? Let's make a wager. If I can hunt a Volok with a dagger, you'll let me pursue this path. If I fail, I'll obey your will completely. The Marquis's eyes narrowed. Do you even hear yourself? Such arrogance. He shook his head with exasperation. But very well. If this is what it takes to break your stubbornness, I'll indulge you. The terms were settled. If Yurin killed a Volok with throwing weapons, he would continue his training as he pleased. If he failed, he would follow the Marquis's path without complaint. Yurin's heart surged with triumph. Perfect. Tomorrow will decide everything. As he left, his mind spun with calculations. How many throws will it take to pierce a Volok's scales? No, I'll make it work no matter what. That night, he prepared carefully. He planned to ingest more poisonous herbs, forcing his 10,000 divine poisons energy toward the third star, raising his chances of success. When Erin later arrived with a message from the Marquis, her expression was tense. The Marquis has set the time for the test, she said. Tomorrow, noon, first training hall. Yurin asks if she knows the details of the wager, and she tells him the entire palace is buzzing with it. Everyone's laughing, saying Yurin will either freeze up or flee the moment he sees the summoned beast. She reminds him that in their eyes, he's still the palace's #1 enemy. He asks if people will actually show up to watch, and she confirms the training hall will be packed. After all, the Marquis never banned attendance. Flustered, Yurin mutters that the situation has already blown up into a massive spectacle. When he asks for her thoughts, she calmly tells him that she believes tomorrow will belong to him. That night, Yurin manages to reach the third star in his cultivation technique. The next day, the training hall is overflowing with spectators. The Marquis looks at Yurin and asks if he's prepared. Spotting the enormous crowd, Yurin frowns, and the Marquis explains that he only told his personal mage. But somehow, words still spread. He warns Yurin not to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. An elder steps forward and begins the summoning ritual. Yurin watches intently. It's his first time seeing real magic up close. Then, with a violent crash, a massive creature bursts into the arena. A wave of dust swirls around it, crackling with an electric aura. Yurin freezes. What shocks him the most is not just the monster, but the fact that he recognizes it. This is one of his own creations, a beast he once wrote into his story. The burrow, an ocean-dwelling monster, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, grotesque in form. The crowd recoils in fear, but Yurin studies it with curiosity. He remembers designing it in a hurry while eating sashimi at a restaurant, running out of ideas. Without its limbs, it might have even looked a little cute. Suddenly, the beast lunges, and screams erupt from the audience. The Marquis blocks the knights from interfering. Yurin curses under his breath, complaining that the creature attacked without warning. Yurin quickly notes its movements. It's powerful, but not fast. He decides to test the durability of its scales. The moment he focuses, a strange crosshair appears before his eyes, locking onto the monster's weak point. Without hesitation, he takes aim. His dagger leaves his hand with flawless precision, striking the weak spot dead on. The beast convulses from the blow, and in an instant, collapses lifeless. Yurin stares in disbelief. He had defeated it with a single strike. The hall falls into stunned silence. Then, all at once, the crowd erupts, cheering loudly that the young master has slain the Volok. Voices shout his name, praising the incredible feat they just witnessed. Yurin stands tall, but the Marquis can't believe his eyes. Demanding an explanation, he asks how Yurin managed such a thing. Calmly, Yurin replies that he simply aimed well and struck true. The Marquis refuses to accept it. A Valak killed instantly by a single dagger? Impossible. But Yurin seizes the moment, his voice carrying through the crowd, hinting that surely the great Marquis would never think of going back on his word in front of so many witnesses. Trying to smooth things over, the Knight Commander speaks up, pointing out that the dagger just happened to land under the Valak's arm where there were no scales, nothing more than sheer luck. Yet the Marquis isn't satisfied. He proposes redoing the bet. Yurin declines immediately. The Marquis presses further, adding a new condition. If Yurin wins again, he'll grant him any wish he desires. But if he loses, Yurin must follow through with the original demand and learn swordsmanship. This time, however, the opponent won't be a monster, but a knight. He asks if Yurin will accept. After a moment, Yurin agrees. Silently, he weighs the situation. Part of him wants to challenge Knight Commander Carix, to shatter his pride once and for all. But then he reconsiders. For now, it's better to leave Carix alone. He still needs the steady flow of poisons provided through Peru. Looking back at the Marquis, Yurin suggests that an official knight would be far too much for him to handle. To make things fair, he proposes facing a trainee knight instead. The Marquis agrees. Yurin is slightly startled at how quickly things have escalated to this point, but he decides to take control of the situation. He asks for permission to choose his opponent himself. When the Marquis nods, Yurin announces his choice, Clyde. Clyde steps forward without hesitation, bowing respectfully. The Marquis turns to him and gives a command. His mission is to face that boy and correct his reckless habits. With unwavering resolve, Clyde accepts. Clyde freezes at the Marquis's command, clearly unsettled. Catching his hesitation, the Marquis presses him, asking if he can complete the mission. Though reluctant, Clyde finally agrees under the Marquis's firm insistence. Yurin steps forward and tells him not to worry too much, easing the tension between them. As they prepare for the duel, Yurin announces his own condition. He will only throw 3 daggers. If Clyde manages to block all 3, he will accept defeat. His words instantly ignite outrage. Marquis flares up, calling it pure arrogance, and urges Clyde to teach him a harsh lesson. The audience roars with excitement, some even shouting that Clyde will go hungry or face punishment if he fails. Through the chaos, Yurin catches the faint voice of a woman wishing him luck, and it brings him quiet satisfaction. The match begins. Yurin focuses and activates the creator's eye. To his surprise, unlike the Valak, Clyde's body lights up with countless targeting points, every one of them fatal if struck. Yurin has no intention of killing him, so instead, he sets his sights on the knight's sword. The first dagger flies with tremendous force. When it collides, the impact reverberates like a cannon blast. Clyde stumbles backward several steps, struggling to steady himself. Even the Marquis is stunned, rooted to his spot as he realizes such power came from nothing more than a dagger. Clyde's sword trembles from the shock of the blow, a visible crack forming along its blade. Yurin calmly warns him that this was only a reminder not to let his guard down. Then he prepares for the second throw. This time, he announces he'll use his full strength. He knows Clyde, being a central figure, won't fall so easily, but the strike will test him. Channeling his skill, straight strike, Yurin hurls the second dagger. The sheer force behind it shatters Clyde's sword the moment they collide. The young knight is thrown down to his knees, the broken weapon slipping from his hands as the entire hall gasps in disbelief. The Marquis, just as stunned as the crowd, can only stare. With Clyde disarmed, the duel should have been over. The Marquis steps in, asking to speak with Yurin privately. But before he can end it, Clyde lifts his head and insists the bet is not finished. Yurin still has 1 dagger left. The Marquis tries to close the match, but Yurin instead addresses Clyde directly. He tells him to raise his head and asks, does he truly accept this kind of unfinished result? Clyde lowers his gaze, unable to answer. Yurin presses him, asking if he will truly give up here, reminding him that what defines a knight is reaching the end of a battle, whether victory or defeat. Those words spark something inside Clyde. He straightens, determination returning to his eyes, and requests another sword. He declares he will not walk away in such a disgraceful manner. At that moment, a sudden surge of power bursts from him. Clyde awakens his aura. Gasps ripple through the hall. Yurin instantly recognizes what's happening. This is exactly how he wrote it, the Berserker trait awakening at the brink of Clyde's limits. Rather than feeling threatened, Yurin sees this as the perfect chance to test a higher technique. Clyde steadies himself, his blazing aura radiating with the strength of a trained knight. The Marquis watches nervously, unsure of what Yurin will do. But Yurin remains calm, full of confidence, and tells Clyde to be ready for the final dagger. He gathers his energy, preparing his move. This time, he unleashes the curved mountain technique, a throw that sends the dagger spinning in an unpredictable arc. Both Clyde and the Marquis are caught off guard by the sight. Clyde mistakes it for mockery, his anger boiling over. With all his strength, he swings at the dagger, but the blade swerves midair, slipping past his strike and embedding itself deep into his shoulder. A cry of pain burst from Clyde's lips. The audience looks on in confusion. To them, the dagger seems slow, almost weak. Why would Clyde scream like that? But Yurin knows the truth. He had poured far more internal energy into this throw, and the pain it inflicted must have been unbearable. Before the duel can continue, the Marquis steps forward and calls it. Yurin has won. Their conversation will continue later. Afterward, Yurin approaches Clyde, who is still writhing in pain. He places a hand on him and channels the internal energy absorption technique, drawing away the suffering in an instant. Clyde breathes out in relief, gratitude filling his voice as he thanks Yurin sincerely. He apologizes, admitting that when he first saw the dagger moving so slowly, he thought Yurin was mocking him. But now he realizes it was a divine technique executed with flawless mastery. Shaking his head, Clyde mutters that no one could possibly learn such a skill in such a short time. The only explanation is that Yurin has been concealing his true power all along. His thoughts spiral further. Perhaps Yurin belongs to a hidden organization, and he has been secretly protecting the Marquis' family by suppressing his strength, waiting for the right moment to act. Yurin is left speechless by Clyde's wild imagination, realizing the young knight has a natural tendency toward conspiracy theories. Before leaving, Clyde pledges himself to Yurin, declaring that he'll stand by his side against any secret organizations that may threaten him in the future. At that moment, Yurin notices Clyde's affinity level rise, now at 26, marked as favorable. He doesn't bother correcting the misunderstanding, simply bidding Clyde farewell and saying they'll meet again. Clyde departs, shouting with passion that he will spread the truth to everyone. The young master was never a scoundrel. Watching him go, Yurin decides it wouldn't be a bad idea to get closer to Clyde, who he knows will one day grow into a formidable knight. Eren soon approaches, praising Yurin for his performance and assuring him he handled the battle well. Eren, curious, asks about the final technique he used during the duel. Yurin tells her it's a new method he's been working on and asks what she thinks of it. Eren replies that she played it out in her mind. Had she faced it blindly, she admits she would have lost. But now, having seen it once, she feels confident she could block it. Yurin recognizes that this sharp analysis comes from her rare and powerful clear mind trait. He reminds her that she received formal training since childhood, and if she hadn't ended up as his personal maid, she would have become a knight by now. He asks if she's content with her current role. The question catches her off guard. Later, in the Marquis' office, Yurin is summoned. As soon as he enters, the Marquis scolds him for addressing him as my lord instead of father, at least when they're alone. Yurin is taken aback by the sudden attempt at closeness, but since the Marquis insists, he addresses him plainly, just as he wishes. The mood quickly shifts as the Marquis grows serious. He asks about the mysterious technique Yurin used in the duel. He explains that he scoured books and archives, but couldn't find any throwing skill with such flawless movement. He insists that no matter how much of a prodigy Yurin may be, mastering something like that within just 1 month is impossible. Pressing further, the Marquis demands the truth. Yurin had expected this moment. Calmly, he explains that while he can't tell the whole story, he had already prepared an answer. He tells him that he discovered a book. He recounts how, while searching through the family's upper library for better training methods, he stumbled across a tome lying forgotten on the floor. Yurin explains that when he picked up the book, another volume slipped from the top shelf. Unlike the others, this one had no title, only strange engravings etched into its cover. Without thinking, he opened it. A brilliant light flared out, flooding into him and engraving something directly into his mind. Then, just as suddenly, the book vanished without a trace. The Marquis listens in astonishment, finally concluding that what Yurin encountered must have been a grimoire. Yurin, of course, knows this well. He was the one who created this setting. Grimoires were books into which great mages engraved their techniques to pass them down. The Marquis accepts the explanation, remarking that the attic library is filled with countless books collected by their ancestors, so many that even he doesn't know them all. That such a treasure ended up in Yurin's hands could only be called incredible luck. Yurin nods, agreeing that he had indeed struck the jackpot. The Marquis then fulfills his promise. He says Yurin will not be forced into swordsmanship again, and as agreed, he must now state his wish. Yurin doesn't hesitate. He declares that he wants the position of heir. Chapter 11. The Marquis is stunned. With a sharp, sarcastic edge, Yurin asks if his father intends to break his word now. Reluctantly, the Marquis admits that he cannot refuse. It is within his power to grant. Yurin sees the discomfort on his father's face and points it out. He tells him that appointing him as heir would only cause chaos. Many would resist, and Lady Ka especially would stir a storm. For that reason, he announces that he will set aside this wish for now. The Marquis exhales in relief and thanks him warmly. Meanwhile, Yurin thinks to himself, he has no desire to be heir. That path only leads to endless lessons in administration and a life chained to the Marquisite's affairs. He wants freedom. He would rather devote his time to mastering the arts of the Tang clan of Sichuan and travel the world in pursuit of greater opportunities. The Marquis then presses him for another wish. This time, Yurin answers that he intends to form his own knightly order and wishes to appoint Aaron and Clyde as his first knights. The Marquis finds this request much easier to accept than the title of heir. He admits that Aaron's talent is far too exceptional for her to remain a mere personal maid and grants the wish. Yurin thanks his father, but then the Marquis asks the final question, with Aaron leaving his side to become a knight who will take her place as Yurin's personal servant. Given that there are no available candidates at present, Yurin suggests a candidate for his new servant, a kitchen worker named Peru. But he asks his father to present it as though the Marquis himself had chosen Peru by chance, not at Yurin's request. The Marquis narrows his eyes, worried something might have happened. Yurin brushes it off, saying he'll explain later. Without pressing further, the Marquis agrees, a decision that marks his growing trust in his son. The status window confirms it. His affinity has risen to 74. Trust. Later, Yurin gathers Aaron and Clyde together. He announces that they are now official members of his personal knightly order, urging them to train with even greater dedication. He then introduces them to his new personal servant, Peru. Aaron's suspicion flares immediately. She had once asked Yurin if she could voice a concern, and now she does. Why? Out of all people, had he chosen Peru to replace her? Yurin answers her calmly, revealing the truth. Peru is a spy. Aaron is stunned. She never expected such a response. Yurin continues, explaining that Peru was planted by Knight Commander Carrix and Lady Ka with the intent to assassinate him. Aaron, horrified, asks why he would knowingly keep such a person so close. Yurin only smiles and says that now, Peru obeys no one's orders but his own. The tension eases, but then Clyde raises his hand, asking if he may pose a question. Yurin permits it. Clyde points out that although their order has only 2 members, tradition dictates there must be at least a vice captain. By rule, the position should go to the strongest. But in his eyes, Aaron looks young, frail, and hardly strong at all. Yurin nods at the logic, which emboldens Clyde to request a challenge. The duel begins, but Aaron quickly overwhelms him. After the match, she calmly tells him that his attack patterns are too predictable and far too easy to read. Clyde accepts his defeat. Yurin then announces the result. Aaron is the captain of the order. Applause follows, sealing her position. Soon after, Peru excuses himself to prepare dinner. Yurin's eyes follow him as he leaves. Deciding to test something new, he focuses on Peru's vital energy. Channeling a technique borrowed from the wuxia novels of his own world, he attempts secret sound transmission, a method that delivers sound straight into the target's mind using internal energy instead of spoken words. Peru, Yurin calls silently. Peru freezes, panic flashing across his face as the voice rings directly in his head. Yurin then tells him calmly that he is speaking through telepathy. Peru, pale and shaken, believes he's become the victim of some form of dark sorcery. Yurin seizes Peru's fear and leans into it, letting him believe that his master is a black magician who wields control over poisons. What surprises Yurin is how quickly Peru draws his own conclusions, inventing details on his own. Amused, Yurin lets him believe whatever he wishes without offering correction. He then asks whether the poison he requested is ready. Peru, nervous but obedient, reports that he barely managed to prepare Snake's mind, a deadly toxin distilled from the venom of 100 poisonous snakes. Yurin orders him to use it generously, on both the chair and the soup that will be served. Startled, Peru rushes off to fulfill the command without hesitation. That night, Yurin sits in meditation, reflecting on his progress. Though he has reached the 3rd star, his internal energy is advancing slower than he expected. With the looming global crisis weighing on his mind, he decides he cannot remain confined to the Marquis any longer. He must set out in search of new opportunities to strengthen himself. The next day, he informs his father of his plan to leave for a while. The Marquis asks if he intends to visit the Marquis's village, and Yurin agrees, hiding his true intention to travel much farther. When asked about the duration, he replies casually that he'll be gone for a week. The Marquis accepts this, reasoning that his son deserves a break after such rigorous training. But then he asks about guards. This is the moment Yurin had anticipated. He quickly insists he doesn't need an escort. The Marquis is stunned and rejects the idea outright, reminding him sharply that he is the heir of the Rock's family. Yurin argues that he's only going to a nearby village, but the Marquis shakes his head, warning that the world outside is far too dangerous, especially with the risk of poison. Yurin, unaffected by toxins, knows this doesn't apply to him, but convincing his father proves impossible. So at last, he feigns compliance and agrees to take guards with him. He states he will depart in 2 days, and the Marquis promises to prepare the escort. But once alone in his room, Yurin decides otherwise. He will slip away the very next day, before the guards are assigned. He calls for Peru and tells him he is leaving on a trip and needs money. He reminds him of the funds Carrick's provided for feeding the snakes. "Are you going to refuse me?" Yurin asks pointedly. Peru quickly shakes his head and agrees to hand it over. Yurin then presses further, mentioning the space bag he noticed earlier when Peru retrieved poisonous herbs. It is a rare, magical item capable of storing a vast amount of belongings. Yurin asks him directly about it. Peru agrees to hand over the bag as well. With everything in his possession, Yurin gives him what appears to be an antidote supply for a month, but in truth, it's nothing more than dried leaves. He thanks Peru for his efforts so far and tells him that from now on, he will rely on him more than ever. He even promises that a full cure will be given to him soon. At dawn the next day, Yurin leaves a note behind and slips quietly out of the palace. As he makes his way through the empty garden, just as he expected, he encounters no one. But then, an old gardener greets him. Yurin nods politely and returns the greeting, though he feels an unexpectedly strong aura radiating from the man. He chooses to ignore it for now and continues on his way. This marks Yurin's first time leaving the Marquis's territory. His destination, the magic tower in the nearby village. Upon arrival, he approaches the front desk and tells the receptionist he wishes to use teleportation. The clerk asks if this is his first time, and he admits that it is. When asked for his destination, Yurin calmly replies, "Oh, castle." The clerk warns him that such a faraway teleportation will be expensive. The cost is 50 gold pieces. Yurin considers the price outrageous, but pays it without complaint. He registers under a false name, Poland, a handle he once used in online games. He is then guided to the teleportation chamber, where the clerk explains that once he hears a knocking sound, the transfer will be complete. Stepping inside, Yurin waits. A moment later, a voice informs him he has arrived. He exits the chamber to find himself in a completely different tower. A staff member from Oak Castle's magic tower greets him warmly. Yurin is startled by how seamless the process feels. There was no sensation at all, just instant relocation. The employee proudly explains that their tower takes pride in providing such comfort. But Yurin silently wonders why he felt a subtle twisting inside instead of the complete ease others described. After the formalities, the clerk wishes him well on his journey. Stepping out into A.S. Castle, Yurin takes in the sights. Unlike the Marquis, this western city has a different style of architecture, and the streets are crowded and lively. His goal is clear: to find the unicorn workshop hidden within the blacksmith's alley. He spends the entire day searching, wandering through one alley after another. By the time night falls, he still hasn't found it. With only one alley left, he pushes on, and there at last he spots a blacksmith hammering away at his forge. The blacksmith looks up from his work and asks if Yurin is a customer. Yurin replies that he came to inquire about a workshop, specifically one called the Unicorn Workshop. The blacksmith shakes his head, saying there's no such shop around here. Yurin feels a wave of disappointment, but then the man adds with a small smile that Unicorn Workshop is actually the name he intends to use for his own forge in the future. Yurin immediately realizes he has found the right person. Activating the creator's eye, he examines the blacksmith. A status window appears, name Jirinox. His traits include war gear, crafting, and fire affinity, along with several other skills. Yurin asks if he can see the weapons available for sale. Jirinox nods and welcomes him into his workshop. Inside, Yurin casually asks about business. Jirinox admits it's been poor. His forge sits hidden away in a quiet corner, and his skills aren't exactly well known. Customers sometimes stop by, but most leave without buying anything. He sighs, confessing that he isn't sure how much longer he can keep going. Yurin turns to inspect the weapons on display. To the untrained eye, they look ordinary. But through the creator's eye, their true nature is revealed. He sees 3 wind spirit swords, each blessed by the spirit sylph, carrying the power to increase attack speed, movement, and agility. He also spots a great flame spirit sword, blessed by the fire spirit salamander, enhancing strength, stamina, and durability. Astonished, Yurin asks if Jirinox forged these himself. The blacksmith nods, but dismisses them as failures. He explains that the weapons turned out unnaturally heavy, so much so that even strong warriors struggle to wield them. Because of this, no one has shown interest, and they've simply gathered dust. Yurin hides a smile. To him, this is no failure. These blades simply haven't found their rightful wielders. He decides on the spot that they would be perfect for Aaron and Clyde. Still, he knows these aren't the true treasures he came seeking. So, he changes his question. He asks Jirinox if he has any severely rusted weapons lying around. The blacksmith blinks, surprised by the odd request, but eventually leads him to a pile of old scrap he had been planning to sell off as firewood. Yurin kneels down, carefully sorting through the heap. As he examines the worn, forgotten blades, he feels a surge of recognition. Everything is unfolding exactly as he once wrote it. And then, at last, he finds what he's been searching for. Jirinox explains that the rusted blade wasn't forged by him. He simply found it in storage and had planned to throw it away. Yurin decides to take it as well. The blacksmith, eager to make a sale, offers everything together for only 2 gold pieces. Yurin accepts without hesitation, knowing full well that the true value of just this one rusted weapon is worth over 200. But as he prepares to leave, Yurin changes his mind. What he truly wants isn't just the weapons, it's the blacksmith himself. He turns to Jirinox and makes him an unexpected offer. Close his failing shop and come work for him as a personal blacksmith. The man freezes, stunned. He admits that the thought of shutting down had crossed his mind, but he never expected to hear such an offer, and certainly not today. To assure him, Yurin formally introduces himself. I am Yurin Rox of the Rox family, Invincible Spear, Protector of the South. The moment the name registers, Jirinox is shaken. He drops to his knees, begging forgiveness, confessing that he never imagined someone of such high status would walk into his humble forge. Yurin is caught off guard by the display, telling him to stand, but Jirinox refuses, insisting on staying down until he hears what Yurin desires of him. Reluctantly, Yurin allows it. The blacksmith finally gathers the courage to ask, why would someone like Yurin want a poor craftsman like him? Yurin answers simply, it's because of his talent. Jirinox immediately denies it, saying he has no talent at all, that he is scolded by his master every day. Yurin realizes then that his training hasn't just been strict, it has been mercilessly so. He explains that he has visited many blacksmiths throughout the day, but Jirinox's weapon stood apart from the rest. He could see the sincerity in the craftsmanship, especially the precision in wrapping the hilts, a detail most overlook, but crucial in battle to prevent slipping. Yurin tells him with conviction that one day he will awaken a special talent of his own. Silently, Yurin wonders to himself, I just made that up on the spot. Will it work? But to his surprise, Jirinox's eyes shine with emotion. Deeply moved, he pledges himself to Yurin. Yet he can't help but remark that Yurin is nothing like the rumors of him being a delinquent. Yurin decides to show him something that will truly convince him. He draws out the rusted dagger he purchased and whispers a single word, awaken. Before Jirinox's eyes, the decayed blade shimmers, its rust dissolving as it transforms into a radiant legendary weapon, Agnes, the vestige of many forms. The blacksmith stares in awe, speechless at the miracle. Yurin, however, only smirks inwardly. This was supposed to be the ego's sword destined for the original protagonist of the novel. A system window flashes before Yurin's eyes, asking if he wishes to proceed and form a spiritual contract with Agnes. Without hesitation, he accepts. Light engulfs the dagger, and a sharp, furious voice erupts in his head. "Who are you? How dare you form a contract with me?" Yurin blinks in surprise. The voice isn't the charming, elegant girl he wrote in his story. It's harsh, rude, and brimming with disdain. Agnes berates him, declaring that he has no talent whatsoever. Yurin quickly realizes the cause of her anger. She can't sense a single trace of mana from him. To her, he's a fraud. "How could someone like you summon me?" she snaps. "How did you even know where I was, or the incantation to release me?" Yurin smoothly replies that he learned it from the great prophet, a convenient detail he had planted in the original story to keep things consistent. But Agnes isn't impressed. She continues insulting him, scoffing that the great prophet must have been a fool to waste his time on a useless man like him. Yurin, unfazed, asks if she knows what he's capable of. Then he answers himself with confidence. Of course she doesn't, but he does. After all, he's the one who wrote her settings. He lists off her abilities, how she can split into 2 separate weapons, each able to transform into whatever form her wielder imagines. In the original story, the protagonist had wielded her as both a sword and a shield. He even explains her rule, that if her sub-body is lost, it will always return to the main body. But Agnes cuts him off with more scorn. "Knowledge means nothing," she says, "because without mana, he can never use her." She tells him to give up. Yurin smirks and mutters that she's annoying. Then, instead of mana, he channels his internal energy into her form. "Transform," he commands. Agnes shrieks as her blade glows, her form twisting painfully before melting into the shape of a simple ring. Her voice trembles in disbelief. What is this warmth? This power? Yurin realizes the truth. His martial arts energy can substitute for mana, activating her abilities. Satisfied, he finalizes his deal with Jirinox, who says he needs 2 days to wrap up his affairs. They agree to meet at noon, in front of Oak Castle's Central Park. Later, while wandering through the park, Yurin suddenly spots a familiar figure. Ilya. She turns, startled to see him. "What are you doing here?" she asks. Yurin freezes. The scene before him feels strangely familiar. Then it strikes him. This is the exact spot where, in the original story, the protagonist was supposed to meet Ilya for the very first time. And now, he realizes with a jolt, the main story's path has already shifted. Ilya frowns and demands to know what Yurin is doing there. Calmly, he tells her he came looking for a blacksmith. She raises an eyebrow, pointing out that the Rox family already has more blacksmiths than they could ever need. Yurin explains that he wanted to find someone of his own choosing. Ilya shakes her head, saying that if he had told her earlier, she could have helped him. But Yurin reassures her. He has already found a skilled craftsman. Right then, Jirinox arrives. Slightly flustered, he apologizes to Yurin for being late. Yurin waves it off and introduces him to Ilya, referring to her as his fiancée. Before she can respond, another knight approaches, asking his squad leader, Ilya, who she is speaking with, and reminding her they will be leaving soon. With a cool expression, Ilya introduces Yurin as her fiancé, Yurin Rox. The knight, Musk, stares stunned. It is the first time he has laid eyes on a member of the Rox family. He quickly composes himself and introduces his full name. Musk Mullen, leader of the 5th Squad of the Steelhammer Knights, serving under the Marcus family. Yurin studies him quietly, remembering all too well. Musk is no stranger. He had written him into the story himself, a minor character with an unpleasant personality. The memory of the original sequence of events rushes through Yurin's mind. In the novel, a Musk figure was supposed to ambush Musk and his knights. The protagonist would then appear, challenging Musk, and a fight would break out. Ilya would step in at just the right moment, stopping them, and this would mark the true beginning of her relationship with the hero. More importantly, after that, the protagonist was supposed to accompany Ilya into battle and save her from near death. But now, the hero isn't here. Yurin knows he can't just drag the protagonist back into the scene, and if he does nothing, Ilya could die. He turns to her and asks where she is headed. She replies that reports of goblin raids near A.S. Castle have been increasing, and her order has been tasked with scouting the area and subduing the threat. Yurin nods and makes a request. Allow him to join them. Ilya stares at him in surprise. Why? He replies steadily that as someone still in training, he wants to experience real combat, and he also wishes to see her skills with his own eyes. She warns him that it will be dangerous. Yurin shrugs with a slight smile and tells her that he's good at running away. After a pause, Ilya agrees. She turns to Musk and orders him to provide a horse for Yurin and Girinox. Musk's expression hardens. He objects, saying this isn't a picnic. They can't afford carelessness, especially when both Yurin and Girinox show no trace of mana. Musk pushes back further, arguing that they have neither the duty nor the ability to protect outsiders like Yurin and Girinox. Ilya's expression hardens. She orders him to obey without another word. Musk grits his teeth and complies. Under her breath, she mutters that if he thinks it's unfair, he should have become squad leader himself. Before setting off, Ilya warns Yurin to stay close. His safety is her responsibility here. Yurin nods and tells Girinox to hold on tightly to him. Mounted together, they ride out with the rest of the squad. Upon arrival near A.S. Castle, Ilya divides her knights into groups of 5. Each squad is tasked with locating the goblin settlement, but she strictly instructs them not to attack. Instead, they had to fire a signal flare once the hideout is found. The search begins, and the squads scatter into the forest. As night creeps in and tracking grows difficult, Ilya decides they should regroup and head back. But before they can move, a red flare bursts into the sky. Then another, and another. A fourth follows right after. The knights stare upward in shock. Some insist 4 signals were fired. Others swear they counted 5. Ilya quickly orders them toward the nearest flare in the west. But a knight protests, urging caution. When they arrive, they're met with a grisly scene. Every soldier at that site is dead. Their armor melted and warped, as if eaten away by some horrific force. The knights pale at the sight, whispering questions about what kind of attack could do this. Ilya steels herself and commands them to head south toward the next flare. There, the carnage repeats. Every soldier slain, their armor melted just the same. Urgency builds among the knights, one of them insisting they must rush to the remaining locations. Yurin suddenly raises his voice, stopping them in their tracks. Ilya turns to him, startled. He explains firmly that the goblins aren't attacking as a group. They're scattered, ambushing the squads one by one. If they keep splitting up, they'll all be picked off with no chance of survival. The only solution is to stop advancing and fire a signal flare to summon all remaining troops to their position. One knight snaps at him angrily, demanding who he thinks he is to speak like that. He goes further, accusing Yurin of being the cause of this disaster, and orders him to stay silent. Yurin remembers this exact moment from his novel. Back then, it was the protagonist who was berated, and readers had hated it. He refuses to let the scene play out the same way. Channeling his internal energy, he releases a sudden wave of pressure. The knight is thrown from his horse, crashing into the dirt, trembling in terror. Ilya stares wide-eyed. She can't understand how Yurin managed to do that without even touching him. Coldly, Yurin tells the knight to know his place and remain quiet. The terrified soldier nods frantically. Turning back to Ilya, Yurin urges her to judge wisely this time. He remembers clearly. In the original story, she had ignored the protagonist's advice, stubbornly clinging to her own plan. This time, she pauses, weighing his words. Finally, she admits he is right. She wasn't seeing the situation clearly. She orders a blue flare fired into the sky, calling all forces to regroup immediately. The flares streak into the sky, and the knights wait anxiously for the scattered units to regroup. Girinox leans toward Yurin, on his voice. He marvels at how easily Yurin made the entire company move at his command, then asks if he's certain many soldiers will make it back. Yurin shakes his head. Most, he says bluntly, probably won't. The realization makes Girinox's face tighten. Yurin explains further, by now, the enemy commander, Karuta, has likely already finished them off. And with that, the true battle begins. One soldier suddenly stumbles toward Ilya, his face pale with terror. Breathless, he shouts that they must run at once. Ilya seizes him by the arm, demanding to know what he means. Before he can answer, the ground itself seems to rumble. Out from the shadows, a massive army of goblins floods into view. One knight cries out in horror, Their numbers are overwhelming. Ilya freezes, struck speechless at the sight of such a crushing force. Guilt floods her, and she turns to Yurin, whispering an apology. She believes she has doomed him to die because of her decision. But Yurin steps forward calmly. With quiet confidence, he tells her not to worry. Neither of them will die here. She stares at him in confusion. What are you doing? He faces the horde head-on and calls to Agnes. This is the moment to test the technique they had been practicing these last 2 days. Generate black iron bullets by proxy. This ability, untried until now, was unlocked when he reached the 3rd stage of the body of 10,000 poisons. A system window flickers before his eyes. Black iron blast. Hidden weapons infused with internal power detonated after embedding themselves in the enemy. With a sharp shout, Yurin hurls the first bullet straight into the goblin ranks. The projectile lodges itself into a goblin's weapon before any of them realize what has happened. Then, boom, the explosion rips through their formation, tearing apart scores of goblins in a single instant. Screams echo through the battlefield. Yurin smirks and calls the bullets back. Agnes's proxy summoning ability makes them return instantly to his side. Without pause, he hurls them again. Another blast shakes the field, then another. The sky fills with fire and smoke as consecutive detonations wipe out entire clusters of goblins. Ilya can only gape at the spectacle. What did you just throw? Yurin answers evenly, as if it's nothing. The black iron blast. I'll explain the details later. She snaps her gaze back to the battlefield. The goblin army is still large, but their numbers have been cut down significantly. Turning to her stunned knights, she shouts fiercely, "What are you waiting for? Victory is within our grasp. Strike them down now." Galvanized by her voice, the knights rally. Swords are drawn, shields raised, and under Ilya's command, they surge forward to finish off the remaining goblins. As steel clashed against crude goblin blades, the battle raged in chaos. Knights pressed forward, their war cries echoing, while goblins shrieked and scattered under the relentless assault. In the midst of it, one goblin broke ranks and tried to flee into the darkness. But before it could escape, something blocked its path. The creature's scream cut through the night as a massive red hand clamped over its head, crushing it with terrifying ease. Ilya froze where she stood, eyes widening. What is that? The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat as a towering figure emerged. From among the goblins stepped a monstrous warrior, skin the color of blood, his enormous frame dwarfing the knights around him. In one hand, he casually held the limp corpse of the goblin he had just killed, tossing it aside like trash. Yurin's gaze sharpened. He knew instantly who it was. Kuruda, the legendary goblin warrior, the true enemy behind this massacre. Locking his eyes on the monstrous figure, Yurin clenched his fists. He thought to himself with grim certainty, if they fail to bring Kuruda down here and now, none of them will leave this battlefield alive. Kuruda was a nightmare come to life. His roar shook the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the ground. The pressure of his aura alone forced everyone back. Ilya and her soldiers could hardly breathe under the weight of it, fear rooting them where they stood. Then, with earth-shattering force, Kuruda drew his blade. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his swing meant to cut them down in one strike. Ilya tried to move, but terror locked her body in place. She couldn't think, couldn't act. The massive blade came crashing down, but just before it reached her, Yurin snatched her away, pulling her out of its path. He snapped at her for freezing up, reminding her that standing still was the same as giving up her life. Ilya barely heard him. She stared at the slaughter before her as her men were torn apart, their bodies falling like broken dolls. The ground was stained red, and she couldn't even speak. Kuruda bellowed again, his rage shaking the air itself. Yurin wasted no time. He launched his spell, Black Iron Explosion. A sphere of lightning zipped forward, detonating against the beast in a burst of fire and shock. The blast roared across the battlefield. Yet when the flames faded, Kuruda still stood. His body bore no wounds. Yurin's mind raced. He had underestimated Kuruda. As an orc warrior, his flesh was like steel, yet Yurin had still tried a reckless attack. That mistake wouldn't be forgiven a second time. Ilya, regaining her senses, was no longer paralyzed by fear. Rage boiled within her as she drew her sword, her aura flaring and wrapping around her like a storm. Her voice rang out as she declared she would never forgive Kuruda for slaughtering her soldiers. Without hesitation, she charged at him in an instant. Karuta met her strike with his own blade, stopping her advance cold. But Ilya refused to back down. She unleashed a flurry of slashes, her strikes fast and relentless, each one carrying the weight of her fury. The red orc moved with surprising speed, parrying every blow as shockwaves rippled through the battlefield with each clash of steel. Her remaining men cried out, rallying behind her, their cheers echoing as they watched their commander display overwhelming strength. Even Yurin couldn't help but be impressed. This was Ilya, the Sword Empress. Though it was still early in the story, her power was undeniable. Blow by blow, she actually forced Karuta back, her strikes cutting into his armor, breaking through the defenses little by little. But then Karuta's own aura erupted, a violent surge that blasted her away. He followed with a devastating aura slash, sending Ilya crashing to the ground. Just as the novel foretold, Ilya was defeated by Karuta. Her loyal soldiers rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Blood marked her wounds, and her once proud sword was now shattered into pieces. Struggling to stand, Ilya trembled with frustration. She couldn't accept it, couldn't accept losing to Karuta like this. Yet deep down, she knew the truth. Defeating him now was impossible. Meanwhile, Karuta's fury only grew, his aura pouring from his body like a raging inferno. Yurin stepped forward, unwavering, locking eyes with the monstrous orc. Ilya cried out his name, desperate to stop him, but Yurin was unmoved. His focus was absolute. Channeling his power, Yurin unleashed another spell, sending it hurtling directly at Karuta. The blast struck true, but with one effortless motion, Karuta raised his blade, slicing the attack aside as though it were nothing, redirecting its force away from him. Yurin had anticipated Karuta's reaction. That was why, along with his dagger strike, he had set a trap. The red orc easily blocked the direct shot, sneering at Yurin's supposed weakness. But the real attack had already slipped past. Hidden behind the obvious strike, another spell had lodged itself within Karuta's armor. By the time Karuta noticed, it was too late. A violent blast tore through his armor from the inside, the explosion ripping his defenses apart. Pieces of steel scattered as his left arm was mangled by the impact. Yurin's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and cold. He revealed that the first attack had been nothing but bait, and Karuta had fallen for it. His attention had been locked forward, guarding against what he thought was the real threat, while the true spell struck from behind. Knowing that Karuta's skin was as hard as steel, Yurin had aimed for the one weakness he had spotted, a crack in the armor. Now, with part of Karuta exposed, he focused on striking that vulnerable point again and again. The massive orc's fury erupted, his rage boundless. With a roar, he launched himself at Yurin, swinging with enough force to tear the ground apart. Yurin was ready. As the blade descended, he twisted out of range, leaping back to keep distance. Even so, the sheer force of Karuta's onslaught left him stunned. The monster's strikes didn't slow. They hammered down one after another, relentless and wild. Yurin realized he couldn't afford to trade blows. His only choice was to evade, to let Karuta exhaust himself. Seizing an opening, Yurin countered, aiming once more at the crack in Karuta's defenses. Another explosion rocked the orc's body, flames curling against his skin. Confidence surged in Yurin. He taunted Karuta, calling him weak, declaring that he was nothing compared to him. His words cut like blades, mocking the beast that had once seemed unstoppable. Yurin even laughed that he wouldn't fall for the same tricks so easily. But Karuta's glare shifted. He wasn't looking at Yurin anymore. His eyes burned as they fixed on Ilya's surviving soldiers. Yurin caught it instantly. His voice thundered, demanding Karuta face him, warning him not to even think about going near them. But Karuta ignored him. With terrifying speed, the Crimson Beast redirected his fury, charging straight at the subordinates. Yurin smiled faintly and asked Karuta if he was angry, adding calmly that he had no intention of being caught so easily. Suddenly, Karuta ignored Yurin and turned his attention elsewhere. Yurin noticed that Karuta's gaze had shifted toward the blacksmith, Girinox, and questioned why he was staring in that direction. Realizing what was about to happen, Yurin screamed in an attempt to stop the giant orc. But without warning, Karuta let out a furious scream and charged forward. Yurin's heart sank as he realized that Karuta's true target was not him, but the defenseless blacksmith. As Karuta leaped into the air to attack, Yurin made a split-second decision to protect Girinox at all costs, channeling all his internal energy into the enhanced little dragon step technique. He dashed forward with lightning speed. In a blur, he managed to reach Girinox first, seizing the blacksmith and pulling him away from danger. The goblin warrior was left astonished, unable to believe such superhuman speed, while Ilya stood in shock, amazed by Yurin's swift and graceful movements. Determined to bring the battle to an end, Yurin called upon Agnes and prepared to unleash the most powerful technique of the Sichuan Tang clan, the Bloodflower Butterfly transformation. Concentrating his energy, he released a radiant, multicolored butterfly through a curved throw. The luminous butterfly fluttered elegantly toward Karuta, captivating Ilya with its mesmerizing beauty. Yet, as it neared Karuta's body, his awe turned into terror. He screamed in panic, desperately trying to swat it away, but it touched his chest and emitted a blinding light before detonating. The explosion tore a gaping hole through Karuta's torso, sending him staggering backward. Even Yurin was stunned by the sheer force of his own attack, admitting to himself that he hadn't expected such devastating power despite using a vast amount of energy. Karuta stumbled, staring in disbelief at the wound in his chest before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. One of the knights exclaimed that they had won, but Ilya turned back and sternly reminded him that the fight wasn't over yet. She pointed toward the few remaining goblins and ordered their elimination. Once the battle had fully concluded, Girinox expressed his deep gratitude to Yurin for saving his life. In response, Yurin smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he had successfully completed his first real battle. Later that night, Yurin asked Ilya how she was feeling, concerned whether she had been hurt anywhere. She replied that while she wasn't completely fine, she owed him her life, so she had no complaints. Yurin modestly stated that helping one another was a natural thing to do. He then explained that his training had not been in swordsmanship, but rather in the art of hidden weapons. Intrigued, Ilya asked if it was similar to using daggers. Yurin clarified that everything he had done from the explosive orb to the butterfly was part of this technique. Ilya was astonished, realizing the depth of his mastery. She silently thought that Yurin's unique art might open new paths for him and broaden his horizons after dedicating his life solely to the sword. Soon after, a knight approached and informed Ilya that the magic bag was ready. She decided they should at least take Karuta's head as proof and turned toward the corpse. After severing his head, the knight hesitated, worried that the large head might contaminate the bag. Ilya calmly reassured him that the bag had been specifically designed for such purposes. She then suggested they leave since it was getting late. However, before they could depart, she halted abruptly as Musk suddenly appeared before them. Ilya questioned him coldly about his delay, reminding him that a considerable amount of time had passed since the signal flare had been launched. Musk apologized, explaining that he and his unit had ventured too deep into enemy territory and were ambushed by goblins on their way back, which had caused the delay. When Ilya noticed only one other knight standing beside him, she demanded to know what had happened to the others. Musk replied grimly that the rest of his squad had been wiped out, claiming that the goblins were far stronger than they had expected. Growing suspicious, Ilya ordered him to take her to the bodies of their fallen comrades. Musk hesitated, suggesting that they should go the next morning since it was already late, but Ilya firmly refused and commanded him to lead her immediately. Musk obeyed reluctantly, muttering curses under his breath as he tried to persuade her to reconsider, realizing that it could not be helped. Suddenly, he drew his dagger aggressively and lunged at Ilya. The unexpected betrayal shocked her, but before the blade could reach its mark, Yurin swiftly reacted. His dagger flew through the air, severing Musk's hand in one precise motion. Musk collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Yurin coldly declared that it made no sense for Musk and his companions' clothing to be stained only with red human blood and not a single trace of green goblin blood, if they had truly fought the monsters. He accused Musk of conspiring with the goblins and leaking information to them from the very beginning. Musk gasped in disbelief, demanding to know how Yurin could have possibly known. Yet Yurin remained silent, thinking to himself that he knew everything, because he was the one who had written the events of this very story. As the knight desperately tried to defend himself, Ilya acted without hesitation. In one swift motion, she slit his throat and ordered the immediate capture of all remaining traitors. One of them, trembling and pleading for mercy, confessed that he had only been following orders. The next morning, within the official residence at Ass Castle, Yurin was still fast asleep when Jirnox entered the room and called out to him, waking him up while reminding him that it was already close to noon. Jirnox then added that Lady Ilya had come to visit. When Yurin finally saw her, she was dressed elegantly, her demeanor graceful and refined as she greeted him warmly and asked if he had slept well. Yurin was still half awake and drooling. His expression shifted to one of complete bewilderment, utterly shocked and confused by her sudden transformation in both appearance and attitude. Yurin screamed in shock, staring at Ilya in utter astonishment as he asked why she was wearing such a formal dress. Ilya, maintaining her calm composure, responded gracefully and invited him to accompany her to her residence. She explained that her father had ordered her to bring him along no matter what, then softly asked if he would come with her. Without hesitation, Yurin immediately agreed, his mind echoing with admiration as he thought that the tales describing her as the most beautiful woman in the world were truly not exaggerated. He also recalled that in the original novel, the events had unfolded in a similar way, where the protagonist saved Ilya and later met Marquis Marcus. Ilya then informed him that she would wait outside and urged him to get ready quickly. As Yurin prepared himself, he noticed that the affinity level between him and Ilya had risen to 45, marked as favorable. He couldn't help but wonder how helping her just once had increased it so much. After preparing, Yurin and Jirnox stepped outside to meet Ilya. When Yurin asked if she had been waiting long, she replied calmly, saying that it was time to leave. As they walked through the bustling streets, the crowd erupted into cheers the moment they caught sight of Ilya. Voices rose in unison, calling her the Iron-Blooded Knight. The people praised her courage for facing the Goblin champion alone and celebrated her miraculous survival with heartfelt admiration. Yurin recalled that this was the very same honorary title she had earned in the original novel, bestowed upon her for standing her ground fearlessly even when death loomed before her. Soon, the crowd's excitement shifted toward him. Cries of Lord Yurin, the Iron Mage, echoed through the air as people expressed their gratitude, admiring his bravery and even his striking appearance. Yurin blinked in surprise at the unfamiliar title, quickly piecing together that it must have originated from the testimonies of the surviving soldiers. They must have witnessed him wielding the black iron arts and assumed he was a mage who specialized in iron magic. Ilya turned to him then, her tone soft but sincere, thanking him once again for saving her life, twice now. Flustered by her words, Yurin replied modestly that what he had done was nothing remarkable, adding that anyone else in his position would have done the same. She then told him that earlier that morning, she had taken the soldiers back to the forest to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades. Her tone grew somber as she described the horrific sight of their remains scattered across the battlefield. The gruesome scene made her realize that if Yurin had not been there the previous day, she too would have perished. With renewed determination in her eyes, she declared that she would train harder than ever before to become stronger and to rise above everyone else, vowing never to be defeated again. Yurin recognized this moment as a pivotal turning point, the beginning of Ilya's awakening, the event that would ultimately shape her into the legendary Sword Queen. Shortly after, one of the family mages informed them that the Marcus family estate was located not far from Ass Castle. Ilya explained that her father had summoned several mages to ensure their safe and comfortable return using teleportation magic. Once she confirmed that everyone was prepared, she gave a firm command for them to begin the spell. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light enveloped the group. When it faded, Yurin and Jirnox found themselves standing in an entirely different place. Both looked around in awe and disbelief. taking in the vast, luxurious surroundings that radiated nobility and grandeur. Ilya announced calmly that they had arrived at her family's estate and invited them to step forward. Yurin felt a slight wave of dizziness wash over him from the teleportation and realized that the disorienting sensation described by the magicians of the tower was indeed true. Jirinox, meanwhile, looked around in wonder and teasingly asked Yurin if his own residence was this magnificent. Yurin didn't respond aloud, but secretly thought that, at the very least, he was finally going to be served a real meal. As he followed Ilya through the grand corridors, Yurin remembered the events from the original novel, how the protagonist had once been invited to dine with the Marquis similarly. He couldn't help but think about the bland meals he had been enduring lately, consisting only of porridge and simple soup. Today, at last, he would taste the kind of food reserved for nobles. Entering the magnificent dining hall, he spotted Marquis Marcus seated at the head of an elegantly set long table, with Ilya at his side. The Marquis greeted Yurin warmly. Yurin bowed respectfully and greeted him in return, but the Marquis smiled and told him there was no need for such formality, inviting him to take a seat instead. The Marquis began by thanking Yurin sincerely, explaining that he was deeply grateful for saving his daughter's life even before she officially became his fiancée. Yurin replied humbly that what he had done was merely his duty. When the servants arrived with the food, Yurin was stunned to discover that the dish served was a special Tyrian soup, Marcus family style. The Marquis explained that their family shared the same tradition as the Rock's family, eating this particular soup after battle, though their secret recipe made it far more flavorful. As the Marquis invited him to enjoy the meal, Yurin forced a polite smile and replied that he would eat well, though inwardly he felt slightly resentful at the coincidence. While eating, the Marquis suddenly asked him when he planned to marry Ilya, which made her blush furiously and shout her father. Yurin immediately realized that this was a test. He used his ability to check the Marquis's affinity level, which displayed as -10, slightly unfavorable, but still an improvement. Knowing his response could affect this, Yurin carefully chose his words. With calm confidence, he said that he wished to marry Ilya as soon as possible, which startled her. However, he continued, admitting that he was not yet the heir to his family and was still looked down upon because of his past. He vowed to change himself, to become a man worthy of Ilya, and that once he officially earned his position as heir, he would take her with him. Ilya was visibly moved by his sincerity, while the Marquis pondered the likelihood of his success. The Marquis reminded him that his younger brothers were all renowned prodigies and asked if he truly believed he could surpass them. Yurin, unwavering, replied that he could and would. The Marquis burst into laughter, saying that Yurin had indeed changed much from what he had heard, and assured him that he would support him. He then added that before Yurin's arrival, he had received a communication from Yurin's father, Wellington Rox. Yurin was left speechless as Marquis explained that news of his deeds had already reached his family through communication magic. He asked what his father had said, and the Marquis replied that Wellington wanted to speak to him directly later and would be contacted through the communication room after dinner. Though Yurin thanked him politely, a faint look of concern crossed his face. Throughout the meal, Yurin noticed Ilya frowning slightly, though he couldn't quite discern the reason. Still, he felt content, believing he had managed to make a favorable impression on her father. Once dinner concluded, they moved to the communication room, where a family mage prepared a spell to establish contact with the Rock's family. As the mage chanted softly, a crystal ball on the table began to glow with a gentle light until an image slowly appeared within it. Wellington, Yurin's father. Yurin was amazed and thought it was like a magical version of a video call, vivid and lifelike. Wellington immediately called out to his son. Yurin scratched the back of his head, straightened up, though his tone carried a hint of tension. His father's expression hardened as he briefly scolded him for causing the family unnecessary worry. Yurin casually apologized. However, his stern demeanor soon softened, and with genuine concern, he asked if Yurin had been injured. Yurin quickly assured him that he was completely fine. Then, Wellington's eyes grew serious. He asked whether it was true that Urin had saved Ilya and slain the goblin champion with his own hands. Urin, trying to remain humble, replied that it had merely been a matter of luck and timing. His father, however, dismissed that excuse with a sharp tone, saying he would hear the full story once Urin returned home. After a moment of silence, Wellington asked when he planned to return. Urin replied that he intended to come back in about 2 days. Wellington nodded approvingly, but then added another instruction. He was to bring his younger brothers back with him when he did. The unexpected command left Urin completely stunned, his mind racing as he tried to understand why his father had suddenly made such a demand. Over the call, Urin's father tells him he'll explain everything once Urin returns. Then he asks when Urin plans to come back home. Urin pauses, the silence stretching just a little too long, before answering that he'll return the day after tomorrow. His father goes quiet. The displeasure is obvious even through the call, but after a moment, he accepts the date and says it's fine. Then, without warning, he drops a request that hits like a hammer. He tells Urin to bring his brother back with him. Urin freezes. The words don't register at first. Confusion spreads across his face as he asks what his father means by that. Outside the estate of his fiancée, Elia, another voice rings out, questioning why he's leaving as soon as tomorrow. Inside stands Elia's father, Marquis Marcus himself. He says it would be nice if Urin stayed a few more days, since it has been so long. Urin declines politely, making sure to thank him for the consideration. He explains that his father has entrusted him with an important task. The Marquis sighs, clearly disappointed, but nods in understanding. He adds that, at the very least, he'll provide warp magic to make Urin's journey more comfortable. Urin lets out an awkward chuckle, trying to wave it off, but the silence that follows presses in as everyone watches him. Then he straightens, his expression firm, and says that while he's grateful, he'll have to refuse. The Marquis looks at him with quiet curiosity. Elliot does the same. Urin explains calmly that he's still at a stage where he needs to strengthen himself through training, and he doesn't want to rely on something like warp magic. For a moment, the Marquis is speechless. Then he smiles, admiration clear on his face, and says Urin really has become a different person. Laughing, he adds that he looks forward to seeing just how much stronger Urin will grow. The praise makes Urin feel slightly awkward. He nods and thanks him quietly. His gaze shifts to Elia. She smiles at him, warm and gentle, and his chest flutters. He can tell she liked his answer this time. But as Urin turns to leave, there's a truth he doesn't share. There's another reason he refused to use the Marquis family's warp. He smiles faintly as he walks, turning to the blacksmith at his side and saying that they should get going. The blacksmith hesitates, then points in the opposite direction, calling out to him as young master, and saying that the road to the capital is that way. Urin glances back with a sly smile and says there's somewhere they need to stop first. He lifts his hand and points toward the massive mountain beside the Marquis' estate. That mountain, he says, that's where the dragon's lair is. The blacksmith blinks, caught off guard, repeating the words under his breath. Dragon's lair. Then realization hits him, and he nods eagerly. Of course. He remembers going there himself before opening his forge. A grin spreads across his face as he asks if Urin is heading there to make a wish as well. Urin's expression darkens. No, he answers quietly. Then, with a faintly twisted smile, he adds that he's going there to claim a treasure. The blacksmith tilts his head, clearly confused, asking what kind of treasure he means. Urin doesn't explain. He keeps smiling to himself, thinking that it's a treasure only he knows about, something the original protagonist was supposed to discover much later. They move deeper into the forest, their steps eventually leading them to a wide clearing before a large cave. A crowd has already gathered there. Urin remembers the stories. This cave, called the Dragon's Lair, was once said to be home to dragons in ancient times. The blacksmith stares at the crowd in surprise, muttering that it's still early, yet so many people have already come to pray. He looks toward the cave and clicks his tongue, wondering if there could possibly be any treasure left with that many visitors passing through. Urin simply smiles. Then he drops a line that makes the blacksmith stiffen. They're all fakes. The blacksmith blurts out in confusion, but Urin steps ahead, leaving him behind, saying calmly that the world is full of secrets. The blacksmith rushes after him as Urin gestures toward a narrow side path. Follow me, he says. We're going around the mountain. The blacksmith hesitates, then agrees and follows. After a long walk, they arrive at a bright, empty area hidden behind a mountain. The blacksmith bends forward, breathing heavily, and says there's nothing here. Urin doesn't answer. He scans the area in silence, his gaze sharp and focused. Then his eyes stop. There it is, he murmurs. He stares at a rocky surface, recognizing the entrance he once set up himself, marked by a handle shaped like a car door handle. After checking the surroundings to make sure no one is watching, Yurin walks up to the stone wall and grips the handle. He pulls. Grinding noises echo as the stone begins to shift. Both of them freeze, watching intently. The sound stops, and for a brief moment, nothing happens. Then, with a deep rumble, the stone wall slides aside, revealing a dark passage beyond. The blacksmith's jaw drops. Impossible. Yurin steps forward without hesitation and says calmly that it's time to go. The blacksmith hesitates, fear locking his body in place. But he forces himself to move and follows. The moment they step inside, the stone wall slides shut behind them, cutting off the light completely. The blacksmith flinches, then blinks in surprise. It's brighter than he expected. The passage is dim, but not dark, the walls faintly glowing as if infused with lingering mana. They move deeper until strange stones come into view, clustered together unnaturally. The blacksmith's eyes light up. Gemstones. Before he can stop himself, his hand reaches out. Yurin spins around sharply. Don't touch that. It'll trigger a trap. The blacksmith freezes mid-motion, his face draining of color. A trap? What kind? Yurin's expression hardens. Probably the kind that turns this entire place into a sea of fire. The blacksmith swallows hard. Yurin adds calmly that if that happens, they'll be roasted alive. That's enough. The blacksmith straightens instantly and presses close behind him. There are plenty of other traps here, Yurin says. Stay right behind me. Yes, sir, the blacksmith answers without hesitation. They enter another chamber, wider and quieter, with a single stone altar standing at its center. Yurin stops and stares at it, his gaze heavy. We've arrived. The blacksmith steps closer, inspecting it from different angles. This is it. There's nothing here. Without turning around, Yurin asks if he knows what lies beyond that wall. The blacksmith shakes his head. Yurin explains that the fake dragon's lair ends there. Beyond that wall, he can feel the energy of people bowing in this direction. The blacksmith looks stunned. So right now, Yurin says quietly, those people outside are bowing toward us. The thought only deepens the blacksmith's confusion. Yurin turns back to the altar, a faint smile forming. Now then, let's take a look at the treasure. The blacksmith barely has time to react before Yurin instructs him to pull a hidden handle beneath the altar. He does as told. With a low rumble, the top of the altar slides open. Light spills out. Inside are bags of gold coins and a small, ornate box. The blacksmith gasps, stunned by the sight. Yurin doesn't even look at the gold. His eyes lock onto the box. He picks it up immediately and opens it. A faint glow reflects in his eyes as he murmurs that this is worth far more than gold. A system window appears before him. Warrior's Jade Effect, Rebirth. Yurin smiles to himself. This is essential for becoming stronger. He tells the blacksmith to pack the gold coins into the magic pouch. Yes, sir, comes the immediate reply. Once they're back outside, the blacksmith asks where they're headed next. Yurin answers without hesitation. To the Tower of Magic in AC Castle. We'll warp from there. The blacksmith nods in understanding. Even at this hour, the road is still crowded, people heading toward the countryside in steady streams. He lets out a nervous laugh as they walk. Then Yurin stops. His eyes narrow as a hooded figure approaches from ahead. A chill slides down his spine, sharp and instinctive. Something's wrong. He mutters under his breath about the pressure he's feeling and immediately activates his skill. Eye of the Creator. Information floods his vision, and his expression changes at once. That woman. The hooded woman comes to a halt, her gaze piercing straight through him. Yurin grits his teeth as his heart begins to pound violently. No way. She's not supposed to appear yet. She should only exist in the latter half of the story. As they draw closer, passing shoulder to shoulder, his face turns pale. The blacksmith notices his condition and calls out in concern, but Yurin doesn't respond. His thoughts are in chaos. The pressure pouring off her is overwhelming, far heavier than he imagined. He swallows hard, the truth settling in. She's an existence he absolutely cannot defeat right now. Just before they pass completely, the woman glances back over her shoulder. That single look makes Yurin's body tremble. He clenches his teeth, fear tightening in his chest as a single thought takes over his mind. He needs to get out of here fast. Jirinox notices the young master's face turn pale and calls out to him in worry. Yurin doesn't answer. His eyes remain locked on the woman walking past them. She doesn't say a word, yet the pressure rolling off her is impossible to ignore. It sinks deep into his bones, heavy and suffocating, making him question if her energy is truly this overwhelming. Deep down, he already knows the answer. She's an existence he absolutely cannot defeat right now. Just before she fully passes them, the woman turns her head and looks back over her shoulder. Only once. That single glance is enough to make Yurin grit his teeth. Fear coils tightly in his chest as a single thought repeats in his mind. They need to leave this place immediately. Still pale, he calls out to Jirinox and hurriedly says they have to head to his castle right now. He doesn't wait for a response. He quickens his pace at once, tossing over his shoulder that he's hungry and they should hurry. Jirinox, left a step behind, calls out in confusion, his voice uncertain as he tells him they should go together. He pauses for a moment, still rooted in place, murmuring to himself. Behind him, the woman stops walking. After a long silence, she slowly turns back, her gaze shifting toward their direction, her expression completely blank. Later, in a dim alley, Yurin and Jirinox arrive at an inn and check in for the night. Inside the room, Yurin sits down on the bed, his brows knit tightly as his thoughts spiral. Something doesn't add up. That existence from earlier shouldn't have appeared yet. It was meant to emerge only in the middle, or even the later part of the story. So why did it show up now? And, in that place of all places, he stares blankly at the floor, trying to piece everything together, when a realization flickers at the edge of his mind. Could it be? He stops himself and takes out a small box instead. Opening it, he looks down at the pill inside. He remembers that the monster searching for the Divine Dragon Cave's treasure wasn't supposed to appear until much later either. His expression tightens. The flow of the story has changed. He has no idea where the original protagonist is now, or what he's doing, and that uncertainty unsettles him more than anything. After a brief moment, he exhales sharply, forcing the unease down. There's no point dwelling on it. What matters is strength. He pops the pill into his mouth and mutters that he needs to swallow it before he hesitates again. The moment it dissolves, a violent heat explodes through his body. Yurin clenches his jaw as his muscles seize, every nerve screaming as if he's been thrown into fire. His entire body feels like it's burning from the inside out. He drops into a cross-legged position at once and begins circulating his energy, forcing it through his meridians while grinding his teeth and enduring the pain head-on. A familiar blue glow flickers before his eyes. System windows begin appearing one after another. Lines of text stacking relentlessly. Complete transformation initiated. Body restructuring in progress. Yurin mutters inwardly that this isn't enough. He needs to get stronger. No matter what's changing around him, no matter how the story twists, he has to grow stronger, and fast. Time slips by unnoticed. Eventually, sunlight pours through the window, warming the room. Yurin's breathing evens out, the burning finally fading as his body settles into an unfamiliar calm. He slowly opens his eyes. A faint glow floats before him, and a system window comes into focus. You have become a heavenly martial body. For a few seconds, he can only stare. Then his eyes widen. Heavenly martial body. The ultimate physical trait spoken of in martial arts legends. A body said to be heaven's own vessel for battle. A physique capable of copying any movement after witnessing it just once. A grin spreads across his face before he can stop it. Jackpot. He springs up from the bed, stretching instinctively. His body feels light, unnaturally so, as if gravity has loosened its grip on him. Energy hums through every muscle, smooth and responsive. Before he can fully process it, the door opens and Jiren steps inside. Seeing the young master awake, he starts to mention breakfast, but his words die halfway. He stares at Yurin, eyes widening. Then he points straight at him and blurts out that he's grown taller overnight. Yurin freezes. He laughs awkwardly, waving it off and insisting there's no way, that it must be Jiren's imagination. The blacksmith narrows his eyes instead, saying that as a craftsman, he can measure lengths just by looking. Yurin falls silent as Jirinox walks closer and raises a hand to compare. Yesterday, he says calmly, the young master was exactly 178 centimeters. Today, 182. Yurin looks away, pretending not to care, muttering that Jirinox's eye for detail is no joke. Inside, though, the answer is obvious. It has to be the heavenly martial body. Growing taller overnight isn't such a bad bonus. Later that day, the two arrive at A.S. Castle. A receptionist greets them politely and asks how he can help. Yurin says he wants to use the warp. The man asks for the destination, and Yurin answers without hesitation. The capital. The receptionist pauses, repeating the word, as if to be sure he heard correctly. Then, in a cautious tone, he explains that travel to the capital is restricted. It could pose a threat to the royal family, so ordinary people aren't permitted unless they possess special status, such as belonging to aristocratic society. It can't be helped. Urin straightens his back and calmly introduces himself as Urin Rox, the eldest son of the Rox Marquis family. He then gestures to the man beside him, introducing his personal blacksmith, Jurox. The reaction is immediate. Heads snap in their direction. Murmurs ripple through the area, growing louder by the second. Some people step closer, hands clasped, eyes shining with admiration. They ask if it's really him, the Steel Mage, Lord Urin. Caught off guard, Urin scratches the back of his head and nods awkwardly, saying that yes, that would be him. He barely gets the words out before questions start flying from all sides. How did he throw the iron spheres? Do they really explode? What kind of magic formula did he use? How were the targets designated? And why couldn't anyone sense mana from his attacks? The voices overlap, piling on top of each other until the space becomes unbearable. Then a staff strikes the floor. The sharp sound sends a wave of pressure through the room, crushing the noise into silence. Urin stiffens and turns toward it. An old man stands there, sharp eyes calm, yet heavy with authority. He apologizes for his student's rudeness in a composed voice. Urin asks who he is, and the man introduces himself as Yubian, the head of the Magic Tower Council of A.S. Castle. Urin's face pales instantly. That name. He remembers writing it himself. A character created as a joke. A gentle, kind old man on the surface, but in truth a temperamental, murderous grand mage who kills quietly when angered. He was never even properly used in the story, and now he's standing right in front of him. Urin's stomach twists as a familiar thought creeps in. Why does he keep running into terrifying people one after another? Yubian then says he'll personally warp them to the capital. Urin freezes for a heartbeat before hurriedly thanking him. As Yubian turns toward the gate, he pauses and murmurs, almost to himself, that he has a feeling they'll meet again. With a faint smile, he calls him Lord Urin. Urin forces a stiff grin and answers with a shaky yes, while inwardly screaming an absolute refusal. Moments later, light engulfs them. The world twists, and when it settles, they're standing at the warp gate of the capital. A clear voice announces their arrival, welcoming them. As they step out, Jirinox stares around in open awe. Towering buildings gleam under the light. People pass by dressed in silk and jewels. Everything radiates grandeur and wealth. He mutters that it feels like a completely different world. Urin, slightly embarrassed by his excitement, tells him to buy some proper clothes with the money he gave him. Jirinox grumbles that even his young master dresses plainly, yet he still can't tear his eyes away from the scenery. Soon, they stop in front of a tall, elegant structure, the Royal Knight Academy. Jirinox whistles in admiration, calling it magnificent, and Urin nods, remarking that it's practically like a university. Urin approaches the guard and calmly asks to request a visit. The guard looks at him and asks for his name, along with the student he's here to see. Urin answers without hesitation, saying he's Urin Rox and that he's here for his brother, Colin Rox. Before the guard can respond, a voice calls his name from behind. Urin and Jirinox turn at the same time. A silver-haired young man is walking toward them, a confident smile on his face. His posture, his calm arrogance, and the noble air he carries make it obvious at a glance. Northern Duke, Elian family. There's no mistaking it. The young man stops in front of them and points directly at Urin, asking if he's the same Urin Rox who defeated the Orc warrior. Urin doesn't answer immediately. The fact that the rumors have already spread all the way to the capital sinks in. The man's expression shifts, interest sharpening in his eyes as he speaks again. If that's true, then Urin must be quite strong. Urin's expression darkens slightly. He already knows this won't be a quiet encounter. A young man walks toward them with a proud, easy smile. Urin glances over, already guessing that the one who called his name must be the silver-haired figure approaching now. Sharp features, pale eyes, and that effortless confidence in the way he carries himself. There's no doubt about it. Northern Duke, Elian family. Urin straightens and answers anyway, stating calmly that he is indeed Urin Rox. The young man stops in front of him, his eyes narrowing with interest as he points directly at him and asks whether he's the same Urin who defeated the Orc warrior. For a brief moment, Urin only looks back at him, quietly surprised that news of that battle has already spread all the way to the capital. The man's tone shifts, light but edged, as he remarks that if the rumors are true, then Urin must be quite strong. Urin's expression stiffens. His thoughts flicker uneasily. Why is this guy speaking so casually on a first meeting? The silver-haired man notices the silence and tilts his head, clearly puzzled by the reaction. Urin finally responds with a polite smile, brushing it aside as he thanks him for the compliment. Then, just as calmly, he asks who the young man is. The answer comes without hesitation. Carrick Elian, second son of the Duke Elian family. He adds, with an air of confidence that borders on pride, that he's a friend of Colin Rock's. Yurin nods lightly and says he understands. Inside, it only confirms what he already suspected. This man really is from the Elian family. Carrick then turns and gestures ahead with a courteous smile, saying that Colin is that way and inviting Yurin to follow him. The atmosphere feels strange, but Yurin knows refusing isn't an option. He turns briefly toward Jirinox and tells him to wait here. Jirinox nods at once, replying simply that he will. Yurin then follows behind Carrick as they move through the academy's wide, stone-lined halls in silence. After a few steps, Carrick glances back, his smile fading into something cooler. He mentions that he heard Yurin defeated the orc warrior together with Lady Ilia. The words make Yurin tense slightly, though he keeps his expression steady. Carrick continues, saying that Lady Ilia's skill as a knight is well known and easy to understand, but that Lord Yurin's role was unexpected. Not much is known about him, he adds, before asking directly whether Yurin truly uses magic. The question catches Yurin off guard, but he doesn't let it show. He answers evenly that he can't explain the details, but makes one thing clear. He is not a mage. Carrick slows his steps, turning his head slightly, as if reassessing him. A faint, mocking smile curls at the corner of Carrick's lips as he asks if that's really the case. Still wearing that smile, he turns forward again and casually says they should keep moving. Yurin narrows his eyes in silence, a single thought surfacing. Did he just smirk? They walk without speaking for a while. Then Carrick suddenly stops and gestures ahead, saying this is the place. Yurin blinks and looks past him, and his expression stiffens at once. This isn't a reception hall. It's not a dormitory either. It's a training ground. His gaze sweeps across the open space, confusion settling in as he tries to understand why he was brought here and what Carrick is really planning. A student who had been training nearby jogs over, slightly out of breath. He greets Carrick respectfully, calling him Lord Carrick, and asks if he's really here. Carrick waves it off casually, saying that he is. Then, with a sidelong glance, he asks the student if he's seen Colin. The boy repeats the name, thinking for a moment, before replying that he thought Lord Carrick had taken Colin to a professor just a short while ago. Carrick raises an eyebrow, feigning surprise, and asks if he did. The moment those words sink in, a pulse of anger flares inside Yurin. His teeth clench. So that's it. Carrick had already taken Colin somewhere else. It still brought him here for a completely different reason. The student finally notices Yurin standing beside him and turns back to Carrick, asking who the man is. Carrick turns smoothly, his smile polite and practiced. He gestures toward Yurin and introduces him as Colin's older brother, Lord Yurin, the one who captured the orc warrior together with Lady Ilia. The atmosphere tightens instantly. Gazes gather from all directions, pressing down on Yurin. He forces himself to remain calm as Carrick continues, his tone carrying a faint trace of mockery, adding that Lord Yurin claimed he wasn't a mage after all. That must mean, Carrick says lightly, that Yurin is someone who fights with his body, just like them. Yurin keeps his expression neutral, but his thoughts churn. Could it be that this Carrick is? He cuts the thought off before it finishes. Around them, the students begin to murmur, curiosity spreading quickly. One asks if it's true that Yurin uses daggers. Another mentions hearing that he throws iron balls, even butterflies. Carrick lifts a hand, silencing them, the smirk never leaving his face. Since everyone is so curious, he says, perhaps Lord Yurin would be willing to show them his skills. That's when it clicks for Yurin. So this was the plan from the beginning. A setup. Yurin feels the irritation rise but buries it beneath a calm smile and nods, saying that's fine. Before long, the students gather around the training ground, forming a loose circle that quietly seals him in. Carrick calls one of the trainees forward, a young man named May. With a grin, he introduces him as someone fairly average among them. May laughs openly, clearly excited by the chance. Just before they start, Carrick's eyes flick toward Yurin's weapon. He raises a brow and asks if he isn't supposed to be using daggers. Yurin smiles faintly and lifts the wooden sword in his hand. Since this isn't a real fight, he says calmly, this will do. Carrick lets out an exaggerated sound of surprise and laughs, remarking that he'd heard Lord Yurin couldn't use swords. So, this is unexpected. A few students snicker behind him. Yurin's brow creases slightly, his smile tightening. He knows exactly what they're thinking. Noble elites, looking down on him the moment they heard he uses daggers. But it doesn't matter. He shifts his focus to the man in front of him. As he steps forward, energy begins to circulate through his body. This is a good chance, he tells himself, to test the heavenly martial body he just obtained. Carrick raises his voice and announces the start of the spar. May lifts his sword with a mocking grin and tells Yurin to come at him, even offering him the first move. Yurin doesn't respond. He simply raises his wooden sword and swings it down in a clean, straightforward motion. May blinks, confused by how simple the attack is, and laughs as he lifts his own sword to block, calling it nonsense. The wooden blades collide with a sharp crack, but the pressure behind Yurin's strike doesn't stop. May's sword is driven straight back, slamming into his own face. A dull thud follows as his body drops to the ground. The laughter dies instantly. Carrick and the surrounding students stare in shock, mouths hanging open. May is completely unconscious. Carrick forces out a laugh, trying to brush it off, saying that May must have let his guard down too much. To regain control, he calls another student forward, Rua, saying they'll try again. Before starting, Carrick explains that Rua is mid to upper tier, stronger than May, and warns him not to underestimate Yurin. Rua clicks his tongue, smirking confidently, saying he'd be insulted if anyone compared him to that muscle pig. Carrick grins and signals the start. Rua lunges forward at once, his speed sharp and impressive, sword swinging toward Yurin without hesitation. But to Yurin's eyes, the movement looks strangely slow. He blinks once, realization settling in. This, too, must be the effect of the heavenly martial body. Calmly, he lifts his sword again. No stance, no form. He swings. Just like before, Rua barely manages to block. The force crashes straight through his guard, snapping his own sword back into his forehead. His body folds and drops to the ground without a sound. Carrick's eyes widen as Rua lies motionless. For a moment, he can only stare, words failing him, before shouting out in disbelief. The students erupt into uneasy murmurs, unsure whether what they just witnessed is even possible. Yurin exhales slowly. Now he's certain. The heavenly martial body isn't just powerful, it's absurd. His strength, speed, and reflexes have surpassed ordinary limits by leagues. With a faint smirk, he looks at Carrick and asks if the Royal Knight Academy only trains weaklings. The words land like a slap. Carrick's expression tightens. He forces his composure back into place, offers a polite apology, then insists on one more round. This time, he says he'll be the opponent. Yurin nods simply, saying he doesn't mind. They face each other in the ring. Carrick grips his wooden sword, pressure thickening around him as his aura sharpens. Yurin stands relaxed, unmoving, not even taking a stance. Carrick declares the start and vanishes. The air stirs violently as his figure blurs into afterimages, circling Yurin at overwhelming speed. He moves with absolute confidence, certain his speed alone will decide the outcome. But Yurin's calm gaze tracks him effortlessly. With the heavenly martial body sharpening his senses, every afterimage is clear, every movement distinct. Carrick lunges from behind, convinced he's found an opening. Yurin sidesteps lightly, avoiding the strike with perfect timing before Carrick can recover his balance. Yurin raises his sword and brings it down. Carrick's eyes widen. Too slow. The wooden sword connects with a solid crack, and his body collapses instantly, unconscious before it hits the ground. Yurin lowers his weapon, his expression almost bored. Silence crashes down over the training ground. The students can only stare, their minds refusing to process what they've just seen. Then a voice rings out from the entrance, asking what happened here. Everyone turns at once. A young man with sharp eyes and familiar features stands there. The students rush to greet him, calling out respectfully, "Lord Colin." He looks around, confused, asking what's going on. Yurin turns toward him, equally puzzled. When their eyes meet, Colin asks who he is. Yurin blinks, staring at the young man who clearly doesn't recognize him, a strange thought forming in his mind. Is this really his brother? The so-called sword genius, Colin rocks. After Colin steps inside, he looks around the training ground with a puzzled expression and asks what's going on. When his eyes land on Yurin, he tilts his head and asks who he is. Yurin looks back just as confused, a strange thought crossing his mind. Is this really his brother? The so-called sword genius, Colin rocks? One of the students quickly rushes to Colin, addressing him as Lord Colin, and hurriedly explains that his older brother, Lord Yurin Rocks, has come to see him. Colin frowns, clearly unconvinced, and asks if they're serious. He looks around again, scanning the area as if searching for someone else. Yurin is standing right in front of him, yet Colin's gaze passes over him completely. A quiet laugh slips from Colin's mouth, as if he finds the situation ridiculous. A student hesitantly points toward Yurin, telling him that Yurin is right there. Colin snaps his eyes back to Yurin and stares hard. His expression darkens. Then he shouts in disbelief, asking what nonsense they're talking about. Still pointing, he repeats it again, louder this time, asking how that person could possibly be urine. He shakes his head and flatly refuses to accept it, insisting that the urine he knows is a pig. Then something clicks. Colin pauses, telling himself to wait. He compares the image of the overweight urine he remembers with the man standing before him now. His voice falters as he stutters, asking if it could really be him. The resemblance starts to line up, and his denial crumbles into confusion. There's no way, he mutters. How could something like this even happen? Urine cuts in calmly, saying that he just lost some weight. Colin shakes his head again, still stunned, muttering that it's not just that. With a dumbfounded look, he adds that this urine is taller too. Clearly done listening, urine sticks a finger in his ear and replies that when he lost weight, he also grew taller. Colin turns away abruptly, looking at the students sprawled on the ground, and demands to know why they're all lying there. One of them leans in and whispers what happened. As Colin listens, his disbelief only deepens. He straightens and points at urine again, declaring that it's impossible. Urine just stares back at him, not understanding what else he's supposed to say. Colin presses on, asking if that means catching the orc warrior was true as well. Urine answers casually that it is. Colin points again, trying to ask how he did it, but his unfinished question meets nothing but Urine's blank, unbothered stare. Urine clicks his tongue and asks if Colin is really calling his own older brother a bastard. Colin grunts, disbelief still burning in his eyes, then shouts that he can't accept it. He points again, voice rising, yelling that there's no way he can believe Urine became this strong. Urine answers with a faint, mocking smile, calling him little brother and asking if he's done shouting yet. That's enough to set Colin off. He snaps back that this guy keeps, then stops himself and scoffs. He declares coldly that he never treated Urine as an older brother to begin with. With open defiance, he adds that all Urine is going for him is being born 2 years earlier, and finishes by calling him a pig. Annoyance flares inside Urine, but he suppresses it behind a calm smile. He says that's fine, then tells Colin he'll show him exactly why he's the older brother. He gestures lightly and tells him to come at him. Colin's face lights up with excitement, saying this is good, that this is exactly what he wanted. Before things move further, Urine raises a finger and says they should make a bet. Colin scowls and asks what kind of bet. Urine's eyes gleam mischievously as he says the loser will grant the winner one wish. Colin grits his teeth and agrees, adding harshly that if he wins, he'll make Urine crawl at his feet. He tells him to get ready and orders another student to hand him a sword. Soon, both of them stand on the training ground with wooden swords in hand. A student leans in and whispers something into Colin's ear. Urine watches without reacting, a faint smile forming as he realizes the student is explaining how he knocked out the others earlier. When Colin finishes listening, his face twists with fury and he snaps that they're starting now. Before the bout begins, Colin releases his aura. Pressure floods the area, heavy and sharp. Urine notes calmly that Colin isn't holding back from the start. He's going all out. Activating the eye of the creator, Urine looks through him. Name: Colin rocks traits. Swift Sword LV.2. Quick Movement LV.2 Special. Sword Emperor Affection Affinity. -78. Extreme Dislike. Urine smiles inwardly. Sword Emperor Affection. A mark of someone born with innate sword talent. Considering Colin has never lost to anyone his age, that confidence makes sense. It practically pierces the sky. In the next instant, Colin charges. His sword flashes forward, aimed to strike. Urine's eyes narrow as the world before him slows, every movement unfolding clearly in his vision. As Colin closes in, Urine steps lightly to the side, using the small dragon steps to evade the strike with ease. In the same motion, he raises his sword and brings it down on the now unbalanced Colin. No matter how he looks at it, Urine knows he won't lose to this brat. The blade lands cleanly on Colin's foot, freezing him in shock. Before he can react, Urine strikes again, this time across Colin's shoulder. He decides then that he won't end this in a single blow like he did with the others. Colin can't keep up. The attacks come too fast, slipping past his guard again and again. With a faint smile, Urine tells himself he'll beat Colin thoroughly, from head to toe. 10 minutes pass. Colin is barely standing now, breath coming in ragged gasps as he swings wildly, taking hit after hit. Pride alone keeps him upright. Urine continues without pause, his strikes precise and relentless. Around them, the students watch in silence. Some can't even close their mouths. Others grit their teeth, whispering that it looks less like a spar and more like torture, that it's cruel. At last, Colin collapses, his voice shaking as he begs Urine to stop, admitting that it hurts too much and that he's lost. Yurin smiles and strikes him once more, wondering if Colin is still planning to talk casually. Before Colin can answer, the blows rain down again until his voice breaks into sobs. The sound finally makes Yurin stop mid-strike. Colin begs again, desperate and trembling. Yurin lowers his sword and warns him that if he ever acts up again, he'll be beaten twice as badly as today. He asks if Colin understands. With tears streaming down his face, Colin nods and says that he does. Yurin then says it's time to state his wish. Colin, still confused, asks what he means. Yurin answers calmly that from now on, whenever they're together, Colin must address him as great older brother. Dread washes over Colin's face as he stammers that this is a bit, only to fall silent when Yurin raises his sword again. Panic takes over, and Colin hurriedly shouts the title properly. Satisfied, Yurin tells him it's time to go. Colin, still disoriented, asks where they're heading. As Yurin steps into the warp gate, he answers that they're going to the Empire, where their third brother, Rayon, is. Light flashes, and in the next instant they arrive at the Imperial capital. Outside, Jirinox stares around in awe, marveling that it's possible to cross into another country through the magic tower. As they walk, Yurin explains in a casual tone that the magic tower is a neutral force, which is why it exists in every country regardless of borders. His gaze shifts ahead, landing on a refined structure in the distance. The design feels strangely modern, almost out of place, and he concludes that it must be the Empire Knight Academy. Jirinox lets out a quiet sound of awe beside him. Without much ceremony, Yurin tells Colin that this time he should go in himself and bring Rayon out. Colin nearly blurts out a question, but he catches himself at the last second and answers obediently. Yurin frowns slightly and reminds him about the title. Colin stiffens and immediately corrects himself. Yes, great older brother. A few minutes later, Colin returns with another young man at his side. He announces that he has brought him. From where he stands, Yurin looks at the tall figure approaching and greets him lightly, wondering inwardly if this is really Rayon. The young man freezes, eyes wide, and stutters Yurin's name, asking if he said it right. Yurin smiles and confirms it. Glancing between the two, he praises Colin for a job well done. Colin almost slips again, but quickly fixes himself and replies properly, great older brother, which only leaves Rayon looking more confused. Rayon shakes it off and says he's already heard the rough details from Colin. Yurin nods, saying that's good, and tells him to get ready so they can head home. But Rayon doesn't move. His expression turns serious as he says there's a problem. Yurin asks what kind of problem. Rayon answers gravely that the Empire capital is currently under emergency lockdown. They can enter, but they can't leave. Yesterday at dawn, the Empire's crown prince was assassinated. The words hit Yurin like a blow, leaving him stunned. The news hits Yurin and Colin so hard that both of them fall in a stunned silence, their jaws hanging open. Colin is the first to react, forcing air into his lungs and demanding to know what Rayon means by saying the crown prince is dead. While Colin presses him, Yurin's thoughts turn cold and sharp, spiraling inward as a familiar unease takes hold. Is this that event? The one he already knows about? Rayon repeats himself, urgency creeping into his voice, insisting that he's telling the truth. The crown prince was assassinated at dawn. The moment it happened, the entire imperial capital was thrown into a state of emergency. As Colin continues firing questions, Yurin turns his gaze back toward the streets they passed through earlier. It fits. On the way to the academy, he'd seen soldiers flooding the roads, their presence pressing down on the city like an incoming storm. Even the air had felt tight, heavy enough to choke. Colin's voice cuts back in, tense and searching, asking who could possibly pull something like this off and whether it's even feasible. Rayon lifts his hands helplessly and admits that he only knows what's been circulating as rumors. He can't say anything with certainty. Still, everyone's eyes remain fixed on him. After a pause, Rayon continues, explaining that the crown prince's fiancée, a princess from another kingdom, had arrived a few days ago. Wanting to impress her, the crown prince called her to the training grounds at dawn. There, he demonstrated his swordsmanship, moving with crisp confidence. When he finished and approached the applauding princess while sheathing his blade, the ground suddenly exploded. Jagged spikes of stone burst upward and pierced straight through his body in an instant. The priests nearby rushed in, desperately trying to save him, but it was already too late. He was dead. Colin points instinctively, disbelief written all over his face, saying this has to be magic. Then he demands to know how that's possible when magic is forbidden within the imperial palace and royal grounds. Rayon nods firmly. That very restriction is why all the tower masters from the magic tower were summoned immediately. The palace is in complete chaos. Shaken, Colin mutters that the crown prince died in his own courtyard, right in front of his fiancée. His voice tightens as he wonders what kind of world they're living in. Yurin doesn't speak. He repeats a single phrase in his mind. Stone spikes. With that, certainty settles in. He knows who carried out the assassination. He knows why it was done. And he knows where the assassin is right now. His thoughts grow heavier as another realization follows. The group behind this will soon rise across the continent. And this killing is only the beginning. But dread creeps in all the same. This event shouldn't have happened yet. Not until the middle of the story. The sudden shift leaves Yurin deeply unsettled, as if the plot itself has twisted and forcibly dragged a major event forward. Something is wrong. He admits to himself that he needs time. Time for himself to grow. And time for the original protagonist to catch up before facing something like this. The thought barely settles before another realization crashes into him. If he's already obtained the heavenly martial body, then maybe everything really is different now. Steadying himself, he calls out to Colin and Rayon. Rayon responds immediately. Colin answers a beat later, his voice trembling before he hastily corrects himself and calls Yurin great brother. Rayon pauses, puzzled, placing a hand on Colin's shoulder and calling him second brother as he asks why he keeps adding that title. Colin's face reddens as he mutters for him not to ask. Yurin, now fully composed, asks Rayon about the most famous inns nearby. Still confused, Rayon answers that Dragon's Tear and Giant's Faith are the most well-known. Yurin decides on Dragon's Tear. His instructions follow sharply, without hesitation. First, file leave requests from their academy. Then go to the Magic Tower and submit a departure request for all four of them. With the rock's name and proper alibis, it should move quickly. Until the results come back, they are to wait for him at Dragon's Tear. Rayon, Girinox, and Colin all stare at him, as if he suddenly started speaking in another language. Rayon nods slowly, then calls him brother and asks what he plans to do. Yurin has already turned away. Without looking back, he says he's going to catch up with an old friend. Just before leaving completely, he glances over his shoulder with a faint smile and warns Colin not to pick a fight with Girinox. Rayon, even more confused now, asks how Yurin could possibly have friends in the Empire. Colin admits he has no idea either. Later that day, as evening settles over the capital, Yurin stands at a distance, observing a massive building glowing with warm light, guards posted rigidly at its entrance. Hidden within a narrow alley cloaked in shadow, he notes calmly that this must be Flambridge, the bar restricted to nobles only. He looks away and begins changing into the outfit he prepared earlier. Once dressed, he studies himself briefly and feels a quiet sense of satisfaction. Now that he's ready, there's one last step. He raises his hand and calls out softly, Agnes. The ring begins to glow, mist curling around him as the spirit awakens. A tired, irritable voice bursts out at once, demanding to know what he wants and complaining about being dragged out of sleep. Yurin almost flinches. He asks if she was really sleeping, offers a rough apology, then gets straight to the point. He needs her to disguise his face. Agnes pauses, sharp curiosity creeping into her voice as she asks how he even knows she can do that. Yurin brushes it off, saying he just had a feeling. Suspicion lingers, thick and obvious, but after a long, annoyed sigh, she gives in and asks whose face he wants. Yurin turns his gaze back to the building. At that moment, a man stumbles out of the entrance, clearly tipsy, waving as a guard bids him farewell. Yurin fixes his attention on him and asks Agnes to make him look like that man. She clicks her tongue in approval, warning him that she'll first summon the skin in liquid form before applying it. A cool splash spreads across his face. Agnes orders him to picture the face clearly in his mind. His features melt away, smoothing into a blank, mannequin-like surface before slowly reshaping. Bone, skin, and detail rebuild themselves with eerie precision, forming a flawless replica of the nobleman. Yurin touches his face, barely hiding his excitement, and declares it perfect. He walks straight toward the bar's entrance. The guard squints, momentarily confused, then stiffens as recognition sets in. He snaps to attention, addressing him as Viscount Ver and remarking on his unexpected return. Yurin feigns mild surprise, muttering about a sudden urge to drink again. The guard advises him not to overdo it this time, and gestures respectfully for him to enter. Inside, Yurin takes a seat and reaches for his hat, but a waiter rushes over, startled to see him back so soon. Yurin waves it off casually and asks for another glass of whatever he had before. As he removes his hat, his eyes sharpen, sweeping across the room. The infiltration is a success. He focuses and extends his hearing. Sounds rush in from all directions. News whispered from the magic tower. Idle chatter about travel plans. Lovers complaining about one another. Then something changes. A trembling voice, thick with heartbreak and anger. Words spill out. Changed eyes. A cruel man. Rejection. A confession. I killed him. Yurin's attention snaps toward the source. At the bar, the bartender laughs softly, telling the drunken woman that she always jokes like that. She hiccups and presses him again, asking what she's supposed to do now. The bartender keeps his tone light, saying love fades only when replaced by new love. She asks if that's really true. He assures her that she'll meet someone better. She smiles at him, saying he always makes her feel lighter, her voice carrying a hint of mischief. Yurin keeps his gaze fixed on her, listening without interruption. After hearing enough, he makes a decision. He focuses, tightening his thoughts, and sends his voice straight into her mind, calling her name. Envy. Her body jerks, just slightly, but she stays upright. Unease ripples through her expression. Yurin pushes further, his voice echoing inside her head as he asks whether she enjoyed her time with the crown prince. The words explode inside her. She whips her head around, eyes wild as she shouts, demanding to know who said that. Fury ignites instantly. The air itself seems to crack as her rage surges out of control. She lets out a scream, so heavy it rattles the entire structure, beams groaning as walls split apart. A second scream follows, far worse than the first, obliterating what little remains. The building collapses in on itself, stone and debris crashing down in a deafening roar. Outside, guards and civilians stare in horror as rubble rains from above. Screams erupt as people scatter in panic, watching the structure cave in. Only after the worst of it passes does someone finally shout that the building is collapsing. From the ruins, a figure bursts free and lands cleanly before the guards. Yurin's focus never leaves her. The moment he sees her, his expression tightens in alarm. She's losing control. Stone rises beneath her feet as she lifts into the air, her body merging seamlessly with the surrounding earth. Her voice booms as she demands to know where he is, the one who dared speak to her. Yurin activates the eye of the creator. Name, envy trait, 7 sins, jealousy affinity, -99 status, killing intent, extreme. Cold dread crawls up his spine. He knew she was dangerous, but not like this. Fully fused with stone, she looks down at him with a predatory smile, calling him human and promising to tear him apart piece by piece. Yurin grits his teeth, his jaw locking tight as tension floods his body. A single thought echoes through his mind. Can I even survive this? Fully merged with the stone beneath her, she rises as if the earth itself is lifting her body. From that height, she looks down and calls out, demanding to know where he is. The one who spoke to her just now. Her voice tears through the ruined space, echoing against shattered stone. Yurin takes in the destruction around him, his eyes tracing the collapsed walls and fractured ground, and wonders what kind of overwhelming force could carve out devastation on this scale. Instinct takes over. He activates the eye of the creator. Name, envy trait, 7 sins, jealousy affinity, -99 status, killing intent. The moment the information settles, his body stiffens. He already knows she isn't human, but this presence, this pressure, crawls across his skin like cold iron. Then her gaze snaps onto him. Her eyes sharpen, and she lets out a soft sound of amusement as she recognizes him. She asks if she isn't right, then calls him human and calmly declares that she'll tear him apart. Yurin's frown deepens. He asks himself whether he can even win this fight. The honest answer chills him to the bone. Still, he steadies his breathing. He came here knowing this might happen. He has no choice but to try. He calls out to Agnes, noting quickly that he needs a weapon first. The disguise on his face dissolves as he releases it, peeling away the secondary body of Agnes like removing a mask of flesh and metal. Using her ability, he forges it down into a dagger, its shape snapping into place in his hand. Envy stares, momentarily caught off guard by his true form. Confusion flickers across her face. Then she laughs, low and pleased, remarking that he's quite handsome. Good, she thinks. She'll capture him alive and turn him into a trophy. In the next instant, she launches skyward, 6 additional stone legs unfolding beneath her as she propels herself upward. Yurin freezes for a heartbeat, watching her rise far too fast. Then she dives. Stone limbs strike down like spears. Yurin jerks backward, barely escaping as the ground explodes where he stood moments before. Still retreating, he flicks his wrist and throws the dagger in a straight line. It whistles through the air, only to be stopped cold as she blocks it effortlessly with a stone spear. The blade rebounds and falls uselessly to the ground, as if it struck tempered steel. Yurin's stomach drops. If that's how it is, then he'll use something else. He tosses a small sphere and triggers black iron explosion. The ball begins to glow as it rushes toward her face. She simply watches it, curiosity in her eyes. It detonates with a thunderous blast. Smoke billows outward, swallowing the space. When it clears, she's still standing, unscathed, unburned. A faint smile curves her lips, as if she's asking whether that was supposed to do something. She remarks lightly that his magic is fun. Yurin stares at her, stunned, his jaw slack. Damn it. If that won't work either, then he has no choice. He activates Blood Fire Palm. Heat surges violently up his arm. He tells her take it. The same finishing technique that once crushed an orc warrior in a single blow. He unleashes the butterfly-shaped strike, its trajectory twisting unnaturally through the air. Just as it closes in, she snaps it apart with her stone spears, erasing it as if it never existed. Yurin freezes. Another curse burns through his mind. He's empty, completely drained. From somewhere in the distance, the noise of people reaches his ears. He turns sharply, irritation flaring as he struggles to think. Survivors are scrambling to escape, panic spreading fast. He curses again. If he does nothing, more will die. He turns back, forcing his breathing steady. Then he just has to hold out until the Capitol guards arrive. Her patience snaps. The earth shudders as more stone spears rise around her. One shoots toward him. He dodges with difficulty, a rough grunt tearing from his throat. Another follows. He ducks under it, teeth grinding. A strike from above. He throws himself back, feeling the air split where his skull would have been. He lands behind shattered rubble, crouched low, breath ragged, muttering that this is madness. Frustration claws at him. If he keeps dodging like this, he's dead. He forces Agnes to change form, reshaping her into a sword. He admits it to himself. He's never truly learned the blade, but he doesn't have a choice anymore. He takes a stance. No more hidden weapons. He'll pour everything he has straight into the sword. She doesn't wait. She roars that she's coming and launches a swarm of stone spears. He evades the first, feeling it slice past his head. He swings the sword and cleaves through another, forcing his way forward. When he sees the clean cut, something sparks inside him. It's working. The spears are durable, but they can be cut. A strange smile pulls at his mouth. There's still a chance. She grins back, delighted, calling him fun and asking if he feels the same. Her smile stretches wider, cruel and eager. She wants to see how long he can last. More spears form, multiplying faster than before. Yurin pauses for a single heartbeat. He raises his sword, frowning as he mutters about how they keep increasing. Still he waits, watching her, waiting for something. She laughs loudly, taunting him, daring him to block this one. Then her words choke off. Her body jerks. She recoils, snarling, asking what the hell is happening to her. Her hands clutch at her throat, as if invisible fingers are crushing it. She stumbles, groaning in pain, demanding to know what's happening inside her body. Yurin watches quietly. Inside, grim satisfaction settles in. From the very first attack, he's been infecting her with every poison he has. His creator's eye flares, flooding his vision with alerts. Extended poison activated. Piercing internal pain. Blood venom art activated. Snake mind poison. Venom of 100 vipers confirmed. Fiery flame poison activated. Fire frog toxin. Burning agony, spreading throughout the body. Finally, a reaction. Excitement surges through him. She's poisoned. At last. Then another line flashes. Remaining paralysis time. 0 minutes 1 second. His thrill fractures into confusion. 1 second. Why is it so short? There's no time to think. He can't waste this opening. He activates Small Dragon's Treasure, his speed exploding outward until the air around him crackles, his body surging forward like lightning. In a single breath, he's in front of her. He crouches, coils his legs, and launches upward, blade poised to strike. Just before impact, another notification blinks. Paralysis, 0 minutes 0 seconds. But he's already moving. He strikes first, slashing into her with everything he has, carving an opening through stone and flesh. Without hesitation, he forms a black iron sphere, pouring every remaining shred of inner force into it, and hurls it straight into the wound. Inside her body, the sphere begins to glow. Her eyes widen, fury and panic crashing together as she looks down at it. Then it detonates. A deafening blast tears through her form. Yurin is thrown back by the shockwave, skidding across the ground, his breath shaking violently as he struggles to stay upright. Relief crashes over him, raw and overwhelming. A grin breaks free before he can stop it. He did it. Through falling debris and dust, he sees it clearly. Half her body is gone, blown apart completely. Only the stone portion still fused to the ground remains. He exhales, almost laughing, wondering if it's really over. Then the stone moves. It liquefies. Mud surges upward, trembling, pulling itself together. Yurin's breath catches, his heart dropping straight through his chest. The mass rebuilds, reforming into her shape once more. A weak but furious voice rises from the sludge, swearing that she'll end this. Something snaps inside him. He forgot. His system flashes violently. Warning. Envy awakening into phase 2. Yurin clenches his teeth. He completely forgot. These monsters don't die that easily. They have multiple phases, each stronger, each drowning in magic. The creature finishes reforming, a massive stone body rising beneath a grotesque, oversized head. Phase 2, he mutters. Envy snarls, stone spears forming by the dozens around her. Yurin raises his sword just as she bellows for him to die and launches a devastating strike. He bends backward, so far his spine screams, barely evading as the attack shatters the ground where his head was a moment ago. She doesn't stop. More spears follow. He twists, rolls, slips between them with desperate precision. They're faster now, wilder, unpredictable. His lungs burn, his vision tightening. He dodges another barrage and slashes back, cutting through spears as they pass, cursing under his breath. Damn it. At this pace, he's dead. Then it happens. An attack he never sees flashes toward his face. His eyes widen, and the world goes dark as blood splatters across his vision. Yurin grunts, dragging in air as he twists away from the stone spears hurled at him. Each one is faster than the last, their trajectories jagged and erratic. The truth crashes down on him. It's faster now, more unpredictable. He hacks a few spears apart with desperate swings, but the realization gnaws at his mind. At this rate, I'm dead. As if answering that thought, a spear he never sensed rips through the air, passing so close it steals the warmth from his skin. A heartbeat later, darkness slashes across his vision, blood spraying cleanly. Yurin blinks hard, lungs locking, then realizes he slipped aside at the final possible moment. The spear only grazed his shoulder. Pain flares, hot and sharp. He staggers back several steps, forcing distance between himself and the relentless assault. From his new position, he grips his sword tightly. My head almost flew off. The thought trembles in his skull. He turns and runs, instinct screaming that if he slips even once, he dies for real. He has to escape. He has to survive. The moment he flees, fury erupts behind him. Her voice coils with venom as she demands to know where he thinks he's going. A massive spear slams down in front of him, blasting the ground apart and forcing him to stop. Another erupts from below, and he barely leaps away, his boots scraping stone as it rises. The instant he lands, a spear rips across his side. He hurls himself aside with a rough grunt. He doesn't even get a breath. A storm of spears tears toward him with vicious precision, forcing him to whirl back around, teeth clenched tight. A guttural sound rips from his chest. Then suddenly it stops. She lowers her attacks and laughs, the sound grim and echoing through the ruins. Her grin stretches wide, delighted and cruel, as she asks if he truly thinks he can escape her that easily. Confusion tangles his thoughts. What now? She tells him to struggle as much as he wants. It won't change anything. His only response is a harsh curse forced through clenched teeth. Night settles over the city. Elsewhere, a woman wrapped in a dark robe and hood walks alone through the streets, her steps calm and unhurried. Shouts ripple through the air. Someone screams that a monster has appeared, that the guards are needed immediately. The cries catch her attention. Ahead, a group of men argue in panic. One grabs another by the shoulders, trying to steady him, demanding to know what he means by a monster. The frightened man stammers that something covered in stone spears appeared in the southern district. As she listens, her expression sharpens. Her thoughts sink inward, turning cold. Envy. No, that shouldn't be possible. The men keep arguing, one doubting, the other insisting the creature truly wielded stone spears. Someone mutters whether it could be connected to the crown prince. Then they freeze. The cloaked woman vanishes. One of them screams. She's already perched atop a tall building, her gaze sweeping across the city. In the distance, violent light flashes amid thunderous noise. That's the place. She leaps, her body cutting through the night. Tattoos briefly revealed along her skin before darkness swallows her. Back in the ruins, Yurin continues dodging every strike hurled at him. Each miss only fuels her irritation. Frustration twists into a grin as she decides it's time to end this. She attacks again, a spear faster than anything before. Yurin braces, sword clenched tight, watching a swarm of spears tear toward him. His breath catches. Fear and fury collide in his chest. Is this how I die? His body locks. Eyes wide, mouth open. The spears close in, impossibly close, and he can't move. A system window explodes into view. A true life-or-death crisis has been detected. 2 special privileges unlocked. First privilege. Heavenly Eye subjugated to the Creator's gaze. Advancing to Creator's gaze, LV.2. Opponent attack trajectories are now visible. Yurin's eyes snap wider. The world shifts. The spears slow. Their paths blaze clearly through his vision. Lines and arcs unfolding in perfect clarity. He sees the simulations. Every angle. Every endpoint. His body moves before thought. He slips past the first strike. The window guides him. Another follows. He dodges again. If I can read the predicted path, this isn't that hard. 2 spears spiral toward him, feints layered with malice. Under his gaze, the deception collapses. He steps through both with minimal movement. A grin creeps across his face, sharp and incredulous. If I master this, I could dodge like a martial master with my eyes closed. Envy snarls, fury erupting as her attacks fail. The system flashes again. Second privilege unlocked. Realm of Ascension activated. Trigger condition, moments before death. Time limited. Yurin stiffens. Power surges through him. His sword ignites as inner strength floods outward, cresting violently. White energy coils along the blade, dense and radiant, humming with overwhelming intensity. Is this sword chi, or something closer to sword aura? Yurin steadies himself and lets out a thin smile. Whatever it is, this is enough. With this, he can win. Across the street, a mother and her child peer out from behind a window. The child tugs at her sleeve, eyes shining. Yurin lifts the radiant blade, white energy humming along its edge. The boy whispers in awe that the Knight of Light has appeared. Envy lunges first. Yurin moves in the same instant. Lightning rips through his limbs as he tears through her storm of stone spears, slicing them apart as if they were paper. He closes the distance in a blink, speed distorting the air itself. Panic finally breaks across Envy's face. She freezes, eyes wide, as if staring at something impossible. A broken scream tears from her throat, a long, desperate no. Yurin hangs before her in midair, completely still, gaze locked and merciless. He raises the blade and brings it down with white-hot force, telling her to take it. The strike cleaves through her cleanly, ripping her head from her body. The impact detonates outward in a blinding explosion of light, tearing the battlefield apart. From the window, the mother and child stare in stunned silence. The boy breathes out that the Knight of Light defeated the monster. Yurin lands, trembling. Sweat pours down his face, breath coming in ragged pulls. Did I do it? The question shakes even inside his own head. The system flickers. You are exhausted. Inner power and stamina completely depleted. He exhales sharply. I barely won. Only because those 2 privileges activated in time. His eyes dart around the ruins. I need to leave. Now. Every scrap of strength I have left has to go into escaping before the guards arrive. Then the air changes. His senses snap tight. Danger. He spins and stops cold, breath caught in his throat. Dark energy swirls, warping the air as it drags itself together. Realization slams into him. No way. The remains. They're reassembling. Fast. The system window explodes into view. Warning. Envy. Phase 3. Final form detected. Yurin stares, disbelief twisting his voice. Phase 3. Final version. From the coiling darkness, a new head forms. Envy snarls, calling him a bastard, her grin wild with raw excitement as she promises he won't get away after this. Yurin grinds his teeth, frustration and disbelief crashing together in his chest. I'm screwed. I didn't even get the chance to repay him. Envy's rage swells violently, her body expanding until she towers higher than before. In a raw, shaking voice, she declares that she'll kill them all. The words grind between her teeth as she growls it again, promising to slaughter everyone in sight. The sound rumbles through the air, like something barely holding itself together. Dark energy hums across her massive form as her gaze locks onto Yurin, and she prepares to strike. Yurin stares up at her, his mouth falling open at the sheer scale of her. What a massive size. His thoughts feel hollow, scraped clean by exhaustion. My inner force is completely drained. Is this really the end? A stone spear tears through the air toward him, its tip closing in within inches. With no strength left to move, he remains frozen, teeth clenched, fear rooting him in place. As the spear nears, the certainty of death presses hard against his mind. Then envy jerks. Her body is wrenched sideways by an external force. She lets out a frustrated grunt, head snapping around as she demands to know what's happening. She struggles, but something tightens around her, living strands coiling around her limbs, sealing over her mouth, snaring her countless stone spears in an instant. Behind her stands the woman from before. The same woman, now controlling the living bindings restraining envy. Recognition flashes in Envy's eyes as she muffles a furious attempt to speak, demanding whether the woman can't see what's right in front of them. The answer comes sharp and cold. The woman calls Envy's name, murderous intent dripping from her voice as she commands her to stop. "This isn't the time," she says. "It's not time for them to reveal themselves." Yurin sees her clearly now. He knows exactly who she is. As the woman drags Envy backward across the rooftop, Envy thrashes and muffles another demand, asking again if the woman truly can't see this. Watching them retreat, Yurin mutters under his breath, calling her a thing, remembering that he ran into that same existence after descending from the divine dragon palace. His system window flickers open. 7 deadly sins, lust. He repeats the word under his breath, disbelief slipping into his voice. Lust. The sound makes her pause. She turns her head and looks at him, her gaze probing, unreadable. Confusion coils through his thoughts. If this isn't the time to reveal themselves, does that mean they're retreating? Lust turns away without answering. She tightens her hold on Envy's restraints and mutters that it's time to move. With a sharp pull, she drags Envy with her and leaps off the building, vanishing into the night. Yurin watches her disappear into the distance and finally releases a shaky breath. He's alive. After everything, he's still alive. A sudden noise snaps his attention sideways. He spins at once and spots a familiar sight: guards. His jaw tightens as he mutters that right now, all he needs to do is get away. He slips into a shadowed alley and moves alone, deciding without hesitation that running into the guards would only invite trouble. He avoids them entirely. Time drags on. Night slowly bleeds into morning. At the hotel later that morning, a cheerful voice greets him, calling him young lord and saying he's finally back. Yurin answers with a tired yeah, then asks if anything happened overnight and whether Colin and Rayon are still asleep. Jirinox claps his hands excitedly and reports that a terrorist appeared in the city last night, and that both brothers rushed out at dawn, insisting they'd catch the culprit themselves. Yurin listens, sighs, and removes his cape. Kids do things like that, he thinks. He tells Jirinox that'll be all. Jirinox hesitates, standing there awkwardly, until Yurin collapses onto the bed and says he's going to sleep first. He's exhausted. Feeling unsure, Jirinox backs away, saying that's fine and that he'll be outside if the young master needs anything. Yurin doesn't answer. He's already drifting into a shallow sleep. His thoughts wander back. The battle with Envy. Brutal. But because of it, a system window flickers into his mind. 10,000 poisons body scripture. 4 stars. He acknowledges it quietly. He's reached the 4-star stage. And yet, he also understands just how lacking he still is. He remembers it clearly. He couldn't even properly defeat envy, the weakest among the 7 deadly sins. Lust's words echo again. Now still isn't the time. But when that time comes, he knows it now. The sins beyond envy are far more terrifying, and the hidden forces of evil will eventually surface. Yurin sits up, settles into a lotus position, and begins circulating his inner energy, muttering that he needs to grow stronger, much faster. His eyes open wide, resolve burning deep in his chest. Later that same morning, Rayon announces that he heard the murderer who killed the crown prince appeared in the city. Colin clicks his tongue in frustration, saying that if he'd found the murderer, he would have caught them. Rayon corrects him, explaining that the reports say the assassin wasn't human at all, but a monster far beyond that. Stone spears erupting from its body, buildings smashed apart, the entire scene described as insanity. He hesitates, then adds that suddenly, bam. Colin frowns sharply and demands to know what he means by bam. Rayon explains that witnesses reported a night of light appearing. Someone wielding a light aura. They say light poured from his sword, that he struck the monster with a shining blade, and even blew it apart. In the end, both the monster and the Knight of Light vanished without a trace. Colin listens with wide eyes, marveling out loud about when he'll ever earn a title like that, and how badly he wants to know who the Knight of Light was. Yurin sits with him quietly, yawns once, and thinks to himself that the Knight of Light is sitting right here. He finally speaks, asking what happened with their departure application. Rayon straightens at once and confirms it was approved earlier today. Colin adds that using the Rox family name really did the trick. Yurin acts mildly surprised and replies with a simple yeah, then tells them not to waste time. They need to leave immediately. If something happens again, they might not be able to get out at all. He stands and orders them to pack their things and meet him in the lobby. Both answer at once. Rayon hesitates, eyes narrowing with concern, and asks if something happened to Yurin's friend, saying he looks completely exhausted. Colin elbows him sharply and tells him not to ask. Later, they stand before the teleportation tower. The activation completes, light envelopes them, and they travel straight back to their homeland. At the Rox estate, their father is already waiting. The moment he sees his sons, he bursts into laughter, joy flooding his face. Seeing them all return like this fills him with overwhelming happiness. Rayon runs ahead, shouting father, and leaps into his arms. Their father catches him easily, laughing as he calls him a rascal and remarks that he's grown taller. Yurin approaches next, bows deeply, addresses him as father, and announces that his son has returned. Colin follows, bowing and repeating the same words. Their father chuckles, clearly delighted, and welcomes them home warmly. He mentions that he heard something major happened in the Empire. Rayon, still clinging to him, confirms it and asks if he should explain everything. Their father laughs softly and says he's sure the story is entertaining, but they must all be exhausted from traveling. They can talk about it later over dinner. For now, they should rest. Later, inside one of the estate's rooms, someone greets Yurin as young lord and says it's been a long time. Yurin turns, his eyes lighting up, and calls out Aaron's name. Aaron smiles and tells him he's incredible, gone only for a short while yet returning with 2 new titles and far stronger than before. Yurin stares at her blankly, completely lost, and asks what she's talking about. Aaron explains that at A.S. Castle, he earned the title Iron Magician, and in the royal capital, he was given Rookie Slayer. He grows even more confused, scratching the back of his head as he repeats the words Rookie Slayer under his breath. Aaron blinks, just as puzzled, and asks if he truly didn't know. She reminds him that at the Royal Knight Academy, he beat 4 masterclass students half to death. Their faces surface in his memory, and he mutters, "Ah, those guys. I guess I did." Aaron nods and explains that those 4 are considered rising talents, commonly called rookies. Since he defeated all of them in one go, people naturally started calling him the Rookie Slayer. Yurin winces hard, slapping his forehead in embarrassment, regretting that he beat up rookies without even realizing it. Letting out a sigh, he tells her to forget it and says that he brought gifts for both her and Clyde, and that tomorrow he'll. His words cut off. The door flies open and someone rushes in, shouting for the young lord. Yurin turns and sees Peru, breathing fast. Peru announces urgently that now isn't the time. The Marquis has summoned all 3 brothers to dinner immediately. Later, the 3 sit at the dining table with their father. The atmosphere is calm, but heavy. Their father looks at them and asks if they've rested properly. All 3 answer yes, without hesitation. He nods once, then gets straight to the point. Before any food is brought in, he tells them the reason he called them here. Without softening a single word, he declares that the trial to determine the successor will now begin. Their father, the Marquis, speaks with the weight of generations behind his words. He reminds them that the Rox family has always been a house where the eldest son inherits the title. By that rule alone, Yurin should have already been standing as the successor. He adds calmly that he himself became heir at an age younger than Yurin is now. Then his tone hardens. He states plainly that Yurin wasted far too many precious years. Because of that, he once intended to name Colin as the next head of the family. His gaze shifts to Yurin, lingering for a moment, before he acknowledges that Yurin has finally awakened. He has finally come to his senses. Because of that, the Marquis declares he will no longer decide the successor with his own hands. His expression sharpens, seriousness carving deep lines into his face as he tells them that they will prove it themselves, with their own hands. Who among them is worthy to inherit the name? The dining hall falls silent. The air thickens as Colin and Rayon stare forward, resolve slowly hardening in their eyes. Yurin, however, cuts through the tension with an almost casual question, asking how their father intends to determine it. The Marquis rises from his seat and begins to pace, each step heavy with a decision never made before in their family. He explains that since there is no precedent for this, the trial will be divided into several stages. The first is territorial defense. He stops by the window and looks out into the distance, reminding them that the time is nearing when fully matured monsters will begin moving toward the coastline. If they are not swiftly exterminated, The people of their lands will suffer devastating losses. His voice drops, gaining a harsher gravity, as he states that the first trial is simple in purpose. Defend the territory. They will be deployed to 3 separate battle zones, and each of them must demonstrate their full capability. He turns back toward them and adds that for proper evaluation, he will assign 3 stewards, 1 to each brother, to observe and report objectively. Then, with an uncharacteristic looseness, he adds that for this trial they may use anything at their disposal. Yurin repeats the word anything, and the Marquis faces them fully, affirming it without hesitation. Their personal strength, any forces they have gathered, their connections, their wealth, everything is permitted. Colin lifts his voice in excited disbelief, asking if that is truly allowed. The Marquis answers without pause that they are not trying to become knights. They are trying to become a Marquis. Colin shoots Yurin a mischievous glance, leaving Yurin blinking, suddenly uncertain. The Marquis sharpens his tone once more, his words cutting cleanly as he states that strength matters. But for a Marquis, there are far more important things than brute force alone. He continues, telling them that if they have the ability, they may even borrow knight orders from outside territories. Results are all that matter. They must deliver the best outcomes. No excuses. Yurin answers calmly, his expression unbothered, saying that he understands. Colin responds, just as cleanly, voice steady, saying very well. Their father returns to his seat, fingers interlacing as he declares the formal discussion over. He calls for the next part of the evening. The doors swing open and chefs file in, carrying cover plates. Rayon brightens instantly. With unmistakable pride, the Marquis announces that since his 2nd and 3rd sons have returned after so long, he prepared the family's original Cherain soup. The lids are lifted. Yurin exhales in exhausted dread. Rayon chuckles in pure excitement. Their father urges them to eat well and reminds them that deployment begins in 1 month. They must prepare with everything they have. Morning breaks over the estate. Someone asks Yurin whether he isn't going to prepare as well. Inside his room, Yurin fastens his shirt and answers that there's nothing in particular he needs to prepare. Peru, standing nearby, blurts out that the other young masters are already moving, especially Colin, and that even the Living Tyne family is sending Colin support. Yurin pauses. Living Tyne, Ka's birth family. It clicks immediately. Lady Ka has placed all her faith in Colin. He tells Peru that the Marquis ordered them to achieve the best results. Peru, curiosity creeping into his voice, asks what that means for him. Yurin walks past him, explaining that whether they borrow a knight order or slaughter monsters alone, the only thing that matters is killing as many as possible. Peru stiffens, unease slipping into his tone as he admits Yurin isn't wrong. Yurin laughs, quietly, and adds that his own support is already on the way. Friends will help him go for a full wipeout. A knock lands on the door, right on cue. Aaron and Clyde enter. Yurin greets them with an easy smile and says he actually brought something for both of them. He calls Clyde forward first. Clyde answers sharply, already standing straight. Yurin reaches into his subspace bag and mentions the old tradition of a lord bestowing a sword upon his knight. He pulls out a long sword and places it into Clyde's hands, telling him it's his. Clyde freezes, eyes widening in controlled astonishment. The blade begins to heat in his grip. He stares at it, stunned, lifting it slowly as flames climb along its edge. He realizes suddenly that the heat isn't hot at all and asks what kind of flame this is. Yurin answers calmly that it's the fire of a flame spirit. Clyde repeats the words under his breath, flame spirit, as if testing whether they're real. Yurin asks how the weight feels. Clyde straightens and replies that it's excellent, light, and incredibly responsive. Inwardly, Yurin notes that the sword has already accepted Clyde as its master, and that alone is reassurance enough. He tells Clyde to speak with his sword often. Only then will he be able to draw out its true destructive potential. Nearby, Aaron listens in growing confusion, still trying to process the idea of spirit blades, until Yurin calls her name. She snaps to attention at once. Yurin smiles and rummages through his bag, telling her not to feel jealous. Her gift is here as well. He hands her a sword. She takes it carefully, examining it with focused eyes, thanking him as she starts to comment on its craftsmanship. Before she can finish, wind energy shimmers across the blade. A sudden gust spirals around her, lifting her hair as she freezes in amazement. Her face lights up. She recognizes it instantly. Wind aura. Yurin confirms it aloud. Hers is a wind spirit sword. Suddenly, she blurts out that the sword says it likes her. The room goes still. Everyone stares. Yurin lets out an uncertain HM. Still buzzing with excitement, Aaron apologizes quickly and asks if she can go test it right away. Before Yurin can say the same from behind her, He looks between them and grants permission to both. Clyde calls Aaron Sr. and asks for a match, declaring that this time he'll definitely. Only for Aaron to cut him off with a scoff, telling him he still has a long way to go. The two rush out together. Aaron laughs softly, calling them rascals. Peru remains frozen behind him, staring blankly. He finally lifts his gaze and mutters that those were spirit swords, admitting he feels a little jealous. Aaron glances back and tells him he'll receive something good later too. But before that, he still has a debt to repay. Peru's eyes light up instantly. He agrees with breathless enthusiasm. Moments later, a shout echoes from inside the estate. Inside Aaron's room, piles of gold cover the table, glittering under the morning light. Peru trembles, stuttering as he demands to know what all of this is. Aaron crosses his arms proudly and reminds him that he said he'd repay him several times over. Peru stammers that this isn't several times over. It's several dozen times over. He turns to Aaron with open awe and declares that he finally understands. Aaron is a genius, not just in dark magic, but even in gambling. Aaron winces inwardly, realizing Peru has completely misunderstood the situation, and mutters that it's not like that at all. He explains that he needs the money to buy the poisons he wants. Peru immediately responds that he only needs to say the word. Later, Aaron meets Giranox outside the blacksmith workshop. Giranox greets him with nervous eagerness, straightening his posture. Aaron asks how he's been adjusting to the new place. Giranox answers with genuine gratitude, saying everyone has treated him well, all thanks to Aaron. Aaron tells him that he's found the masters for the two swords he purchased. Giranox freezes. The great sword and the thin blade, he asks in disbelief. Aaron nods with a small smile and confirms it. Both swords accepted their wielders, and he'll show him later. Giranox exhales hard, relief flooding his face, admitting he feared the swords had been failures. Aaron cuts that thought off immediately, saying those blades are mastercraft weapons that choose their own owners. He gives Giranox a firm thumbs up and calls them incredible. Giranox wilts under the praise, embarrassed but deeply grateful, thanking Aaron for trusting someone as inadequate as him. Then his expression tightens. His shoulders stiffen as tension creeps into his posture. He admits he's been thinking a lot, and that there's something he must tell Aaron. Aaron tilts his head, curious, and asks what it is. Giranox answers with trembling urgency. There is a serious problem inside the Marquis household. The words hit Aaron like a physical blow. His eyes widen, his body locking in place, as shock ripples through him. Sometime later inside the estate, the Marquis demands to know what Aaron is talking about, suspicion edging his voice as he tries to grasp what this is all for. Aaron answers calmly that if his father grants him the authorization, then he will understand everything. The Marquis immediately pushes back, stating that he still needs to know the purpose. Permits like that are not issued lightly. Aaron doesn't argue. He simply calls him father. The single word makes the Marquis pause. Silence stretches as his thoughts churn. When Aaron speaks again, his tone is heavier, his gaze sharper. He says that ever since the day he was knocked out by Ilya and disgraced himself, he does not believe he has ever once let his father down. He asks him to trust him with this permit as well and promises, without hesitation, that he will not be disappointed. The Marquis studies him for a long moment, weighing every word. Finally, he exhales a resigned sigh. Since Aaron is speaking with that level of seriousness, he says, then it is fine. He will inform the butler and tells Aaron to collect the authorization tomorrow. He adds one final condition. The permit will only be valid for 24 hours. Relief softens Aaron's expression. He thanks him, straightens, bows formally, and takes his leave. The Marquis dismisses him with a short reply and watches him walk away, the faintest smile lingering on Aaron's face. Left alone, the Marquis clears his throat and mutters to himself that being called father truly weakens the heart. As the thought settles, he wonders if Aaron is about to stir up trouble, then reassures himself that if it's only for 24 hours, it should be fine. Morning rises over the estate the next day. A voice calls for the young master. Inside his room, Aaron stands fully dressed in a tailored suit, adjusting his tie. Peru reports that men carrying boxes are waiting at the entrance. They said the Marquis sent them. Aaron pauses, glances at Peru, then breaks into a satisfied smile. The timing is perfect, he says. Peru blinks, confused, and asks what he means. Aaron gives his order without hesitation. Send all the male servants to the entrance. Everything there is to be taken straight to Armory Number 1. Peru stutters, asking if he means all of them. Aaron keeps his smile and tells Peru there's one more thing he needs to retrieve, saying they'll meet in front of the armory. Still bewildered, Peru nods and answers obediently. Later, outside the estate, The butler calls out to Yurin and hands him the permit, explaining that the Marquis ordered it delivered today. Yurin accepts the document, gives it a brief glance, and acknowledges it before adding that he has one more question. He asks what the Marquis is doing at the moment. The butler hesitates, then explains that the Martianist has arrived and that they are having tea together in the side room. Yurin pauses, thinking, then tells the butler to relay a message. The Marquis should bring an inspector and come to Armory number 1 by noon. The butler freezes. He stammers, trying to confirm whether he heard that correctly. Yurin doesn't wait. He turns away and warns that if the message isn't delivered properly, there will be consequences. The butler is left standing there, swallowed by uneasy thoughts. At a separate building within the estate, a voice urgently shouts for him to stop, warning that this is the armory. Yurin stands calmly before the guards as they inform him that unauthorized personnel are not permitted inside. Unbothered, Yurin hooks a thumb over his shoulder and asks whether they can see the boxes stacked behind him. The guard answers nervously that he can. Yurin explains that the boxes contain swords, shields, and armor purchased from AC Castle, equipment acquired in preparation for the upcoming expedition. He points directly at the guard and states that both he and the men transporting the supplies need to store everything inside. He orders the door open immediately. The guard pales and stutters that he can't allow entry without the armory manager present. Yurin's lips curve into a smile as he agrees, remarking that of course the armory manager must be here. The guard almost relaxes. Almost. Until Yurin adds that the manager must already have been called. The relief drains from the guard's face as unease creeps back in, and he blurts out what Yurin means by that. Both of them turn toward the armory as Yurin calmly explains that if anything unusual were happening inside, the manager would naturally be summoned at once. He lifts his chin slightly and points out that the man sprinting toward them at full speed is, in fact, the armory manager himself. Sure enough, the manager barrels toward them, breath ragged, shouting as he demands to know exactly what is going on. When he finally reaches them, gasping for breath, Yurin explains without a hint of urgency that he brought weapons and armor for the expedition and instructs him to open the door. The manager lifts a hand, struggling to steady his breathing first, then straightens and apologizes before insisting that the armory requires authorization no matter the situation. Yurin answers smoothly that he expected that response. He pulls out a document and says he came prepared, a permit. He tells the manager to open the door. The manager grumbles under his breath, irritation mixing with unease, but reluctantly agrees. He stresses firmly that Yurin may only place items inside, and that nothing else is to be touched. At once, the men begin hauling the large boxes into the armory. Yurin adopts a deliberately bored expression, picking at his nose as he mutters to Peru that this is dull. He casually asks whether they should inspect some weapons while they wait, and, just as casually, orders that the existing boxes inside be brought out to him. The manager jolts as if struck. A strangled sound escapes his throat as he rushes forward, urgently trying to stop him, reminding the young master that inspecting weapons requires special authorization. Yurin smiles pleasantly and asks for just one. He insists he only wants to see one. Relief washes over the manager's face. With a shaky voice, he agrees and says he'll bring it out himself. Not long after, men following his orders carry out a full box and place it in front of Yurin. The manager gestures stiffly and announces that it's here. Yurin tells him to open it. The lid is lifted, revealing rows of swords. Yurin turns to Jirinox and asks about their condition. Jirinox picks one up, inspecting it carefully, then reports that most of the weapons appear to be in fairly good shape. Yurin reacts with visible surprise and immediately praises the armory manager, declaring that he's clearly done an excellent job and should be reported to the Marquis and rewarded. The manager laughs nervously, waving his hands and insisting it's unnecessary. Yurin's smile sharpens. A mischievous glint flashes through his eyes as he says that this is good. Then he gives a new order. Every other box is to be taken out. Not a single one left behind. The color drains from the manager's face instantly. Panic floods his expression as it collapses. He scrambles forward and throws himself in front of Yurin, shouting that this has gone too far, that this is a blatant overstep of authority. Before he can finish, Yurin's fist, still gripping the permit, slams cleanly into the manager's face. The manager crashes to the ground. Yurin looms over him and roars the word, overstepping back in his face, disbelief laced with fury, telling him to stop spewing nonsense. He thrusts the permit forward again, standing over the fallen man like a shadow, demanding whether he can't see it, and accusing him of always trying to be clever. At that moment, the Marquis arrives. An inspector is with him. So is the Martianist. He calls Yurin's name sharply. When he reaches them, the Marquis stops and demands to know what all this chaos is about. Yurin straightens at once, his expression turning cold and severe. He states plainly that the armory manager emptied the entire armory and tells his father to see it for himself. The Marquis says nothing. He walks to one of the boxes and looks inside. His brow tightens as he reaches in and lifts out a sword. He brings it closer to his face. Then he freezes. The blade crumbles in his grip. The Marquis stares at the remains in disbelief and asks whether this is supposed to be a sword. He whirls on the inspector in fury, shouting for an explanation, reminding him that just 1 month ago, during the audit, the inspector reported no issues with the armory. The inspector panics. His eyes dart between the Marquis and the manager as words fail him. In desperation, he points at the manager and accuses him, insisting that he must have tampered with it, claiming absolute certainty. Yurin cuts in sharply and tells him to stop spouting nonsense. He asks whether the inspector is suggesting that the manager smuggled out this much equipment in only 1 month. His gaze hardens as crushing pressure pours out from him. He states that such a thing is impossible unless someone allowed it. The pressure slams into the inspector. He claws at his throat, gasping, choking, unable to breathe. His knees buckle, and he collapses to the ground as Yurin withdraws the pressure. The inspector breaks down, sobbing that he was wrong, begging for mercy, pleading for his life. The Marquis calls Yurin's name again, his glare sharp, demanding an explanation. Yurin answers calmly that now his father understands why he needed the permit and why he couldn't explain it beforehand. The Marquis listens in silence as Yurin continues, stating that this isn't limited to this armory alone. Armory number 2, armory number 3, even the food stores. All of them are in the same condition. He asks what will happen next year, or the year after, if this continues unchecked. Even if they somehow manage to scrape through this year's expedition, he says, the future is already rotting away. He points out that those at the top will still wield fine weapons and eat well, even in the middle of war. But the soldiers won't. Peru can only stare, stunned, as Yurin declares that when those in power abandon their duty, it's the soldiers who pay the price. They'll be sent to fight with weapons like this, worthless scraps that crumble in their hands. Jiranok stands frozen as Yurin goes on, his voice cutting deeper, saying they'll be forced to survive on food so degraded it might as well be poison. The word poison hits the Marquis like a hammer. Yurin's fury is no longer restrained. It burns openly in his eyes as he declares, without hesitation or compromise, that he will never forgive anyone who toys with human lives. Not long after, Harun announces that the chest set aside contains swords, armor, and shields acquired through his blacksmith from AI Castle, stressing that every piece is of impeccable quality, and he instructs his father to throw out anything unusable and replace it with these supplies. Then his tone shifts, turning firm and edged with weight. As he says the corruption they uncovered likely stretches far beyond what they first assumed, and he requests that every person connected to the 2 exposed individuals be punished without exception. The Marquis stares at him, stunned, calls his name, and demands to know what kind of person he has become. Yurin lowers his head in a respectful bow and calmly replies that in that case, he will take his leave, then turns and walks away, leaving everyone else frozen in place. As he departs, he reflects that this is the limit of his involvement. Anything beyond this point belongs to the Marissa's authority, and what remains is his father's responsibility. Several days later, back at the estate, Yurin is summoned, and standing behind the Marquis, he asks if he was called. Without turning around, the Marquis answers that thanks to Yurin, the corruption was exposed, and he felt it was only right to explain how everything concluded. Yurin immediately understands and quietly acknowledges it. Sitting over tea, the Marquis admits that Yurin had been correct, explaining that not just the first armory, but the others as well, along with the food stores, were thoroughly corrupted, with the number of people involved being staggering. What shocked him most was not the ordinary soldiers or servants, but those he had trusted for years, including the weapons steward and the inspector, and his voice tightens as he confesses that men who had stood beside him for over a decade were among those involved, something that truly broke his heart. Yurin, his gaze sharp, asks whether everyone was truly identified, and the Marquis replies that the steward and inspector confessed with unnatural honesty, even offering information that had never been requested, which made the investigation disturbingly easy. Yurin listens without any visible reaction, noting inwardly that the confession draft poison worked exactly as intended. The Marquis sets down his cup and says the incident made him realize many things, then straightens and recalls how, shortly after becoming Marquis, the former king publicly reprimanded him in front of numerous nobles, leaving him deeply humiliated. He admits that Yurin's words from days earlier struck even deeper, humiliating him far more completely. Yet without turning to face him, he says that Yurin spoke the truth and had even prepared a solution in advance. Yurin calls out uneasily, But the Marquis continues, stating that he himself was a disappointment, and then, unexpectedly, he asks Yurin to forgive him. The words hit Yurin and leave him completely frozen. The Marquis turns back toward his seat and apologizes, calling himself a disgraceful father. Yurin can only stare in shock, his thoughts racing, before answering firmly that it is not true. The Marquis looks over in surprise as Yurin breaks into a bright smile, gestures to himself, and explains that he spent years causing trouble before finally coming to his senses, adding that everyone makes mistakes. The Marquis grits his teeth, then mutters with a faint, strange smile that Yurin's tongue has finally surpassed his own, to which Yurin responds lightly that his father gives him too much credit. Letting out a breath, the Marquis declares that he will never make the same mistake again. That night, an urgent call summons Yurin. Inside the room, sealed containers are presented, and he announces that the poison has arrived. His system window appears, displaying its details, a neurotoxin derived from steel cap mushrooms that causes paralysis and respiratory failure. Yurin grips the bottle, a flash of excitement crossing his face as he notes that aquatic monsters would have difficulty breathing on land, and he praises the result aloud. Peru hesitates, then asks if Yurin has heard the recent news. Yurin turns sharply and demands an explanation. Peru eagerly explains that Yurin's popularity outside the estate has surged. Unease immediately rises in Yurin as he questions what that even means, insisting it must be some kind of misunderstanding. Peru continues, saying that while acquiring the poison, he heard Yurin's name everywhere and that people are talking about him. When Yurin presses him, Peru recounts that the territory was deeply moved by Yurin's declaration that he cared for the soldiers more than anyone except the Marquis, and that they were touched he spent his own money to provide them with armor and shields. Yurin mutters uneasily that his reputation as a delinquent should not disappear so easily. Peru adds that some townsfolk are even trying to volunteer for Yurin's unit, praises him as a genius, and asks if he planned this all along, saying recruitment will now be effortless. Yurin groans, clutches his head, waves Peru away, and tells him to leave. Peru bows, still full of amazement, and exits on his own. Yurin sighs and admits inwardly that this improvement in his reputation is something he never expected. Brushing it aside, he decides to continue developing more poison, and that very night he begins. As he consumes the steel cap mushroom blossom poison, his system floods him with notifications. The 10,000 poisons body scripture absorbs it and unlocks a new trait, 100 poisons immunity. Another message follows, stating that all pain and symptoms caused by poison are removed. The realization jolts him awake in the middle of meditation, and seated in a lotus position, he examines himself and discovers that absorbing poison no longer causes him any pain at all. It feels completely natural, so he resumes his meditation, quietly marveling at the strength of this new trait. By morning, another system window appears, announcing that a new poison has been unlocked. Hagen Serpent Bane, a neurotoxin capable of killing Gon, a legendary sea creature, with even the slightest trace able to kill a human without leaving any evidence. Yurin stares at it in disbelief, as he had only intended to unlock something weaker, yet ended up obtaining an advanced poison instead. While getting dressed, he wonders if the scripture has already reached the intermediate tier and whether stronger cultivation naturally unlocks more powerful poisons, and a slow smile spreads across his face. Peru arrives, and Yurin hands him a list, instructing him to prepare all the poisons immediately. Peru agrees at first, but the moment he reads the long list, sweat begins to pour down his face. Yurin confirms that this was intentional, thinking to himself that money is plentiful and, with poison immunity, absorbing them is effortless. So he decides to push the scripture to 5 stars before the campaign begins. Time passes, and soon the departure ceremony arrives. Outside the estate, Yurin stands before the troops he personally assembled, while his brothers stand with their own forces, the difference between them obvious at a glance. Peru leans in and whispers anxiously, asking if they will really be fine. Yurin asks what he means, and Peru gestures toward the massive night order supporting the other heirs, pointing out that Yurin has only Eren and Cried, then questions why he refused the volunteers. Yurin simply grins and says he has a plan. Suddenly, mocking laughter breaks out behind him as Colin and Leon openly laugh, causing anger to flare in Yurin as he mutters that they need to be taught a lesson. Peru panics and hurriedly begs him to hold himself back, and before the situation can escalate, a loud announcement rings out declaring the Maris' arrival. The troops immediately rise as the Marquis steps forward and proclaims that he will stand where the danger is greatest, lead from the front, and commands them to defend their land, drawing a thunderous roar in response. Watching this, Yurin forms a faint smile and thinks to himself that it has begun. The campaign starts, and each heir is assigned a defensive sector. 2 days later, Yurin arrives at his post, and standing before the castle gate, he orders it opened and introduces himself. A wall steward named Hans comes forward to greet him, but falters the moment he notices the tiny force behind Yurin, then hesitantly asks if this is truly everyone. Yurin tilts his head with an innocent expression and asks why, prompting Hans to nervously explain that hundreds of Valak attack every year and that such numbers cannot possibly be held back with so few troops. Sweat forms on his face as he asks one last time whether reinforcements are on the way, then grimly adds that within days the entire coastline will be overrun with marine monsters like Bolaks, warning that if they advance together, their overwhelming numbers could breach the walls and gates. Hans insists that the only viable option is to move beyond the walls and thin the enemy out early, then panics and blurts out that with only 5 knights, stopping them is impossible. The young lord says nothing, his face unreadable, responding only with a long silence. Suddenly, the steward shouts that it is not 5 people after all, then, still sweating, hurriedly apologizes and trails off in confusion. The young lord gives a calm smile and gestures to the side, explaining that the man standing there is the Maris's butler, sent to observe him, and also serving as his own attendant, prompting the orange-haired servant to force out an awkward laugh. He then states plainly that his only knights are the 2 behind him, Aaron and Cried, adding that what matters is what comes next, and pointing directly at Cried, he declares that Cried alone will handle the fighting, so there is nothing to worry about. Cried flinches and stammers in disbelief, asking if he heard that correctly and how such a thing could even be possible, dread tightening his expression as he wonders how he could possibly manage that alone. The young lord steps forward, grips Cried's shoulder with deliberate weight, calls his name, and tells him to trust him, stating that Cried possesses dormant potential, and declaring with dangerous certainty that the power already exists and will be drawn out now, before proclaiming that the time has come to awaken the berserker within him. At the fortress, the young lord calls for Hans and requests 2 training swords. Down on the shoreline beneath the walls, he lays out the plan, stating that until the monsters arrive, Aaron and Cried will spar continuously throughout the day, ordering them to fight once, rest for an hour, and then repeat, and asking if that is understood. He then stops Aaron briefly and says he has something to ask before she begins. Aaron responds obediently, and he asks how her sparring matches with Cried usually go. After a short pause, she answers honestly that she wins without much difficulty. The young lord's smile sharpens as he says that means she's been holding back, and Aaron falls silent. He explains that until now there was no reason for her to go all out, but from this moment on, she must use 100% of her strength and completely crush Cried. Aaron blurts out her surprise, but the young lord continues, instructing her to beat him so thoroughly that he feels the gap carved into his bones, saying it is fine if she reduces him to a pulp, because this is how Cried's potential will surface, and he tells her once more to trust him. On the beach, Aaron and Cried stand facing each other with training swords in hand. Cried roars for her to get ready and charges straight at her, his aura surging violently around him. Watching from above, the young lord murmurs in mild surprise, wondering when Cried became so capable at controlling his aura. Cried strikes first, heat and pressure spiraling around his swing, but Aaron meets him head-on and then slips past the attack at the very last instant, her blade flashing as she draws a clean line across his flank. Cried chokes, his body buckling as he coughs and drops to one knee, while Aaron steadies herself with a strained breath. In a broken voice, Cried admits defeat. From atop the wall, the young lord observes with a drink in hand and murmurs that the sight gives him goosebumps. His gaze settles on Aaron as he notes that her abilities are absurdly high, and when a status window confirms her traits, he realizes her clear mirror, though her level has risen far beyond what he expected. He observes that she is not only fast, but is reading sword paths and responding instantly, making it feel to him like watching a child fight an adult. The sparring continues. In the second match, Aaron strikes low and twists Cried's body with a brutal blow. The third ends before he can even recover. The matches stack one after another until the 9th, with Cried reeling each time, reduced to nothing but defense. Standing beside the young lord, the butler stares in shock and comments that Aaron is completely overwhelming him, but the young lord gives no reply. Below, Cried kneels in the sand, trembling and gasping for breath, staring at the ground as he whispers in disbelief that the gap between them is truly this vast. Someone calls out that Cried has had enough for the day, but Cried blurts out to the young lord, his voice shaking, asking whether it is even possible for him, admitting that he could not so much as touch the edge of her clothing, and questioning how the young lord can still claim he has hidden potential. The young lord snorts and reminds him that he already said it was hidden, then asks sharply if Cried expected it to surface easily, ordering him to trust him and continue sparring. Time passes. Day 2 arrives, and Aaron continues crushing Cried with precise, efficient strikes. Day 3 follows, her blade snapping into him again and again. After all the repetition, the young lord sits alone, cross-legged, breathing steadily, when a soldier suddenly rushes in and shouts that there is a serious problem. The young lord calmly asks what it is, and the soldier blurts out that it is finally happening, that the Bolaks are rising. They immediately hurry to the wall. The soldier points toward the sea, just as the surface breaks apart, and round-headed monsters begin to rise, their red eyes glaring and jagged teeth bared as they emerge in swarms. The young lord watches without the slightest hint of panic and casually remarks that it has been a while since he last saw them, even going so far as to call them cute little bullocks. As the creatures gather, he asks where Clyde is, and Aaron hesitates before explaining that Clyde lost earlier and is still sitting on the beach. The young lord smiles with quiet satisfaction and orders her to deliver something to him. On the sand, Clyde has collapsed forward, sobbing and trembling as despair consumes him, admitting to himself that he must be hopeless. Aaron approaches and calls his name, and he responds weakly as she struggles under the weight of what she is carrying, saying that the sword is extremely heavy. She explains that the young lord ordered Clyde to take it, and adds that the bullocks are coming, and that he is expected to fight them. Clyde freezes in shock, and when he lifts his head, the shoreline is already filled with a massive wave of monsters. Aaron adds that there is more, then delivers the message exactly as instructed, telling him to surrender his body to the smoke, and says that the young lord told her to leave him there afterward. Clyde cries out in disbelief, but Aaron is already running off, shouting that she will return if things become dangerous. Clyde reaches after her, panic breaking through his voice as he stares at the endless swarm, gasping that it is too much and wondering how he is supposed to win. High atop the wall, the observers tense, one considering calling for reinforcements while another questions what Clyde will do. But at the center of them all, the young lord stands completely still, his expression unreadable as he says nothing. With the first two steps already complete, Yurin moves to activate his soul ability, Killing Smoke, now at level 2. The power releases a hallucinogenic mist that spreads across a chosen area, seeping into the air and invading the mind by stirring fear and confusion. The smoke quickly engulfs the ground where Clyde stands, curling around him without warning. As Clyde notices the mist closing in, his irritation sharpens and his anxiety begins to spiral, and before long, the hallucinations take hold. Distorted visions rise before him, one showing Aaron telling him that Yurin ordered him to submit to the smoke, and before he can process it, the scene shifts again, dragging him back into his childhood, where he sees himself as a small boy, frozen in place as his father strikes his mother right in front of him. Within the memory, the younger Clyde cries and begs his father to stop, but his father ignores his pleas, shoves him aside, and mockingly asks what he thinks he can possibly do about it, then adds that if it feels so unfair, Clyde should simply grow stronger and defeat him. The boy collapses in tears, apologizes to his mother, and silently swears that one day he will become strong enough to protect her. As Clyde relives it, tears stream uncontrollably down his face, and his emotions surge just as another hallucination replaces the scene. This time, Aaron appears, defeating him over and over again, mocking him for being unable to even brush against her clothes and questioning how someone so weak could ever believe he might grow stronger, before declaring that he will never become powerful. Clyde tries to deny her words, but before he can respond, another vision takes over. Yurin appears and apologizes, saying he misjudged Clyde, claiming that Clyde never had any real potential from the start, calling him weak and frail, and stating coldly that he will remain that way forever. Clyde breaks down completely, sobbing as he insists those words are lies. But his denial is swallowed when the images of his younger self and his injured, crying mother appear again. The sight overwhelms him as the child reminds him of the promise he made to grow stronger, while his mother begs him to protect her, and then Aaron and Yurin return together within the vision, ridiculing him, calling him a weakling who cannot even touch Aaron's clothes, while Yurin adds that Clyde will remain weak for the rest of his life. Clyde desperately rejects their words, repeating that they are not true. When a berserker sinks into overwhelming sorrow and fear, that is the moment their true rage is born. The smoke continues to thicken, spreading farther than before, and Commander Hans watches in alarm as the mist grows denser. But then, without warning, it begins to fade. Both Hans and Yurin are caught off guard by the sudden change, and Hans demands to know what is happening. Yurin answers with a calm smile, saying that the process has been successful. In the original novel, Clyde awakened his berserker trait only after losing those closest to him. But this time, although the tragedy was artificially induced, the result is the same, and the awakening has occurred. Clyde now stands radiating fury, his eyes unfocused, and his awareness dulled. And seeing his strange state, Commander Hans asks why he seems so different. In response, Yurin raises his hand and withdraws the remaining killing smoke. As the mist fully clears, Clyde notices the approaching bulwarks, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, so intense that even the monsters recoil in response. Yurin smiles and tells Clyde to take up the flame spirit sword and drive the enemies back. And Clyde surges forward without a moment of hesitation, cutting into the bulwarks and overpowering them with frightening ease. Commander Hans watches in disbelief, asking how Clyde can possibly fight so many enemies at once. Yet Clyde continues his relentless assault, forcing the bulwarks into a complete retreat. Hans is left stunned, unable to comprehend how Cried faced them alone and still emerged victorious, while Yurin calmly reminds him that he had already said Cried could handle the battle by himself. Most of the Bull Orcs are either defeated or fleeing, but as Yurin surveys the battlefield, he realizes that one serious problem remains. Because Cried's awakening was artificially induced, his mind may no longer be fully under his control. After driving the monsters away, Cried turns his gaze toward the wall where Yurin and Eren stand, and then begins moving toward them with clear hostility. Just as Yurin expected, Cried now sees them as enemies as well, and they must restrain him without causing any harm. Yurin knows how difficult that will be, but Eren steps forward and says she will handle it herself. Yurin looks at her in confusion and asks if she is truly confident she can subdue Cried without injuring him after witnessing such overwhelming strength. Eren replies that although she does not know exactly what Yurin did to him, Cried's sword path has not changed, and because of that, she believes she can stop him. Hearing this, Yurin begins to sweat slightly, then nods and agrees to her plan. Still trapped in his berserk state, Cried advances straight toward Yurin and Eren with the clear intent to defeat them as well. Eren steps down onto the shore, positioning herself to intercept him before he can reach the others, and as she draws her sword, she calmly praises Cried for defeating the Bull Orcs and states that she will now subdue him while minimizing the pain. None of her words reach him. Cried charges and swings the flame spirit sword with full force, but she effortlessly avoids the strike. He follows immediately with another attack, yet once again fails to land a hit as she leaps into the air, propelled by the power of the wind spirit. The sight leaves Yurin deeply shocked as he wonders when Eren became capable of wielding the wind spirit at such an advanced level. Commander Hans could only stare, his mouth hanging open as he stood completely stunned by what he was witnessing. Cried grew even more furious as his attacks kept missing, and he swung again with even greater force. But this time, his blade cut through nothing but an afterimage left behind by the wind spirit. In the very next instant, Eren appeared behind him and struck with the back of her sword, deliberately avoiding any serious injury. The impact sent Cried crashing down to the ground. He cried out in pain before collapsing, exhausted and disoriented, no longer able to continue fighting. Eren then withdrew her sword and informed Yurin that Cried had been subdued successfully without suffering any major injuries. The scene leaves not only Peru and Hans in shock, but even Yurin himself is genuinely surprised, realizing in that moment that Eren's strength far exceeds what he had initially assumed. Yurin then calls out to Hans and remarks that the current situation is completely different from what Hans had reported earlier. Hans explains that his earlier statement was based on past experience, saying that under normal circumstances, once monsters begin to appear, they continue flooding in without end throughout the entire day, never giving the defenders even a moment to rest. He adds that this is the first time something so unusual has occurred, where the monsters suddenly stop coming altogether. After listening carefully and fully understanding the situation, Yurin turns to the butler and asks how the success of this mission is evaluated. The butler explains that the primary measure is the number of monsters defeated, followed by the strength of those monsters, and further adds that the evaluation also takes into account whether the city walls were perfectly defended and whether allied casualties were kept to a minimum. Once Yurin hears all the conditions, he concludes that aside from the unusually low number of monsters, everything else has gone nearly perfectly. This conclusion confuses the butler, who comments that it should be concerning that no additional monsters are approaching. But Yurin calmly replies that while it is indeed unfortunate, there is nothing that can be done, adding that a single expedition will not determine who ultimately becomes the successor anyway. The butler is visibly impressed by how composed Yurin remains, even under such circumstances, and remarks that Yurin has truly changed a great deal. Sometime later, Cried finally regains consciousness, looking around in confusion before noticing Eren standing in front of him, and he asks what he had been doing and why everyone is staring at him so seriously. Eren realizes at once that Cried has fully returned to his senses, yet she can also tell that he has no clear memory of what happened. So she asks whether he truly remembers nothing at all, then explains that he defeated the Vulk entirely on his own, and tells him that his performance was incredibly impressive. Hearing that, Cried is completely stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief at what she has just told him. After a brief pause, he asks why the back of his head feels strangely cold and uncomfortable, but Eren ignores the question and instead tells him not to worry about it, to get himself together, and to go eat with everyone else. Still rubbing the back of his head in confusion, Cried rises and follows after Eren, unable to make sense of what actually happened. Then, all at once, Hans notices movement in the distance and shouts a warning that another monster is approaching. Yurin immediately asks where it is, and Hans identifies the creatures by the size of their fins. Recognizing them as Sharkrai, he explains that they are marine monsters over 2 meters tall, each one bearing the head of a shark and limbs endowed with terrifying physical strength. Hans goes on to explain that they swallow their prey whole with razor-sharp teeth, making close combat extremely dangerous because of their massive natural weapons, and he stresses that anyone facing them must exercise extreme caution. He adds that they possess physical abilities such as rage and steel fangs, along with support-type skills like reinforcement and acceleration, which make them even deadlier in battle. Yurin reacts with visible excitement the moment he hears this description, which only makes Hans even more afraid. Hans urgently tells him not to speak so lightly, explaining that each Sharkrai possesses combat power equal to, or even greater than, that of a high-ranking knight. The butler then adds that there has never been a recorded case of more than 50 Sharkrai appearing at the same time, and explains that under normal circumstances, defeating that many would require the full military strength of the Marquis family. He states that the situation can no longer be treated as a simple test, and advises Yurin to abandon the position and retreat at once for safety. The focus then shifts to Yurin's knights, who are stationed much closer to the advancing monsters. Gripping his sword tightly, Clyde asks Eren what they should do, pointing out that these monsters are advancing far faster than the Volks from earlier. Yurin studies the situation carefully and says that holding them back with only Clyde and Eren would be difficult. Hans, already shaking with fear, asks what Yurin means by that, only for Yurin to reveal that this time he intends to step in personally. His declaration shocks both Hans and the butler, neither of whom expected him to take direct action. Yurin tells them to watch closely, then calls out to Agnes and says he will test what they prepared in advance. With that, he summons the ink-sealed phoenix. Hans, confused, asks what the object is, but Yurin ignores him and instead tells the butler to keep his eyes open and count carefully, adding that everything will be over in an instant. The butler immediately begins recording the numbers. At the same time, Hans, visibly terrified, asks about the deafening roar coming from the object in Yurin's hand, but without answering, Yurin throws it straight toward the approaching monsters. Sharks possess extremely sharp hearing, which is normally a great advantage, but against the sound produced by the ink whale, like countless wailing insects echoing through the air, that advantage becomes a fatal weakness. The overwhelming noise severely slows the movements of the sharkmen, known as Sharkrai, and taking full advantage of this, Yurin eliminates them effortlessly in an instant. The ink whale continues circling its targets, relentlessly pursuing them without pause, cutting them down with ease. As the monsters fall, Yurin laughs with confidence and remarks that everything is proceeding exactly as he expected, then asks the butler if he is counting properly. The butler confirms and updates the tally, announcing that it has reached 44. Yurin then recalls the ink whale and intentionally leaves 6 monsters behind for Eren and Cry to handle as part of their training. Cry becomes visibly nervous upon hearing this, but Eren remains completely resolute and immediately advances to face the remaining enemies. Still anxious, Cry steels himself, gathers his courage, and chooses to fight alongside her rather than hesitate. While the two engage the monsters, Yurin asks the butler whether this will at least improve their performance evaluation. The butler answers honestly that during assessment, he worries no one will believe such results if they are only reported afterward. Yurin smiles and tells him not to worry, pointing out that there are plenty of eyewitnesses present. The butler then congratulates him, stating that with this mini Sharkrai raid defeated, Yurin is clearly among the leading candidates, but he soon notices that Yurin is not listening at all and calls out to him. Yurin, having suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching, immediately warns everyone around him. He senses an oppressive aura far beyond that of any ordinary orc warrior, and the feeling alone sets his instincts screaming in alarm. Moments later, a massive shark-like monster rises from the ocean, its enormous body breaking through the surface as waves crash violently around it. As it fully emerges, tattoos resembling royal markings are visible across its arms, and in its grip is a massive weapon that appears to have been carved from bone. Hans is overwhelmed with terror at the sight, shaken by its sheer size and monstrous presence, having never encountered anything like it before. The butler suddenly recalls an ancient record from the Rex family archives, remembering a description of a creature with a body exceeding 4 meters, marked with the king's tattoos, and wielding a sword forged from the spine of a gigantic beast. And he realizes that this can only be the legendary Shark Raid King. The creature stands at 4.5 meters tall, with an overwhelming physique and the ability to manipulate aura itself. Its affinity measured at -100, its hostility unmistakably fixed on Yurin alone. The butler notices that its gaze is locked directly onto them, filled with pure, killing intent. Recognizing the danger, Yurin urgently orders everyone to retreat as far away from him as possible. But before he can finish, the monster launches forward. The attack comes instantly, aimed straight at Yurin and the fortress wall behind him. A massive cloud of dust erupts upon impact, while the creature realizes that Yurin barely avoided the strike at the last possible moment. Yurin is stunned when he sees that the fortress wall has been shattered by a single blow. He immediately lands on the shoreline, deliberately drawing the monster away from the wall and into open ground. The creature pursues him without hesitation, moving at a speed that shocks even him, as another attack narrowly misses. Yurin summons the ink whale once more while continuing to evade, but this time the ink whale has no effect on the monster's weapon at all. He is left in disbelief unable to understand why the bone blade is so incredibly durable and resistant. As the monster prepares another strike, the pressure intensifies, and frustration builds within him as he realizes that this fight will be far more difficult than he had anticipated. He retreats again, barely avoiding the incoming blow, then without hesitation activates a spell he has only recently mastered and lunges forward, slashing at the creature with his dagger. The strike lands cleanly, and without pause he follows with the serpent spear technique, attempting to bind the monster's movements. But to his shock, the spell fails entirely. The creature breaks free as if nothing had touched it and immediately retaliates, swinging its massive bone blade toward him. Yurin can hardly believe the technique dispersed almost instantly, yet he reacts on instinct, dodging once more and creating distance between himself and the monster. Frustration mounts as he realizes the creature's resistance far exceeds anything he anticipated, rendering his poison-based techniques nearly useless. Accepting that conventional methods will not work, he decides it is finally time to test his new weapon. The scene shifts to a week earlier, when Yurin visited his blacksmith, Jiranox, and asked whether he could forge weapons based on a design he had brought. Surprised, Jiranox studied the blueprint and asked if Yurin had drawn it himself, explaining that the weapon was far from simple and describing the designs as terrifyingly complex daggers rather than ordinary blades. Yurin reflects silently that in the eastern lands, such weapons are known as concealed weapons. Jiranox then asks when they are needed, and Yurin calmly replies that there is no urgent deadline, telling him to take his time. However, Jiranox suddenly remembers that young Master Yurin is scheduled to deploy in just a few days, and with firm resolve, declares that he will work through the night, if necessary, to complete them before Yurin leaves. Yurin responds with clear satisfaction, saying that would be perfect. Returning to the present, Yurin reflects that these weapons were prepared specifically for monsters like Envy, beings that someone like Agnes, who can only take a single form, could never fully understand. These are the Tonglan's 12 concealed weapons, also known as the 12 Zodiac Daggers. Without hesitation, he launches his attack. Each concealed weapon carries both direct and curved trajectory properties, giving them behavior similar to guided projectiles. Perfectly crafted, the daggers slip through the smallest gaps in the monster's defenses, striking its weak points with deadly precision, and every single one lands. The creature fails to evade even one of them. Seeing his plan succeed, Yurin finally feels a sense of relief, but that relief vanishes instantly when the monster suddenly releases its aura at full force. He is stunned by the sheer resilience of the creature, and as it charges again and swings its weapon, he narrowly avoids the strike. He is convinced the battle should already have been over. The monster's movements have clearly slowed, and each of the 12 daggers carries a different poison, substances no living being should be able to resist regardless of physical toughness. Yet the creature continues advancing, attacking again and again, while Yurin keeps evading. Eventually, the monster drops to one knee, sending shock through everyone watching, and Yurin does not hesitate, stepping in to deliver a single decisive strike that finally brings down the boss monster, Engens. As the battle ends, Yurin receives a reward in the form of a strange bead, and the moment he picks it up, a voice announces that he has obtained a fragment of the shattered world. He is stunned when he realizes he is no longer standing on the shore, unable to comprehend where he has been transported. The bead guides him forward toward a massive wall, and he recognizes the split structure standing before him. The bead begins to glow, and a notification appears stating that he has contributed to the restoration of the world. Still reeling from this revelation, another window appears, informing him that his aptitude has been analyzed and that rewards will be distributed. Suddenly, a woman's voice declares that the reward selection has been completed and that death is approaching him, causing Yurin to freeze in shock at those words. In the very next instant, he finds himself standing in the middle of a dense forest, completely disoriented by the abrupt change and struggling to understand what is happening. Before he can gather his thoughts, a figure appears in front of him, identical to himself. Yurin cannot make sense of the situation at all, and at that moment, his doppelganger calmly states that everything has finally begun. As Yurin looks up, a majestic mythical creature appears high in the sky, and he immediately recognizes it, his breath catching as he realizes it is a Qilin. Stunned and deeply unsettled, he wonders how such a being could exist, reflecting on how he has always admired mythical creatures for both Eastern and Western legends, and even sketched designs inspired by them in the past. Yet he clearly remembers never writing anything like this into the novel he created. The sight before him feels unreal, as though reality itself is slipping out of place. Without warning, Yurin's doppelganger performs a weapon summoning using Agnes, leaving Yurin taken aback as he questions internally whether his double truly intends to confront a divine beast head-on. Anxiety rises as he wonders what kind of weapon could possibly be summoned to face something so overwhelming. And to his absolute shock, what appears as an umbrella before he can fully process what he is seeing. The divine beast Iglin launches an attack, unleashing powerful lightning magic toward the doppelganger. But in response, the doppelganger opens the umbrella and drives it firmly into the ground, completely blocking the strike. Yurin immediately realizes that the umbrella is acting as a lightning rod, absorbing the lightning and safely grounding it into the earth, and he is stunned by the ingenuity of the idea, thinking that the concept is nothing short of brilliant. With this method, lightning-based attacks are rendered entirely useless. Right after, the doppelganger draws a dagger, and Yurin recognizes it instantly. Without hesitation, the blade is thrown toward the divine beast, striking it down with a single decisive hit, leaving Yurin unable to believe what he is seeing. However, the wounded creature rises again, gathers its mana, and releases a blinding burst of light that engulfs its entire body. Startled, both Yurin and his doppelganger shield their eyes from the radiance, and when Yurin opens them again, he is shocked to see the divine beast charging forward and crashing into the doppelganger with its antlers. At that exact moment, a voice announces that the playback is complete and that the Eye of the Future, which reveals death, has ended. Instantly, Yurin is pulled back into the present. The guard and the butler rush toward him, urgently asking if he has been injured, and Yurin calmly replies that he is unharmed. Hans remarks that it is unbelievable that Yurin managed to defeat such a terrifying monster, while the butler expresses his shock at just how enormous the creature truly was. Yurin then asks Peru whether he had disappeared for a moment, but Peru answers in confusion that young Master Yurin had been fighting the boss monster the entire time. Hearing this, Yurin simply acknowledges that he understands. Peru then points out that Kryde and Aaron are nearly finished with their tasks as well, praising Yurin by saying he commands exceptional knights and has an outstanding ability to recognize talent. Hans suggests that everyone should return and rest for now, and as they leave the battlefield, Yurin reflects silently that the vision he experienced was something only he had seen. Knowing the circumstances of his future death feels like a deeply unsettling reward, yet he reasons that at least he can prepare himself if he ever encounters a Killen again. Even so, questions remain unresolved, and he wonders what that white room truly was and what meaning lay behind that strange gap. Doubt begins to creep into his mind as he questions whether this world is truly the same novel he once wrote. After that incident, 3 days pass with nothing more than minor skirmishes, and 1 week later, everyone gathers at the Marquis family's assembly point at Hyrule Port. The Marquis thanks them all for returning alive and unharmed, praising their efforts during the campaign. Yurin responds modestly, adding that the Marquis himself took on the most difficult position, but the Marquis simply smiles and replies that such responsibility is part of his duty. He then reminds everyone that this campaign was the first test to determine the successor and announces that the evaluation will begin immediately. He starts with the youngest son, Rayon, as the butler steps forward and reports that Lord Rayon was in charge of the southern wall and defended it perfectly, prompting his soldiers to erupt into loud cheers. The butler continues, stating that Rayon defeated 1,854 Bolak, 467 Mantar, and 341 Chiron, along with 22 higher-ranked monsters known as Sharkrai. Based on the traditional scoring system recorded in the Marquis family archives, Bolak are worth 1 point each, Mantar 3 points, Chiron 5 points, and Sharkrai 30 points each. The Marquis expresses surprise upon hearing that Rayon defeated Sharkrai as well, and Rayon's total score is announced as 56,020 points, causing his soldiers to cheer once more. The Marquis praises Rayon for his performance. Next, Colin's evaluation begins. The butler reports that Lord Colin also defended his wall perfectly, and that he defeated Bolak, Mantar, and Chiron along with 35 Sharkrai, resulting in a total score of 73,054 points. Colin's soldiers cheer enthusiastically, and the Marquis remarks that it is an impressive result, noting that Colin defeated even more monsters than he himself did. Colin responds with a smug expression. Finally, Yurin's evaluation begins. The butler reports that the wall under Yurin's command was destroyed, and upon hearing this, Colin bursts into laughter while Rayon tells him to stop. Yurin thinks to himself that Colin clearly has not learned his lesson. The butler then continues, stating that Yurin defeated 1,332 Bolak, 281 Mantar, and 197 Chiron, along with an astonishing 169 Sharkrai. Shock spreads through the crowd as the final score is announced, revealing Yurin's total to be 80,230 points. The hall sinks in a stunned silence the moment the butler finishes reading the results, because no one present can believe what they just heard. According to the report, Yurin defeated 169 Sharkrai during the trial, a number so overwhelming that the gathered knights immediately begin exchanging uneasy looks. Colin, clearly unable to process it, questions the report at once, asking how Yurin could possibly defeat that many monsters while traveling with only a small group, because the scale of it sounds completely impossible. The butler calmly clears his throat and says there is actually one correction to the announcement. Hearing that, Colin lets out a relieved breath and remarks that he knew something had to be wrong, since there is no way Yurin could have eliminated that many monsters, and the report must have been exaggerated somehow. But the butler's next statement only drives the hall deeper into shock as he explains that, in addition to the 169 Sharkrai, Yurin also defeated a Sharkrai king at the end of the battle. According to the official records, defeating a Sharkrai king is worth 10,000 points, which brings Yurin's final score to a staggering 18,230 points. The room falls completely silent. Colin stands speechless for a brief moment before blurting out that it has to be a lie, directly challenging the butler and insisting such a feat is impossible, because even defeating more than 1,000 Sharkrai would already be difficult to believe, so there is no way one person could accomplish something on this level. The butler answers calmly, admitting that he himself found the report hard to believe at first, which is exactly why he prepared proof beforehand. With a small gesture, attendants carry forward the remains of the Sharkrai king, causing the knights to gasp, as many of them are seeing one up close for the very first time. Its enormous body leaves no room for doubt, the creature standing at least 3 times larger than an ordinary Sharkrai, its massive frame alone confirming the authenticity of the report. The butler then reveals another piece of evidence, the gigantic bone sword wielded by the Sharkrai king, and respectfully addresses the Marquis, while pointing out that the official records describe Sharkrai as creatures exceeding 3 meters in length, with their king carrying a unique bone blade, exactly like the one before them. The Marquis nods immediately, remembering the records perfectly well. The butler continues by explaining that he has already sent the remains to the estate for preservation and research in case they possess any strategic value, adding that once the examination is complete, there will no longer be any doubt. Before he can continue further, the Marquis raises a hand to stop him, saying there is no need to go that far because they have known each other for years, and he trusts the butler's judgment. At that moment, Fellow steps forward and begins adding more context. The Sharkrai king shattered part of the defensive wall with a single leap, and if young Master Yurin had not stepped in and defeated it right then, the station forces would have been placed in extreme danger. Even after hearing the explanation, Colin still struggles to process everything. The Marquis turns toward Yurin and asks him directly whether he used the special ability he demonstrated previously. Yurin calmly confirms that he did. Hearing that answer, the Marquis looks genuinely impressed and remarks that simply imagining what could have happened without Yurin's presence is unsettling, because the outcome might have ended in disaster. Yurin responds modestly, saying the Marquis is giving him too much credit since he merely did what needed to be done. Then, in an unexpected move, Yurin walks over to Colin and asks what he should call him now. Colin pauses briefly before reluctantly addressing him as my great older brother. However, Yurin immediately says that awarding 10,000 points for defeating the Sharkrai king honestly seems excessive, because in his opinion, the fight was not especially difficult, so he suggests reducing its value to only 1 point instead. Colin stares at him in complete confusion as Yurin continues explaining that even if the Sharkrai king counts for only a single point, he would still possess roughly 8,000 points while Colin only has 7,000. As Colin's older brother, he had actually hoped Colin would win, but unfortunately things did not turn out that way. With a faint smile, Yurin adds that the first test felt far too easy for him to clear. That comment makes Colin's frustration even more obvious, because hearing Yurin casually downplay such an unbelievable achievement only irritates him further. Yurin calmly continues, saying he hopes the second test will be much closer, something truly competitive and enjoyable, before smiling faintly and telling Colin to try harder next time. At that moment, the Marquis steps in and nods in agreement, saying Yurin is correct since this expedition was only the first test. In reality, it served as more than a simple evaluation. The Marquis explains that his true purpose was for his sons to gain genuine battlefield experience, because as the ruler of rocks, he must lead forces against endless waves of monsters every single year. He continues by saying that the title of Marquis may appear glamorous from the outside, surrounded by honor and prestige, but the truth is far harsher than most people realize. Beneath that brilliance rests enormous responsibility, and protecting the territory, safeguarding its people, and constantly preparing for future threats is a burden that can never be taken lightly. After finishing his explanation, the Marquis turns and announces that discussion of the test results will continue after they return home, because for now, there is still one final task left to complete. Before it becomes too late, the Marquis instructs everyone to board the ship waiting behind him. The vessel is no ordinary craft, because it has been enchanted with advanced stealth magic that allows it to travel through nearby seas without attracting the attention of marine monsters. Their final assignment is to inspect the surrounding waters while sailing along the coastline. As everyone boards, Peru looks around in obvious amazement, clearly impressed by the ship's design and craftsmanship. He soon notices several mages stationed across the deck, and considering the vessel relies on magical enchantments to function, the presence of skilled magic users makes perfect sense. While observing the Water Dragon Knight order aboard the ship, Yurin suddenly spots a familiar face among them. It is Rekka Alian. The instant their eyes nearly meet, Yurin senses unmistakable killing intent coming from him, the hostility sharp and completely direct. Realizing immediately that Rekka Alian's intentions are anything but friendly, Yurin deliberately avoids holding his gaze for long. Not long after the ship departs, the Marquis calls Yurin Colin and Rayon over to him and begins explaining the geography of the region, emphasizing that understanding the surrounding terrain and islands will be valuable to them in the future. Pointing toward a distant landmass, he identifies it as Poland Island, a place known for being inhabited by numerous monsters. As the ship continues sailing, he goes on to describe trade routes, monster territories, and important strategic locations in considerable detail. Watching the scene, Yurin cannot help commenting that it almost resembles a father taking his sons on a trip. He then turns toward Erin and casually asks whether she suffers from seasickness. Erin replies that she rarely does. Nearby, Arya speaks up as well, admitting that only a few months earlier she never could have imagined herself standing here like this, traveling beside Yurin on such an expedition. Hearing that, Yurin smiles softly while Arya sincerely thanks him for giving her the chance to become a knight. She explains that during the past few days, she has learned not only about combat, but also about what true happiness feels like. Yurin modestly replies that if that is true, then it is rewarding for him as well. However, the calm atmosphere does not last long. Without warning, the ship suddenly begins shaking violently. The Marquis immediately looks around in confusion and asks what is happening, because it feels as though the vessel has collided with something beneath the surface. Then, all at once, a massive creature bursts out from the ocean. Yurin's eyes widen in shock the moment he recognizes it. It is a sea serpent. The gigantic monster releases a deafening roar before unleashing a thick mist directly toward the ship. The fog spreads across the deck at an alarming speed, and one after another, the knights begin losing strength before collapsing onto the floor, including even the Marquis himself. Chaos instantly breaks out throughout the ship. Yet in the middle of it all, Yurin remains standing completely unaffected. At that moment, a notification appears before him. Sea Serpent Mist Poison Absorbed. Skill level has reached the 5th star. While everyone else succumbs to the toxic mist, Yurin's abilities only continue growing stronger. As the poison rapidly spreads across the deck, he immediately understands what is happening and, without the slightest hesitation, activates his newly strengthened poison absorption ability. A faint energy gathers around him as he begins drawing the toxic mist into himself instead of resisting it. At the same moment, the sea serpent releases a low roar before unexpectedly turning away and diving back beneath the ocean. But the danger is far from finished. All across the ship, knights and mages continue collapsing one after another, overwhelmed by the lingering poison, and even the Marquis struggles to stay conscious. Watching his men fall around him, the Marquis is overcome with regret. Is this truly how everything ends? All because of a single mistake at sea? Just as despair begins creeping in, Yurin steps forward. Approaching the weakened Marquis, he calmly tells him not to worry because there is no reason to despair. Barely able to move, the Marquis can only stare at him in confusion. How is Yurin still standing? How has he remained completely unaffected? Before the question can even fully leave his mouth, Yurin unleashes his enhanced technique. In a single instant, the surrounding poison is absorbed into him and completely neutralized. Almost immediately, the Marquis feels the weakness disappear from his body as his strength returns, as though nothing ever happened. Without wasting any time, Yurin informs him that he will begin treating the others at once. Since they have no idea when the sea serpent might reappear, the ship's defenses must be restored immediately. So he asks the Marquis to organize the defensive formation while he handles everyone's recovery. As Yurin continues absorbing the poisonous mist, notifications repeatedly appear before him, showing increases in his poison absorption proficiency along with improvements to several related techniques. Internally, he realizes the situation is practically a jackpot. Every person affected by the poison becomes another opportunity for growth, and by purifying the toxin from their bodies, he is effectively gaining valuable experience. He quickly moves toward one of the fallen mages and starts treating him. The mage weakly protests, telling Yurin to stop speaking nonsense, because this is not a toxin that ordinary detoxification magic can cure. However, before he can continue arguing, the poison completely vanishes from his body. The mage immediately sits upright in shock, fully healed, staring at Yurin in utter disbelief. Not only did young Master Yurin neutralize the poison instantly, but he displayed a level of mastery far beyond ordinary magical capability. Yurin calmly instructs him to regroup with the other mages and begin preparing the ship's magic barrier. Still stunned, the mage quickly nods before rushing away to follow the order. The scene then shifts to Rekka Alian, the knight who holds deep hostility toward Yurin. As he struggles against the poison spreading through his body, dark thoughts begin filling his mind. He cannot die here. Not after everything he has already survived. After pushing himself endlessly to earn that promotion so he could provide for his mother and younger siblings. Yet just as the last of his strength begins to slip away, Yurin suddenly appears beside him, calmly activating his technique as the poison is drawn out and erased in an instant, allowing Rika to feel the agony vanish almost immediately. And the sudden relief leaves him stunned when he realizes he has been completely healed. Yurin speaks without hesitation, telling him that if Rekka Alian has truly regained his senses, then he needs to prepare the archers immediately, because if the sea serpent attacks again, range support will be essential, and his role is too important to neglect. Rika pauses for only a moment before answering firmly. Understood. Yurin then moves toward his brothers, Rayon and Colin, healing Rayon quickly and efficiently before continuing forward without even slowing down for Colin, causing Colin to panic as he hurriedly calls after him, addressing him as his great older brother, while desperately asking to be healed too. Yurin turns back with a faint smile and reassures him that of course he will also take care of his little brother. Only moments later, the ocean begins churning violently once again as the sea serpent resurfaces, prompting the Marquis to immediately order everyone into defensive formation. The creature had obviously expected the crew to already be incapacitated by the poison, yet instead it is met by a fully prepared force waiting for its return. Enraged, the sea serpent releases another massive wave of poisonous mist, but this time the attack slams directly into the fully activated magic barrier before dispersing harmlessly into the air. The Marquis declares that they may have been caught by surprise once before, but they will not repeat the same mistake again. Now calm and fully focused, Rika immediately commands the archers to fire, and a barrage of arrows crashes into the sea serpent, forcing the enormous creature to recoil before it suddenly dives back beneath the waves once more. Watching the water carefully, the Marquis questions whether it has retreated again, but Yurin calmly shakes his head and explains that the sea serpent is still circling beneath them, waiting for another chance to strike. Standing firmly at the center of the deck, Yurin raises his voice and warns everyone to remain alert, because the creature will surface again very soon. Immediately afterward, he activates another technique, Flower Butterfly, causing a glowing butterfly-shaped aura to drift smoothly across the ocean's surface. Yurin calmly explains that the sea serpent will emerge directly beneath wherever the butterfly lands, and almost as though it is being drawn there by instinct, the serpent bursts upward from the exact spot beneath the glowing aura. Yet the instant the butterfly touches the creature's body, a violent explosion erupts, sending the massive serpent crashing back into the sea. The entire crew stares in complete disbelief as the terrifying sea serpent is finally defeated, and its enormous body sinks beneath the water. Amid the aftermath, Yurin notices something familiar beginning to emerge, and suddenly the orb starts radiating an intense, brilliant light that floods the surroundings with a mysterious energy. A calm but overwhelming voice suddenly echoes through the surroundings, informing Yurin that he has obtained a fragment of a shattered world, and in the very next instant, he is transported into a familiar place, a vast white space stretching endlessly in every direction. Yurin quickly realizes it is the same strange location he encountered before, and as his gaze sweeps across the empty dimension, his attention is pulled toward the glowing orb floating nearby. Curious yet uneasy, he calls out to Agnes, asking whether she can see the same thing, but to his shock, no answer comes back. The connection between them has been completely severed, leaving Yurin entirely alone inside the bizarre space. Before he can fully process the situation, the orb suddenly shoots forward and crashes into the wall with tremendous force, splitting it apart with visible cracks. At that exact moment, the mysterious voice speaks again, announcing that Yurin has contributed to the restoration of the world and, as a result, has been granted a reward. The reward is revealed to be a special trait known as Soul Sword. Hearing those words leaves Yurin stunned as he struggles to comprehend the true meaning and value of what he has just obtained. Without any warning, he is instantly returned to reality, back aboard the ship where the battle had taken place. The atmosphere around him is filled with shock and amazement as everyone witnesses that Yurin successfully defeated the sea serpent. The Marquis openly praises his strength and skill, clearly impressed by what he accomplished, but Yurin humbly dismisses the achievement, claiming it was nothing remarkable. The Marquis then remarks that sea serpents should never appear within the southern waters, implying that something highly unusual may be happening. Stepping forward confidently, Yurin reassures him that a monster of that level poses no genuine threat to their forces. The Marquis nods before making a bold declaration in front of everyone present, announcing that from this day onward, Yurin will bear the responsibility of protecting the safety and well-being of their people. The sudden statement leaves the entire crowd stunned. A short time later, the scene shifts as Peru approaches Yurin and asks whether the Marquis truly said those words. Yurin confirms that he did, prompting Peru to explain that such a declaration strongly suggests the Marquis may already be considering Yurin as his successor. Yurin immediately denies the possibility, insisting there is no way that could be true, especially while he is still known as a troublemaker. Peru, however, tells him to look carefully at the soldiers surrounding them. When Yurin observes their reactions, he notices that their attitudes toward him have completely changed, their eyes now filled with respect and admiration instead of disdain. At the same time, Yurin discovers that Rekka Alian's affinity level has suddenly risen all the way to 53. Feeling frustrated and slightly overwhelmed by everything happening around him, Yurin tells Peru to stop speaking nonsense, reminding him that their trials are still not over yet. Eventually, the expedition comes to an end, yet notably, from that day onward the Marquis never brings up the trial again, leaving Yurin unable to shake the lingering questions in his mind. Later, while standing alone in his room before a mirror, Yurin activates the creator's eye and carefully examines his current abilities, statistics, and a newly acquired trait, Soul Sword. As he studies the information more closely, he realizes the trait is measured in percentages, making it far more complicated than an ordinary knight's ability, and his curiosity deepens further when he notices several sections obscured by question marks. Yurin begins wondering whether his synchronization level has changed and what those unknown elements are supposed to represent. While he is still trying to understand everything, Peru enters the room and informs him that the Marquis is asking to see him. Slightly surprised, Yurin immediately replies that he will go right away. A short while later, Yurin arrives and politely asks the Marquis whether he had called for him. Without offering much explanation, the Marquis hands him a book, making it clear that something important is about to follow. Looking down at the book in confusion, Yurin asks what it is supposed to be for. The Marquis calmly explains that it is an annual manual on Crisis Kingdom classical swordsmanship, then continues by stating that he wants Yurin to begin learning how to use a sword. After thinking carefully about the matter, the Marquis has realized something important. From now on, Yurin will inevitably face many knights in battle. Hearing those words, Yurin fully understands that this world is ruled not only by magic, but also by the sword. The Marquis continues speaking, explaining that even if Yurin has no desire to become a swordsman, he still needs to understand the fundamentals because, in crucial situations, even basic knowledge can determine victory or defeat. He explains that the manual contains the core foundations of swordsmanship and instructs Yurin to study it carefully before going to the training grounds to observe how knights actually use those techniques in real combat practice. Reassuring him further, the Marquis emphasizes that this knowledge will become essential once Yurin begins facing truly skilled opponents. Yurin nods and says he understands, though inwardly he realizes the Marquis is sincerely worried about his safety, making it difficult to refuse the request, despite the fact that he personally has almost no interest in swordsmanship at all. After leaving the room, Yurin casually flips through the manual, noticing that the illustrations are unexpectedly detailed and easy to understand. But as he continues reading, something suddenly catches his eye, causing him to focus on the contents far more seriously. A few minutes later, the Marquis steps out of his room and is surprised to see Yurin sitting on the floor, completely absorbed in the book he had been given. Confused by the sight, he asks what Yurin is doing. Looking up with unexpected enthusiasm, Yurin immediately asks whether there are more books like this available. Slightly caught off guard by the sudden shift in his attitude, the Marquis replies that he will check and see what else he can find. The scene shifts to later that night inside Yurin's room, where multiple books provided by the Marquis are scattered around him while he remains fully immersed in reading. One of the manuals covers Crisis Kingdom classical swordsmanship, specifically Chapter 5, Dragonclaw Stance Modification 1, and at that exact moment a system window suddenly appears, stating that the martial god's body trait allows Yurin to replicate Dragonclaw Stance Modification 1. Yurin is immediately thrilled by the discovery, barely able to believe that simply reading the manuals allows him to learn and reproduce advanced sword techniques. He quickly realizes just how overwhelming this ability truly is, understanding that with such a trait, he could potentially master the entire Crisis Kingdom swordsmanship style within a single day. As the night goes on, Yurin continues studying every manual in the collection until another notification eventually appears, informing him that he has successfully mastered the basics of Crisis Kingdom classical swordsmanship. At the same time, his soul sword trait increases by 10%. Seeing this, Yurin realizes that the swordsmanship knowledge itself is somehow being stored inside the soul sword, which only deepens his curiosity even further. Wanting to test the ability personally, Yurin calls out to Agnes and asks him to create a sword. Agnes immediately complains in irritation about being awakened so late at night, and remarks that he is not particularly skilled with swords anyway. Yet despite his grumbling, he still summons a blade into Yurin's hand. The instant Yurin grips the weapon, something remarkable occurs. He flawlessly performs the basic techniques he had only just read moments earlier, moving as though he had spent years training with the sword. Watching this unfold, Agnes is visibly shocked and immediately asks how Yurin managed to use the techniques so effortlessly. The scene shifts to the following day, where Yurin sits quietly inside the library, completely absorbed in books related to swordsmanship. By now, he has already read through nearly every manual available, carefully studying each one in the hope of further improving his abilities. Wanting to test a theory, Yurin opens another text titled Walkerbill's Swordsmanship Manual, Chapter 1, and the moment he begins reading, a system window suddenly appears, informing him that his soul sword trait has increased by only 0.01%. Yurin immediately pauses, clearly surprised by how insignificant the increase is, compared to the major improvements he gained from studying the Crisis Kingdom style. This growth is almost meaningless. As he continues experimenting with other manuals, he notices the exact same pattern repeating itself every time. Each book grants only the smallest improvement, making the entire process feel both inefficient and time-consuming. At that moment, Yurin arrives at an important realization. The effectiveness of a knowledge does not depend solely on the techniques themselves, but also on the person who wrote them. Once he understands this, he concludes that he needs to locate more works created by the same author responsible for the Crisis Kingdom Swordsmanship Manual. With that thought in mind, Yurin approaches the librarian and asks whether there are any manuals written by someone named Cabell. The librarian looks confused, admitting that the name does not sound familiar, though he still agrees to search through the library's collection. After going through numerous old records and books, the librarian eventually returns carrying a single text, explaining that he managed to locate one book written by an author with that name. Taking a closer look, Yurin discovers that the book is titled The Basics of Level Swordsmanship. The librarian further explains that Levelville was once a kingdom that no longer exists, having fallen centuries ago. Intrigued by this information, Yurin thanks him and immediately begins reading the book. The instant he opens the first page, something incredible happens as the stats begin increasing immediately. Realizing the true value of the manual, Yurin wastes no time and continues reading through all 18 chapters with complete concentration. As he progresses through the text, system notifications continuously appear one after another, confirming that his soul sword trait is steadily rising. At the same time, another ability, Emperor's Forgotten Imperial Swordsmanship, also begins increasing alongside it. By the time Yurin finishes the book, his soul sword trait has risen by an astonishing 15%, leaving him completely stunned by the enormous improvement. The following day, Yurin seeks out the Marquis and explains everything he has learned regarding the swordsmanship manuals. After listening carefully, the Marquis responds that he is familiar with Franken swordsmanship, but the name Cabell means nothing to him. Curious about the manual's origins, Yurin then asks where the Marquis originally obtained them. The Marquis casually explains that he found the books in the library, admitting with a half-joking tone that he had skipped his duties and wandered in there instead, where he came across several incredibly old texts, some from his grandfather's time, and others even older. Changing the subject soon after, he reminds Yurin that a feast will be held soon and insists that he must attend because they cannot properly celebrate without the expedition's hero present. Yurin, however, shows no excitement at all. Instead, he quietly excuses himself by saying he is not feeling well before leaving. As he walks away, he thinks over everything he has learned and realizes there is only one person left who may still be able to give him the answers he wants. Later that same day, the scene shifts to the garden, where Yurin approaches the old gardener and politely asks whether he has time to speak. The two of them sit together, and the gardener pours him some tea before smiling gently and telling Yurin there is no need for formalities between them. Yurin calmly answers that he cannot do that, asking how he could possibly treat his own grandfather so casually. The old man immediately freezes at those words, his expression changing as he asks with sudden intensity whether Chillington revealed the truth to him. Yurin shakes his head and explains that nobody told him anything because he figured it out himself. Hearing that, the old man falls silent for a brief moment before admitting that Yurin's awareness completely caught him off guard. More than that, he points out that Yurin showed absolutely no reaction to his overwhelming aura, something that would normally unsettle anyone who stood near him. After studying him carefully, the old man finally acknowledges the truth. Yurin has genuinely changed. After pausing for a moment, the old man reflects on their earlier meeting and suggests that perhaps Yurin had already discovered his identity back then. Yurin calmly replies that his grandfather always stood out, so all he needed was a little information to connect everything together. In reality, though, Yurin had relied on his skill, the Creator's Eye, which showed him the truth clearly. The man standing before him was none other than the strongest swordsman, his grandfather Odi Roke, whose level had long surpassed ordinary standards. Curious about this, Yurin asks why someone like Odi Roke would choose to live quietly as nothing more than a gardener, and he also wonders whether his father ever tried to stop him. Letting out a soft sigh, Odi Roke explains that becoming a gardener was entirely his own choice because he had grown weary of everything and decided to leave his former life behind. Although Yurin's father had tried to change his mind, Odi Roke admits that once he makes a decision, his stubbornness never allows him to turn back. Yurin then brings up the story he once heard, that Odi Roke vanished without leaving behind a single trace many years ago. Hearing that, Odi Roke begins speaking about his past. He explains that he once served within the Imperial Army. In House Rocks, the eldest son inherits everything regardless of talent or achievement. So no matter how much effort Odi Roke put forth, the position of Marquis was always meant for his older brother. After accepting that reality, he left home and chose to walk his own path instead. During his travels, he eventually swore loyalty to the Empire and enlisted in its army. At that time, the Empire was locked in a brutal war against the Kingdom of Mural. It was on those battlefields that Odi Roque earned his reputation while steadily climbing through the ranks. Driven by ambition, he sought to obtain the title of Imperial Marquis, so he could one day return home in glory. Years later, the Empire finally emerged victorious over the Kingdom of Mural. Yet after the war ended, Odi Roque began reflecting on everything he had done. It was then that a painful truth struck him. Many of the people he had killed were not evil enemies driven by hatred, but ordinary individuals swept into a war born from the conflict between nations. By the time he understood that reality, the past could no longer be undone. Unable to endure the burden of his actions any longer, Odi Roque abandoned everything: the Empire, its ambitions, and a life he had spent years building, before quietly returning home and leaving behind the identity he once struggled so desperately to obtain. With a faint smile carrying a trace of self-criticism, Odi Roque remarks that his story is hardly heroic. He adds that he has never even told Willington about this before, yet for some reason, he spoke about it to Yurin without any hesitation. Yurin listens carefully before sincerely replying that carrying such a burden for so many years must have been incredibly difficult, and he thanks Odi Roque for trusting him enough to reveal the truth. Hearing that response, Odi Roque studies Yurin for a moment before admitting that he is nothing like the rumors described. Shifting the conversation, Odi Roque directly asks whether Yurin came to him because he needed something. Yurin nods before asking if he knows a man named Cabal. Odi Roque immediately confirms that he does, and Yurin then hands him the book while explaining that Cabal is the author. The instant Odi Roque sees the book, he recognizes it and casually remarks that it looks like one of the books he once left in the library. Startled by that answer, Yurin immediately asks where he originally got it. Odi Roque explains that one day, after returning home, he found a young boy waiting near the gate. The child had asked him to buy several books, and although Odi Roque did not really understand why, the boy seemed desperate enough that he decided to purchase every book for him anyway. Hearing this, Yurin leans forward and quickly asks whether Odi Roque remembers anything else about the child. After taking a moment to think, Odi Roque recalls that the boy had black hair and looked to be around Yurin's age at the time. That single detail instantly grabs Yurin's attention. In this medieval fantasy world, black hair is an extremely rare trait, and among all the characters Yurin himself had created with black hair, only a very small number could possibly fit that description. He begins to suspect that the boy may have concealed his original hair color after growing older. As that realization slowly takes shape in his mind, Yurin falls deep into thought, wondering whether the mysterious child from the past could truly be the very person now lingering in his thoughts. The scene shifts to later that night. Yurin sits quietly inside his room, calm and completely focused as he reads through a book about the forgotten Imperial sword. While turning the pages, he gradually remembers something important. This was a sword style he had personally designed in the past, yet it was never meant to be completed. It should have remained unfinished. However, the books in this world now describe it as a perfected and fully refined technique. Yurin pauses, lost in thought as he questions how such a thing could even be possible. Could this world have somehow completed the technique on its own? The idea feels both strange and fascinating to him at the same time. Alongside that curiosity, frustration slowly begins building in his mind. If books like this exist, then Cabal's other texts should exist as well. There should be far more of them somewhere. Yet Yurin has absolutely no clue where to search. While he continues thinking about it, a notification suddenly appears before him, displaying the level of the Rain of 10,000 Flowers technique. The sight of it reminds him that he still has not checked the poison-related skills he obtained earlier. Quickly reviewing the information, he discovers the 4-star Heavenly 10,000 Poisons technique, a poison described as capable of defeating any opponent within 5 seconds. After reading the description, Yurin slightly frowns, clearly unimpressed. In his eyes, an ability like this does not suit his combat style at all because he has no desire to become an assassin. Even so, he cannot simply dismiss it completely and begins considering whether it might still prove useful in certain situations. The scene then shifts outside, where Yurin is training with complete concentration, practicing each movement with discipline and precision as every action remains controlled and exact. Suddenly, Peru comes rushing toward him while calling out his name, visibly out of breath and clearly panicked. He informs Yurin that the Marquis is calling for him immediately. Noticing how exhausted Peru looks, Yurin calmly remarks that he could have simply walked over instead of running so desperately. Peru quickly shakes his head and insists that the matter is urgent, explaining that Yurin needs to come with him right away. Hearing that, Yurin begins wondering what could have happened, and as they make their way toward the Marquis' office, his thoughts grow increasingly serious. Something important must be happening. The moment Yurin enters the Marquis' room, he immediately notices another person standing inside. It is Cox Livington, Lady Kana's brother and the captain of the Night Order. At the same time, without Yurin realizing it, Karox is already exposing him to poison. However, instead of harming Yurin. The poison only provides him with a steady supply, while Cox remains completely unaware of it. The Marquis then begins explaining the situation, saying that an urgent request for reinforcements has arrived because the outer northern wall defended by House Elian was breached yesterday. Hearing this, Yurin thinks to himself that monster activity in the north always increases around this time of year. Still, the protagonist should have already been there defending the walls, and the realization immediately frustrates him. He concludes that the protagonist must be neglecting his duties once again, leaving Yurin wondering what he could possibly be doing instead of protecting the kingdom. The Marquis continues speaking and explains that, after careful consideration, he has decided to place Yurin in command of the Night Order being sent north. He also warns him that the monsters appearing this time are different from the ones they faced before. The moment he hears that, Yurin instantly understands the situation. The enemies invading from the north are not ordinary monsters, but undead creatures that refuse to fall easily, beings that continue moving even after suffering heavy damage. At that very moment, another window appears before Yurin, displaying the new poison he has unlocked. Quietly, he remarks that the timing could not be better. This mission will allow him to test his new ability in actual combat. Filled with confidence, Yurin looks toward the Marquis and tells him not to worry, assuring him that he will return victorious. He promises to bring honor and prestige back to House Rox. Both the Marquis and Karok stare at him in visible surprise, as though Yurin already knows exactly how the outcome will unfold. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Everyone has gathered and is preparing to depart for the north, while a serious atmosphere hangs over the area as soldiers and mages stand ready for the mission ahead. While looking around, Yurin notices a familiar face among the group. His brother is there as well. Walking over to him, Yurin says that he thought he was supposed to return to the capital. His brother calmly replies that he still needs real combat experience and believes it is far more valuable than remaining at the academy training. He then looks at Yurin and asks whether he minds if they go together. Yurin gives a slight smile, realizing to himself that his brother seems different now. Ever since Yurin saved him before, he appears to have become more serious and far more humble. Afterward, Yurin turns toward the Marquis and informs him that they are prepared to depart. The Marquis nods before speaking in a firm, yet trusting voice. He tells Yurin that he is placing his faith in him, not just for the mission's success, but for the safety of his younger brother and every soldier involved. And hearing those words, Yurin suddenly feels the burden settle onto his shoulders, realizing how much responsibility now rests on him. Though after a brief moment of pressure, he steadies himself and regains his composure. The Marquis then orders the mages to begin the transfer, and as they step forward and cast the teleportation spell, a brilliant light envelopes the group before Yurin and his party are instantly transported to the northern camp. When the light finally disappears, Yurin studies the surroundings with curiosity, surprised by how quickly they arrived, while all around them the northern camp is already in motion, soldiers constantly moving as preparations for defense continue without pause. Not long afterward, Kal Elian, the eldest son of House Elian, comes forward to greet him and sincerely thanks him for bringing reinforcements. Yurin calmly introduces himself in return, keeping his tone respectful and composed, but Kal smiles faintly and admits that he had been curious about who would be sent to assist them, never expecting it would be the very person who defeated his younger brother and taught him a painful lesson. Those words make Yurin slightly uncomfortable, yet Kal immediately reassures him not to worry, explaining that anything can happen during a sparring match and that he holds no resentment over it, his calm and mature attitude quickly easing the tension between them. Kal then asked Yurin to come with him, and together they headed toward the command area, where Yurin finally met Markel. The Marquis welcomed him warmly and said he was pleased to see him, mentioning that Yurin had become well known after defeating the Shark King. Yurin politely replied that he was being given too much credit, then assured him that he would do everything he could to help before asking when the mission would begin. Marquis Elian explained that they would depart at dawn the following day. He also revealed that Yurin was not the only reinforcement he had requested, since messages had been sent to several other noble houses as well, and he hoped their forces would arrive soon. Before the discussion can continue any further, a soldier suddenly rushes inside looking visibly alarmed, quickly reporting that the undead have launched an assault on the camp. Everyone immediately heads outside, but the moment they step into the open, Marquis Elian is left stunned by the sight before him. Because an enormous army of undead creatures is advancing directly toward the camp, an overwhelming force led by a powerful undead rider known as Durian. As fear begins spreading through the camp, several soldiers panic and urge everyone to retreat so they can prepare for a siege instead, but Marquis Elian immediately rejects the idea with complete firmness, declaring that retreat is not an option because if the gates are lost, the entire kingdom itself will be placed in danger. At that moment, Yurin steps forward without the slightest hesitation and charges directly toward the advancing undead army, choosing to confront them head-on. Using the new skill he recently acquired, he launches an attack at one of the undead creatures, and with a single precise strike, the creature collapses instantly. Everyone watching is left completely stunned, because defeating an undead creature should never have been that simple. Yet Yuren makes it appear effortless. Meanwhile, from a distance, a cloaked man observes the entire scene in silence. Visibly shocked by what he has just witnessed as his attention remains fixed entirely on Yuren, quietly wondering what exactly happened, and, more importantly, who Yuren truly is.